You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 601, Move Forward. It rained at the plastic surgery hospital. The light mixed with blood and washed away the building's mutation. The gentle and patient wife stood in the rain. Her body was covered in wounds. The wife looked at Iyashikei, who was still working hard to piece the body back together. Using power to approach you and harm you was Fu-Yi. The person who risked his life to save you from the car accident was another person. Her voice became louder as she pointed at the youngest female netizen. Fu-Yi used beautiful language to lie to you. After Fu-Yi got what he wanted, he abandoned you and all his promises. But the other man was the one who carried you to the hospital in the rainy night and sat beside your bed until you woke up. The wife wanted to unload everything in her heart. She turned to Fu-Yi's mother. I know your life is hard. Fu-Yi abandoned his wife and daughter, so you had to suffer extra torment. The person who escaped responsibility was Fu-Yi. However, it was the other man who rushed to take down your daughter's picture despite the crowd. Even after losing his work, his reputation, the thing he cared about the most is your daughter's illness. The wife turned to Teacher Lu. I know about the things between you and Fu-Yi. I've read your chat history. Whenever Fu-Yi wanted to approach you, he would paint me as the worst wife, and he couldn't find love at home. He slandered his children and me to get your sympathy. Your father was framed, but Fu-Yi didn't care about the truth. He only promised he wouldn't become someone like your father. But the person lying there never cared about the rumors. He investigated the truth for you. He was the one who dug up the truth from decades ago and returned it to your father. Fu Sheng's mother. You should know Fu-Yi as well as I do. Fu-Yi was the one who cheated on you, and Fu-Yi was the one who attacked Fu Sheng for the sake of reputation. Fu-Yi was the one who caused Fu Sheng to isolate himself from the world. He was never a father and a husband. He was the one who ruined the family. When I was about to give up under pressure, another person appeared. He was completely different from Fu-Yi. He tried his best to glue the family together. He never brought his negative emotions home. He was gentle and respectful to the children. He would put on the apron to cook for the children, and he would lower himself to play childish games with Fu Tian. When Fu Sheng was bullied, he charged to help him without hesitation. To help Fu Sheng return to school, he found the school admin to talk about it. He even beat up the crooked headmaster. Teacher Lu knows about that. He was the one who helped your son walk out of despair. The person who saved you from the car accident was him. The person who carried you to the hospital was him. The person who helped your father was him. The person who lost his job and suffered humiliation to save your daughter was him. The wife was covered in hatred. Her eyes scanned the many pure hatreds until they settled on Han Fei's body. He was also the person who gave me that bit of hope. The wife stood there. Her hatred couldn't stop the rain. The prayers and mutated blood fell on her dress, but it was like she couldn't feel them. Zhao Qian sighed and wanted to console the wife, but she realized she couldn't do that. She placed her hands on Han Fei's shoulder. She left behind her love and hatred before leaving. Love and Zhao Qian left the hospital, and they might never return. The pure hatreds left their love and hatred inside Han Fei's body, and only Zhuang Wen pursed her lips. The building manager was dead, and his body was dismembered. When she saw the other pure hatreds inject their hatred and love into Han Fei's body, Zhuang Wen picked up the faceless woman and forced her hatred into the body too. She controlled the hatred to fix Han Fei's body. She couldn't bring the person back, but at least she could bring back a complete body. After some hesitation, Zhuang Wen finally made the decision. She was about to turn to the wife when Iyashikei suddenly said, Can I take him away? Zhuang Wen's eyes shook. Was someone going to fight her for this? Seeing the wife, Iyashikei knew the answer. She put down the broken glasses and dampened her smile. She bowed at the wife. I'm sorry. After pouring their hatred and love into the body, the women around the altar started to leave. They put down everything. Some pretended to forget. Some maintained their surface strength, but none of them could forget those few moments of precious memories. As the pure hatreds left the mutated hospital, the building showered by light slowly returned to normal. The mutation was irreversible, but among the prayers, normalcy returned. Pain and despair were covered. The land and sky healed. On the altar base, Han Fei's broken body was slowly pieced together by hatred and love. The wife stood beside him until the rain stopped. The hatred on her body disappeared. It transmuted into a special emotion. She wanted to help Han Fei reconstruct his heart. Holding the shattering heart, the tears slid down her face. The cold heart regained some temperature. I should bring you home, but I know someone is still waiting for you. She placed the heart back into Han Fei's chest. She pulled her hands back. She lifted her head to look at Zhuang Wen with unwillingness. Bring him home. Zhuang Wen didn't expect the wife to say that. The black flame in her eyes flickered, but she soon realized something. The pure hatreds in the memory world didn't need a black flame. Their love and hatred were not scorched by flame, and they were at their purest form. You trust me? You don't belong here. I remember many things and people when I was dominated by hatred. The wife slowly turned around. This is the best ending. She shed all the love and hatred. She walked out of the hospital. Suddenly, she stopped. She looked at Han Fei's body and told Zhuang Wen. Bring him home. Don't let the people who love him worry. The hatred and love of 10 pure hatreds were imprinted on Han Fei's body. His body slowly returned to normal. The wife didn't turn back as she exited the hospital. She walked down the dark street and held her empty heart. Suddenly, the city felt so big. It took forever to reach home. The night faded away, and the dawn shone on her. Taking out the key, the wife opened the door. She changed her shoes, put on the apron, and entered the kitchen. She prepared breakfast like usual, but when her hands touched the knife, she realized she couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. The wife leaned against the cupboard and slowly slid down. She hugged her knees. She didn't dare cry too loudly lest she woke up the kids. The kitchen door was pushed open. Fu Sheng, who hadn't slept, stood at the door. His father often didn't come home, but he was strangely afraid this time. He passed the napkin to his mother. He knelt beside her, but he didn't dare to ask the question. After a long time, the wife lifted her head. She looked at Fu Sheng with red eyes. Where was he yesterday night? At the hospital. His last call said that you should never go to that hospital. Before the wife finished, Fu Sheng charged out the door. He had no idea why he was doing this. Perhaps the faster he ran, the bigger the chance he had of saving his father. His brain was blank, but he believed he should do something. The mutated hospital looked so normal under the sun. For the hospital, that was another day. No one would remember it in days. Fu Sheng rushed into the hospital and asked anyone he encountered. He knew his father worked here. However, he didn't get any answer. He was eventually stopped by the guard. Just as he was about to be chased out, a female doctor and her caretaker brother came over. Do you know Fu Yi's ward? He is the caretaker here. I need to see him. Fu Sheng grabbed the male caretaker's arm. The caretaker looked sad. You know where he is, right? Tell me. He left. The female doctor handed him a wrinkled hospital report. He had this illness for a long time already. He was living on borrowed time. Doctor, I just want to see him. Can you let me see him? Fu Sheng grabbed the report, and he became agitated. More guards surrounded him. I'm sorry. Fu Sheng was dragged away by the guard. The male caretaker consoled Fu Sheng. He brought Fu Sheng to the places Fu Yi had worked before. Everything was the same, but the man was not there. The sun rose, and more people arrived at the hospital. Fu Sheng followed the male caretaker like a zombie until he was swept away by the crowd. Holding the hospital report, Fu Sheng sat on the hospital steps. He didn't know what he was thinking. The sun cast a shadow through the window. As the sun rose, the shadow moved. Then, Fu Sheng suddenly stopped up, held the hospital report, and walked away. He left the hospital and entered the street. The pedestrians and cars moved past him. Fu Sheng looked at the busy city. He felt lost like a broken kite. Fu Sheng. Someone called his name from the crowd. He looked around but couldn't see that man. Fu Sheng walked towards the voice and saw Fu Tian's mother, who was so worried. Please don't run away on your own again. I'm afraid of losing you. The wife had calmed down. She hugged Fu Sheng. I'll inform you no matter where I go in the future. Fu Xing looked at Fu Tian's mother. He never called the woman Mom before, but she didn't mind. Okay, I've made breakfast. Let's go home. The wife and Fu Xing walked through the busy crowd and returned to the old neighborhood. The wife served the dishes, and Fu Xing silently pushed the hospital report into his pocket. The dining table was still the same, but a chair was left empty. Fu Xing and the wife lowered their heads to eat. Fu Tian looked at his mom and then his big brother. He held his spoon and asked, "Where's Dad? He isn't home yet?" "Dad has gone overseas to work. He will need 1 or 2 years before he can come home. He is working very hard for this family." The wife's tone was different from normal. "Then, can I call him? I want him to come back home early. I want to play hide and seek with him. I will win this time." Fu Tian said happily as he ate the breakfast. "Dad is working a confidential job, so he can't answer any call." Fu Xing carried his bowl into the kitchen. "I'm full." He cleaned the bowl and returned to her room. He closed the door, pulled back the curtain, and sat on his bed. The wife saw Fu Xing lock the door. She wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. She looked at Fu Tian. The boy who hated carrots ate a lot of carrots, as if to make his mom happy. "Don't you hate carrots?" "I'm not a child anymore. Only a child will be picky." Fu Tian finished his breakfast. "Before Dad left, he told me that if one day he was gone, I had to protect Mom. He also told me not to make you angry." "Is that what he told you?" "Yes, Dad also told me many things. He said you're the best wife in the world, and if you two argued, it must be because he did something wrong. He said, 'Big brother, and I will be great people who would change the world.' Mom, what is a good person?" "It's someone like your dad." The wife turned her head away. After some time, she said, "After breakfast, you should go do your homework." "Okay." After Fu Tian returned to his room, the wife started to clean. She made herself busy. Time slowly passed. The sun disappeared down the horizon. The wife entered the bedroom. She lay on the bed and turned to look at the empty floor. Someone knocked on the door. The wife jumped up from bed and ran to open the door. Fu Tian, in his pajama, stood at the door. He couldn't stop crying as if he had dreamed of something. "What's wrong?" "I miss Dad. I can't sleep." The wife bit her lips. She didn't say anything, and she reached out to hug Fu Tian. Adults could numb themselves with work, but children couldn't. They would expose the adults by expressing sadness directly on their faces. "How about Mommy read you a story?" Fu Tian lay in bed. The wife took out the storybooks and told him about the fairy tales. Time moved. It didn't stop for anyone. A new day arrived. The wife woke up early to make breakfast, but she would make one set less. The room door opened. When breakfast was ready, Fu Xing walked out of his room. He wore a new set of school uniforms and carried his school bag. It was like the first time he left his room. "I've prepared your lunchbox." "Okay." Fu Xing picked up the lunchbox. "I'm going to school." He walked out of the neighborhood. He opened his school bag and was about to put the lunchbox inside when he spotted a can of cat food. He remembered that day clearly. His father was fired. He needed to find a new job, and Fu Xing ran into him near the school. His father then became a caretaker at the hospital. "I never wanted to know anything about him, but now I realize I remember the details so clearly." Holding the can of cat food, Fu Xing didn't go to school but the bus station. When the familiar bus arrived, he got on it. The bus was filled with people. There were office workers, aunties, and uncles out for morning exercise and students. They squeezed together. As the bus trundled, the acquaintances greeted each other. "Check this out. The game got released this morning at 5 a.m. I waited a whole night for it. It's amazing." "Isn't it just a normal dating sim game?" "Dating sim? Put on the headphones. I can't play this game in public." The bus passed by many stops. Fu Xing held his bag and looked out the window. After half an hour, he got down and walked to the abandoned park. Walking on the path overgrown with weeds, Fu Xing opened the can But strangely enough, not one stray cat came. He carried his bag and walked further. He saw someone sitting on the bench. The bushes blocked his full view of the man. Fusheng picked up his speed. He jumped over the bushes and hurried towards the bench. His heart raced. For some reason, Fusheng felt great anticipation. He parted the bushes and came to the bench. A young man sat on one end of the bench. He carried a large bag filled with beers. Many stray cats surrounded him. Fusheng looked at the young man and was reminded of that morning. He skipped school and found his father, who lost his job here. Holding the open can, Fusheng sat on the other end of the bench. He placed the can on the ground, and the cats crowded over. "Hey, why did you skip school again?" The young man looked at Fusheng with a smile. Fusheng didn't have the mood to answer. He stared at the can of cat food. "Do you want a beer? You'll feel better." The young man opened a can of beer and placed it before Fusheng. Hearing that familiar tone, Fusheng turned to the young man. He looked at the beer and then shook his head with a frown. "You're a young man in his prime. How can you be so down every day?" The young man pushed his hand into his pocket and then took out a black box from the bag filled with beers with his other hand. "I've contemplated for days whether to give this to you or not." The young man mumbled to himself. He didn't give the box to Fusheng, but put it back into the bag. "Never mind. It was so hard to change the future. I shouldn't waste it." The young man stood up and looked at Fusheng. "There are many people who still love you in the world. I know you made that decision for them. So stop skipping class. Haven't you promised someone you wouldn't do that anymore?" The young man sauntered away, with Fusheng watching in shock. As he was about to leave the garden, the young man pressed something on his phone. There was a ringtone. Fusheng only noticed it a few seconds later. He took out the phone his father had bought for him from his bag. The phone only contained his father's number. Only his father knew this number. He switched it on, and he had received a new message from his dad. "Be courageous and move forward. Walk the distance. See more people and places. Be a better version of yourself." Chapter 602. Su Qin's Dining Table. The phone that only had one contact received a message. Fusheng read the message his father sent him, and he remembered something. This was not the first time he saw that young man. After he knew his father was gone, he ran away from home, and the young man was standing outside his neighborhood. When he was at the hospital, sitting alone on the steps, the young man was arguing with the guards at the corner. When he was walking among the crowd, someone called his name. He looked around and couldn't see that person. When he turned to the voice, he saw Fu Tian's mother. As he walked towards her, he brushed past the young man. Holding the phone, Fusheng got up and looked out the garden. The sun showered on the whole world. The young man disappeared, bringing all the darkness and despair with him. Move forward, go further. Fusheng held the phone his father got him and remembered this lesson. He picked up his bag, ran to the bus stop. This was his last time skipping school. As unwilling as I am, it's time to go. Han Fei stood in the shadow and watched the bus drive away. He used Fusheng's talent, resurrection, when he was inside the abyss. His consciousness was attached to the black box. After a long process, his soul returned to his body. Han Fei, who was resurrected, didn't see Fu Yi's wives and girlfriends. They had all left. Then again, it didn't matter if he saw them again. Fu Yi was already dead. Han Fei returned as his real self. He was like a stranger and used the last few moments he had to observe his wife, Fu Tian, Fu Yi, and Fusheng from afar. After the lights went out, Han Fei returned to the hospital to help Du Jing's daughter. Her young daughter was already an old lady. It was the players at Building 2 who saved her. Then, Han Fei took the time to visit Brother Fake Plant. He spooked the man to his death. He personally wrote down the dating sim's real ending. The time is almost up. Han Fei took out the black box. His left hand held the base and the right hand the top. When I entered this memory world, I received the notification that this world contains Fusheng's memory fragment. If I handed the black box to him, it should awaken everything in him. He will remember all the pain and despair. He will tell me stuff and might even help me inherit the altar. Rationally, I should have done that. But what's the point of encouraging this cycle of despair? He was the black box's previous owner, but I'm its current owner. As long as I continue to open the box and remove the item inside, no one will be selected by the black box anymore. Han Fei looked at the box. His disappearing hands grabbed the box on both sides. Who knows? Maybe like Pandora's box, hope is at the bottom of despair. Before his hands disappeared, Han Fei pried the box open from both sides. The time of the memory world froze. Han Fei felt something open deep inside his soul. The black box disappeared, but an intense pain gripped Han Fei's soul. At the same time, endless prayers and broken divine patterns were summoned out of the altar and crawled into his body. The love and hatred of 10 pure hatreds surfaced on his body. The 10 different personalities combined within him. At that moment, Han Fei felt like he was the altar world. He could see everything and touch fate. As he influenced the altar world, a burst of strange laughter came from the theme park. The moment it appeared, mad laughter came from Han Fei's mind. There's something that could draw out the mad laughter at the theme park. It looks like I need to investigate that altar. After that, other than Han Fei, all the outsiders were pushed out of the memory world. However, Han Fei only stayed slightly longer. His soul disappeared under the sun with the black box. The memory world returned to normal. Other than the strange laughter at the theme park, no one realized the world had paused for a second. Notification for player 0000. You've protected Du Jing until dawn and helped her find her daughter. You've successfully completed the altar mission, fellow patient. You've obtained a large number of EXP and fellow patient's blessing. Fellow patient's blessing. Your actions gained the patient's approval. They left their remaining kindness in your blade. Hopefully, you'll appreciate their kindness. Notification for player 0000. You've used the worst personality to complete the perfect turnaround. You pulled the altar owner out of despair, helped him retain hope in humanity, and rectified most of his regrets. Notification for player 0000. You've completed the grade E Altar Inheritance mission, Perfect Personality. You've completed the mission at the highest difficulty, obtained triple EXP. Congratulations on obtaining the altar owner's approval. You've inherited the severely damaged level 4 altar, Personality Surgery. Personality Surgery, the unique power of this level 4 altar. You can reshape memories and personas. You can use this power unlimited times every night, but the patients have to cooperate fully during the surgery. Plus, the patients will feel intense pain from the soul. Please use it carefully. The property of the altar has changed slightly due to the changes to the figurine. Please inspect it further when the figurine is rebuilt. Increase level by 1. Raise a random attribute by 3. Heal the soul of a spirit below a pure hatred and increase their friendliness level by 10. Awaken a grade F talent that existed in the memory world. Bring one object or spirit out of the memory world. Notification for player 0000. You've gained a new understanding of life and family in the memory world. Your masterful acting has leveled up to 3. Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 21, free attribute point +1. Resisting the pain from all over his body, Han Fei realized he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. He listened to the summons beside his ears and slowly came to. The pain came from his brain, his internal organs, and his skin. Han Fei lifted his eyelids. He was lying inside a room covered in human faces. Not far away was a collapsed altar. Han Fei immediately took out a pig's heart to consume it. He couldn't lift his arm. The pig's heart fell to the ground once he took it out of his inventory. The faceless Dr. Yin picked up the pig's heart. He cut it into small pieces and fed it to Han Fei. He used blood to communicate with Han Fei. It's good that you're alive. The altar is ruined. We need to leave as soon as possible. Han Fei, it is you. The scream echoed in his ears. Shen Luo, in the patient's garb, squeezed beside Han Fei. This was a touching reunion. Compared to Big Sin, Dr. Yin, and Zhuang Wan, Han Fei at least looked like a human. I can feel pure hatreds approaching. We can't stay here. Dr. Yin wiped away the blood and carried Han Fei. Bringing Shen Luo, they ran outside the hospital. Zhuang Wen held the faceless woman's head. Big Sin carried the altar, and they ran towards the ziggurat without hesitation. They had stolen the altar and heavily injured the faceless woman. Their goal was a success. The two other pure hatreds at the hospital were rushing back. They were ambushed by the mirror god when they passed by the midnight mall, so they were held back further. When they returned to the plastic surgery hospital, Han Fei's group had returned to the ziggurat's misty zone. We did it. Han Fei stared at the faceless woman's head. He was more excited than anyone else. The hospital originally had 3 pure hatreds. After Butterfly died, the ziggurat only had 1 pure hatred, Zhuang Wen. If the hospital launched a full-on attack, the ziggurat would be wiped out. But the situation now had changed. When the white shoes and painter went to the theme park, Han Fei ruined the faceless woman. The hospital was about as powerful as the ziggurat now. The tenants didn't need to live in constant fear anymore. Even though he was severely injured, Han Fei was happy. He tried to smile until his neighbors from Happiness Neighborhood arrived. Su Qin, Drake, and the rest came. Only Li Zai looked sad. How did the manager become smellier in just a few days? You're so lucky. When Su Qin approached them, Zhuang Wen was quite unnatural. The things that happened in the memory world flustered this pure hatred. She could find an excuse for Han Fei if he had 1 or 2 girlfriends, but 8. She didn't know what to say. Zhuang Wen turned to Dr. Yan for help, but the doctor kept his head lowered. He didn't have a face, so he didn't see anything. Building manager. Everyone was worried about Han Fei. Zhuang Wen and Dr. Yan led Han Fei to the ziggurat. Big Sin carried the altar obediently and followed behind its master. Shen Luo didn't dare to stay too far from Han Fei. The treatment he had received at the hospital was more than he could bear. The trail of ghosts at the ziggurat was nothing for him now. Wait, I've seen that woman before. Shen Luo looked at Su Qin. He remembered seeing her at the art hotel. He ran into an expert player who saved them, and he said Su Qin was his wife. I get it now. That expert player was Han Fei. No wonder he felt so familiar. It explains why Han Fei would save me and feed me. Shen Luo was touched. He knew how dangerous this world was, but Han Fei had saved him multiple times. He would remember this kindness forever. The group of people came to the largest room at the ziggurat. Dr. Yin placed Han Fei on the large wooden dining table. He used blood to communicate with the other tenants. The manager building has been dismembered once already. It is kept together by the hatred of many pure hatreds. It is in a strange balance. His wounds will never heal if we don't chase out the conflicting hatred. He will bleed until one of the hatreds lost control and his body will collapse. But approaching the hatreds willy-nilly might cause the body to disintegrate directly. I have no idea why this is happening. Normally, the hatred should have disappeared once he is out of the memory world. But this time, they insisted on having the manager bear their hatreds. Dr. Yin stopped writing. He wiped all the blood away. He didn't know how to explain where the hatred came from. People knew how serious the situation was after they saw Dr. Yan's message. What did you experience at the hospital? How did he get so injured in just one night? That was the most dangerous situation I'd ever been in. Zhuang Wen used her entire death curse to suppress the faceless woman. She was now exhausted. She leaned against the window and couldn't speak anymore. Most dangerous situation? Su Qin turned to Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin lifted his blank face and stared at Su Qin until Su Qin frowned. Say something. Dr. Yin was like a mannequin who lost his soul. Su Qin had to ask the others. Big Sin carried the altar, and it was highly ecstatic. It couldn't be communicated with at all. The curse danced in Su Qin's eyes. Her presence was scary as she walked towards Shen Luo. You tell me, how did this happen to Han Fei? Shen Luo shivered. He stammered. Hello, big sister. We've met before. You must be Han Fei's 11th wife. The air froze. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. When Shen Luo said that, blood trailed out Han Fei's mouth. He dragged his broken body up. Resisting the impossible pain, he used his shaking finger to write on the table. Bring him to the theme park, now. Every tenant was stunned by what Shenluo said. Zhuangwen climbed onto the window, and as the window opened, she fell. Dr. Yin heard the fall, and he rushed to save her. He, too, jumped out the window. Big Sin ran around with the altar. It was so excited. It had found the perfect master. Shenluo knew he had said something wrong. Don't move. You're injured. I know something through that paper doll. But I'm curious. How come my connection with that doll got severed? Did you abandon the doll I gave you? You might not believe me, but... Han Fei looked at Su Qin and said weakly. Chapter 603, I wish. You ate the paper doll I gave you? After Su Qin's connection with the paper doll broke, she had many suspicions, but she never thought Han Fei would eat it. The paper doll was a grade E cursed object, and even a ghost wouldn't dare to eat it, much less an ordinary man. The beautiful eyes turned to Han Fei. Her eyes filled with suspicion, but she knew Han Fei would never lie to her. Su Qin took out her table knife. When Shenluo saw this, he panicked. He ran over. Sister, please calm down. Drake dragged Weep and Ingyu over. He couldn't stop Su Qin alone. Li Zai also walked over. When I died, I was still single. Being in a relationship is not that easy. There has to be a misunderstanding. Han Fei forced a smile as people guarded around him. He resisted the pain and opened his lips. Go out first. Remember to bring this man with you. Han Fei's bloody finger pointed at Shenluo. This man couldn't stay. Drake was still worried about his boss, but since Han Fei had said that, he left. Weep and Ingyu were confused. They merely thought Su Qin was exceptionally beautiful. She radiated a fatal charm. This is a domestic issue at Building 1, and as someone from Building 2, I shouldn't comment too much. However, I still wish you'd talk this out with Han Fei. Then, Li Zai turned to the flustered Shenluo. He placed his arm around the man's shoulders. Dr. Yin is not wrong. Your body has the curse of 10 pure hatreds. They hate and love you. They wanted to kill you, but they were saved by you. So they chose to give up in the end. Su Qin tasted the curse in the blood. You've saved them, and I shall save you. I will not let them kill you. Han Fei didn't know what Su Qin planned to do. He said with difficulty, I inherited the altar owner's father's identity and past. I believe you. Su Qin took out her knives and placed them on the dining table. You might suffer some pain. Su Qin looked at Han Fei on the table as if he was some precious ingredients. Do you still have the meat I made you? Yes. Han Fei opened the inventory. The meat Su Qin made was very well preserved. Su Qin's expression softened. The 10 hatreds are bound in your body. If I just remove one, it'll break the balance. In your current condition, your body will shatter as the other 9 hatreds collide with each other. The only way to save you is to draw out the 10 hatreds at once. After she said that, Su Qin plunged a knife into her left shoulder. The 10 hatreds are also curses. Perhaps I can consume them. As the knife stuck into her body, Su Qin's presence grew terrifying. Her expression pained. Her body soon became bloody. Su Qin. Shush. Su Qin held the knife with the human skin doily and sensed the shredded paper doll. She cut through Han Fei's skin. More black blood and paper pieces flowed out of his body. The old manager said, I'm a curse amalgamation. Curses are attracted to me. I can consume and suppress most curses. What do you plan to do? Han Fei had a bad feeling, but he couldn't move. Even Zhuangwen can't draw out the 10 hatreds at once. But I'm different. Their curses are naturally attracted to me. Plus, my connection with the paper doll will help. Perhaps I can direct the hatreds and curses into the bloody paper pieces and then withdraw the shredded paper from your body. Su Qin stood beside the dining table. She placed the table knife in Han Fei's hand. Take this last knife. After I unlock the seal, I will lose control. This knife will connect us. Su Qin grabbed Han Fei's hand, and she used his hand to push the last knife into her heart. When the last knife entered Su Qin's heart, endless curses burst out of her body. The whole building was affected, and it felt like a large lingering spirit was cornered. Su Qin's eyes were overtaken by blood. The world's most vicious curse weaved in her body. The furniture in the room rapidly decayed. The curse spread madly. Standing in the middle of the curse, Su Qin's face was twisted from pain. She was the first victim of the curses. Su Qin, sister. Han Fei tried to get close to Su Qin. After the lapidarist's professional property changed, he could help out-of-control spirits remember certain things. Su Qin, who was dominated by curses, looked at Han Fei's face. She seemed to remember something. She leaned towards Han Fei. The beautiful face approached him. The tip of her nose touched Han Fei's skin. Su Qin kissed Han Fei's heart. The wounds were torn apart. All the hatred gathered on the paper doll pieces, and then they rushed together Han Fei's heart at the same time. Hundreds of curses surrounded Han Fei. They enveloped him and Su Qin. As Han Fei's heart started to beat, the hatred and shredded paper in his body was swallowed by Su Qin. After the 10 hatreds left Han Fei's body, the balance was toppled over. They wanted to return to Han Fei's body, and this caused all 10 hatreds to lose control. A normal large lingering spirit could only sustain 2 different pure hatreds curses at once, but Su Qin consumed 10 of them at one go. The love and hate of the 10 pure hatreds exploded with unimaginable energy. Su Qin screamed in pain. The pure hatred's presence cut through her skin. Even the mist around Ziggurat was blasted off. As a curse amalgamation, Su Qin could consume a lot of curses. The more she consumed, the stronger she'd be. Normally, she could consume even pure hatred's curse, but she would need a longer time to digest them. However, this time, Su Qin swallowed 10 pure hatred's lingering curses into her body. Even if she was a curse amalgamation, it was too much. Su Qin was moving towards a mental breakdown. Su Qin, whose seals were unlocked, was scarier than a normal large lingering spirit. Plus, since she was a curse amalgamation, she normally wouldn't injure. However, since the threat this time was curses, it threatened her core directly, and she could disintegrate at any time. Su Qin suffered from unimaginable pain. However, Han Fei, who had the hatred and paper pieces removed, was recovering. He ate Su Qin's pig hearts and found his strength. Su Qin was in a dangerous spot. If she was destroyed by the hatred, the curses in her body would explode, and they would have Han Fei experience the world's most painful death. However, even so, Han Fei didn't leave, but moved towards Su Qin. He held the knife with the human skin and moved to Su Qin's side. When Su Qin lost control at Cattle Alley, it was Han Fei who called her back. Holding the knife, Han Fei slowly sat up. He was still very weak. You've saved me many times and accompanied me on my first trip out of the neighborhood. Without you, I'd be dead already. Han Fei didn't really know anything about this in the past, but he experienced many emotions he hadn't got the chance to in Fu Sheng's memory world. Han Fei leaned Su Qin's shoulder. He embraced the curses and tried to touch the real Su Qin. You trusted me without even listening to my explanation. You'd be bullied by bad people that way. Han Fei grabbed the hilt. If he pulled out the 13th knife, Su Qin would retain her senses, but she'd lose her power. Under normal circumstances, Su Qin couldn't control the 10 hatred. Only when all her seals were unlocked that Su Qin could have the possibility of consuming all the hatreds and curses. I've experienced every tragedy and despair to obtain the best acting skill in this cryptic world. However, I want to be a real person before you. I want to show you who I am. I don't need to wear a mask, don't need to worry about being hurt, need to be afraid that the sun will not rise tomorrow. I've experienced a unique life yesterday night. I adopted the altar owner's memory and saw many strange things and encountered many things that I wouldn't have encountered in my life. The man was loved by many, but he didn't know how to appreciate them. He didn't love, so in the end, no one loved him, and they only hated him. Actually, even now, I can't say I know love. Since I was young, no one has told me about that word. Therefore, I never talked about love with anyone. In my memory and life, I do not have that emotion. But I sense that emotion in this world covered in darkness. I don't know if you can hear my voice, but I will always be there for you. It's strange. I fear being apart from you than death itself. How can I leave you to deal with this alone? I am not Fui. Han Fei's eyes were red. After Su Qin pushed him back several times, he stepped forward to hug Su Qin. The curses swept through his body. His red eyes looked at the broken altar behind Big Sin. I want to make a wish. Han Fei opened the menu. After he helped the altar owner, he got to choose from one of the 5 choices. I wish to heal her soul. When Han Fei said his wish, the figurine collapsed. Black prayers exuded from the figurine and entered Su Qin's core. All the curses were strengthened. They took on a unique presence. Su Qin's broken body rapidly recovered. She was madly consuming the hatreds. At the same time, the strongest of the 10 hatreds stopped resisting after Han Fei's wish was made. This strongest hatred was the most gentle. She was unwilling to leave, but she knew when to let go. She knew that it was time to return this wish to others. The strongest hatred was consumed by curses and disappeared. As the soul was repaired, the other curses had the same fate. In the end, the endless curses gathered in Su Qin's eyes. A black flame slowly burned. The black flame burned in endless curses, like a flower blooming in despair. She wore the dress made from curses and tasted various hatreds. I wish to consume you or be consumed by you. The endless curses swallowed the last lingering spirit. The black flame spread through Su Qin's body. She held Han Fei. The rationality in her eyes was replaced by another kind of madness. Her curse-filled body expanded. Just as she was about to go out of control again, Han Fei held the knife and looked at Su Qin. The 10 hatreds had been consumed. There was no need to keep Su Qin in this painful state anymore. Han Fei pulled the 13th table knife out. When he pulled, the curses around Su Qin were triggered, and they advanced towards Han Fei. Thankfully, the curses were held back at the last moment. They didn't harm Han Fei, but surged into the table knives. The hatred and curse turned into a strange pattern, imbuing the table knives with different power. The process was long and arduous. When all the curses were removed from Su Qin's body, Han Fei finally managed to pull the knife out of Su Qin's heart. As the last table knife was removed, the hatred that covered Ziggurat and danced in Su Qin's eyes dissipated. All the curses were sealed up again, but the black flame in Su Qin's eyes didn't extinguish. Han Fei looked at Su Qin with concern, and he didn't want her to be injured because of him. After a few deep breaths, Su Qin lowered her head to look at Han Fei. Her lips moved. Why are you hugging me? Han Fei's heart trembled. Then, he moved back embarrassedly. You shouldn't do something so reckless in the future anymore. How can you consume the hatred of 10 pure hatreds? It was too dangerous. Han Fei changed the subject. Su Qin kept staring at him, and he didn't dare to look back. Did you tell me something when I was out of control? I remember feeling so warm and the desire to stay in this despairing world. I didn't say anything. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Su Qin picked up a sharp knife. I'll ask the question, and you'll only need to answer. Okay. Han Fei sat on the table like a served dish. First, I'm curious. Why does your body contain their hatred? Su Qin pointed at Zhuang Wen and the faceless woman. What complicated relationship do you 3 have? Zhuang Wen was a pure hatred, but she immediately dropped out of the window, mainly because she didn't know how to explain herself. Technically, she only saw Han Fei once in the memory world. She also had no idea how Han Fei became entangled with the 8 women. She also didn't know how to explain why her hatred was inside Han Fei. I didn't plan to hide anything from you. Han Fei stopped Zhuang Wen, who planned to jump out the window. He hadn't done anything wrong. He relayed the things he had experienced after he became Fui. Han Fei told Su Qin the things he had experienced and the choices he had made in the memory world. When he was telling the story, the other tenants silently returned. When the pure hatred's power enveloped the ziggurat, everyone thought Su Qin had broken through to become a pure hatred after finding out Han Fei had made 10 girlfriends. However, when everyone thought Han Fei was dead, they returned to find Han Fei sitting on the dining table, and the curses within him were cured. They opened the door and found their spots in the room. They were slowly drawn into Han Fei's story. Han Fei used half an hour to tell everything, and everyone finally realized they had misunderstood Han Fei. I knew the boss wouldn't be someone like that. Drake's single eye was filled with respect. I didn't know the old building manager had such a sad childhood. I've misunderstood the building manager. The tenants surrounded the dining table. Han Fei shook his head. It's normal. This is not your fault, but Shen Luo's. After eating some pork hearts, Han Fei felt better. He crawled down from the table and looked for Shen Luo among the crowd. If the man was just unlucky, it was okay, but Shen Luo had the rescue during desperation talent. Han Fei was very afraid that Shen Luo would still find his way back to Han Fei after he was sent to the theme park. Shen Luo, where are you? Don't be afraid. We're all good people. Han Fei put on his masterful acting and found Shen Luo hiding in the corner. He pulled him to the altar. Han Fei, I'm so sorry for what I said earlier. Shen Luo apologized profusely. The man wasn't malicious. Most of the time, he was the victim too. It's all right. I'll send you out of the hidden map. You might feel discomfort, but suffer through it. Han Fei had Shen Luo sit before the altar and used the personality surgery talent for the first time. The cracked altar appeared to hear a summon when Han Fei got close. The former figurine had turned to dust, but after Han Fei touched the altar, a very small figurine formed from the ashes. Han Fei's life points dropped. Han Fei had to keep eating Su Qin's food to keep alive. Half an hour later, the small figurine took on the mad laughter's face. Han Fei noticed that immediately. Why is it him again? Han Fei glanced at Shen Luo. He knew this had nothing to do with the man, and his first altar figurine featured the mad laughter too. Big brother, I know my mistakes now. Shen Luo was surrounded by the neighbors, and he couldn't even breathe. Don't be anxious. I really want to help you. Han Fei touched the altar with one hand and pressed on Shen Luo's head with another. You still don't trust me after I've saved you so many times? Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and relax. After Shen Luo did so, Han Fei used personality surgery. At that moment, Han Fei saw Shen Luo's life. In his roller coaster of a life, tragedy was everywhere, but the man was always happy and optimistic. Perhaps because the altar hadn't been fully fixed, Han Fei didn't know how to edit one's memory, and he could only delete the memories related to him. With each deletion, the figurine inside the altar would smile. Shen Luo trembled from pain. It felt like his soul was torn apart little by little. Once the surgery started, the power lay with Han Fei. It didn't matter how loud Shen Luo screamed. After the surgery was completed, Shen Luo fainted. Han Fei checked the man's status. After making sure he was only unconscious, Han Fei used resurrection to send Shen Luo back to the surface world. Notification for player 0000. You've obtained some reputation and afterlife karma. Han Fei also noticed with surprise that the cracks on the altar had recovered slightly, and the expression of the figurine changed. All right, now that Ziggurat has 2 pure hatreds, I can leave in peace. Han Fei looked at his neighbors and realized Dr. Yin wasn't among them. Have you seen Dr. Yin? He was instrumental in helping us infiltrate into the hospital. Dr. Yin jumped down with Zhuangwen earlier. Li Zai said, and everyone turned to Zhuangwen. He didn't come back up with you? Zhuangwen shook her head. I jumped from this floor to the floor underneath. What about Dr. Yin? He landed on the first floor. He smashed his face. He's downstairs piecing his body back together. Han Fei shook his head. Dr. Yin did that just to avoid Su Qin. Han Fei chatted with everyone, and then he was ready to log off. He was exhausted. Han Fei entered a room alone. He was about to exit when the door opened, and Su Qin appeared. Su Qin closed the door and approached Han Fei in the dark. What is it? Han Fei leaned against the wall. I pieced this back together. Su Qin took out a red paper doll. The doll was soaked with Su Qin and Han Fei's blood. Don't eat it again. Han Fei accepted the doll. He studied the complicated patterns, and the system said, Notification for player 0000. You've obtained the top grade Cursed Object, Cursed Paper Doll. Cursed Paper Doll. This paper doll has 1001 curses. They will curse everyone who harms you. 1001 curses? Han Fei kept the doll well. Don't worry. I'll look after him. Don't give me so many promises. I only need you to promise me that you'd keep on surviving. Su Qin forced Han Fei to the corner. Her curses danced, and her lips opened. She looked at the cornered Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei had this sharpness and maturity his peers didn't, due to his time in the cryptic world, but all that would disappear when he was around Su Qin. He was always that boy next door around her. You saw Fu Sheng's past in the memory world and knew why he did certain things. But mainly, you brought out 10 hatreds from that world. Su Qin leaned close to Han Fei. Consuming them made me a pure hatred. Don't you think that is too much of a coincidence? After a pause, she continued. Do you remember the Midnight Mall's mirror god? He and I are tenants at Happiness Neighborhood. Fu Sheng left behind the altars at the mall and the hospital. I believe Fu Sheng has arranged all these. That's why you came to talk to me alone. Han Fei was startled. Why else? Su Qin smiled. She looked at the wounded Han Fei before turning to leave. Rest. Don't trust Fu Sheng implicitly. He once tried to destroy this world. I know. Our paths are ultimately different. He has been trying to change me, but I've been trying to change him too. Han Fei watched Su Qin walk away. He added all his attribute points to stamina. I must be too low on stamina to be suppressed by Su Qin's presence. Han Fei, at level 21, had 34 stamina, but he was still not satisfied. Han Fei finally left the game after a long time. The blood covered the world. Han Fei sensed someone behind him. The shrill laughter became clearer. The person is back. The more times mad laughter gets released, the thing behind me will get closer. Han Fei opened his eyes, and he felt crushing pain both mentally and physically. The altar missions are too scary. Han Fei couldn't even move inside the gaming hub. However, at that moment, his phone outside the hub rang. He forced himself to move. Before he even opened the hub door, he paused. His nose twitched because he could smell the paint in the air. The painter? After some hesitation, Han Fei slowly opened the hub door. The 3 pure hatreds at the hospital need to work together and gain something's help to influence the real life. They can't do anything to me now. Chapter 605. I Play Villain. Han Fei used a long time to crawl out of the gaming hub. He picked up the ringing phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was a video call from Director Zhang. The director finds me more often than the police. Han Fei accepted the call and saw Director Zhang. Director, good morning. Han Fei, why did you answer only now? Director Zhang saw how haggard Han Fei was, and he was shocked. Did you help the police again? You need to be careful. It's fine. Han Fei didn't look like he had spent the night gaming. How can I help? Haven't we met CEO Lee from Star Entertainment? The script for the new movie is set, so we're starting the official shoot soon. If you have no problem, why don't you come and sign the contract today? Star Entertainment? Han Fei massaged his temple. He stayed too long in the memory world that his mind was blurry. Haven't we just met with them a few nights ago? Star Entertainment is where Xia Yilan and Wu Wei are from. They are quite reliable among older agencies, and they place heavy emphasis on this thriller we're making. Han Fei finally remembered everything. Through the Altar Inheritance mission, Han Fei understood Fu Xing sank into the deepest despair at the plastic surgery hospital and saw the black box. The hospital was the start of Fu Xing's despair. However, when he became the black box owner, he didn't stay away from the plastic surgery hospital but built one of his own. Supported by Immortal Pharma, the The plastic surgery hospital constructed by Fu Sheng and Fu Tian was scarier than the one occupied by Du Zhu. You should rest. We'll meet at Star Entertainment around noon. After signing the contract, their company will pour resources on you. It'll be beneficial to your future. Seeing how tired Han Fei was, Director Zhang told him the important things and hung up. Star Entertainment, Xia Lan, movie based on plastic surgery. Han Fei sat on the ground. Fu Sheng's personality was reconstructed at Du Zhu's hospital and fell into despair. After that, he built a special hospital to create the perfect persona. Many children were his victims, including Chong Wei, Seaglass Cat, and many other orphans. Huang Yin is on the trending page every day. It's such a shame that he's not an actor. On the national trending page, other than Huang Yin, there was a search for Happiness Neighborhood Committee. As the first player guild, the whole world was curious. Many players tried to find this place. They couldn't enter the private territory, so they could only take glimpses when the fog lifted. Even a cemetery felt more lively than this place. Brother Huang is not really planning to bring the things from the cryptic world there, right? Through the pictures taken by the other players, Han Fei could see strange statues around the neighborhoods. The statues resembled Han Fei. There were strange items around them. Even Han Fei's eyes twitched when he saw them. He called Huang Yin. Brother Huang, is everything in the neighborhood okay? Don't worry, and everything is within control. I saw videos and pictures of the neighborhood on the internet. Isn't your architectural style a bit too gothic? Han Fei trusted Huang Yin, but he worried that he might move to another extreme from the healing of the game. It's fine. That's just the surface. The actual cores are at the center of the neighborhood. Huang Yin promised. Furthermore, this is private land. Without my permission, even the photon computer can't get in, much less normal players. As long as you know what you're doing. Han Fei was about to hang up when Huang Yin said, You mean Chong Wei's group? This was a headache for Han Fei too. When he left the memory world, he had a conflict with the strange laughter from the theme park. It caused the outsiders to be chased out of the memory world. In other words, the players had been sent back to the theme park in the cryptic world. The others are fine, but there is a player among them called Boss. The man is the main sponsor behind Absolute Truth. He is also one of the top 10 rising business stars at Xian Lu. He has many big companies behind him. If something happens to him, it'll be big news. Huang Yin investigated all the missing players. I will try to regain contact with them soon. Compared to Boss, Han Fei was more interested in Chong Wei and Worm. He had too little helper, so he wouldn't miss out on potential partners, except for Shin Luo. Han Fei recovered somewhat after he hung up. He looked through the trending page out of boredom and caught a familiar name. Number 5 new drug tester of Immortal Pharma, Du Jing, has shown reverse growth. Humanity is one step closer to immortality. Du Jing? Han Fei remembered what happened inside the memory world. As Du Zhu's little sister, Du Jing was heavily tortured. She was Fu Sheng's fellow patient and was trapped inside an isolation room. Han Fei clicked on the news, and many reports appeared. Number 5's physique is rather special. She has suffered from progeria since she was young. She took the name Du Jing after her mother died to inherit her mother's legacy. The patient once occupied an important post at Immortal Pharma. She was good friends with the former CEO, Fu Tian. She even possesses some of Immortal Pharma's original shares. After her body deteriorated, she volunteered to test Immortal Pharma's new drug. She had achieved many breakthroughs with the medications, but yesterday night, she had shown signs of reverse growth. Due to this good news, the share price of Immortal Pharma has soared. There was much similar news. Han Fei could not see the good in this, but he sensed danger. He couldn't tell why. It was an instinct. Du Jing's daughter is still alive? I believe she should be as old as Fu Tian. With Wang Ping'an as an example, Han Fei believed he needed to find Du Jing's daughter. The woman might not remember everything, but she should dream of something. Han Fei still had pain from the back of his head. He closed his eyes to rest. Han Fei was woken up by his alarm around noon. He remembered the meeting with Director Zhang. He rushed to bathe and exited his house. Han Fei walked out and just took a few steps when he stopped. He sniffed the smell of paint in the air and turned back to look. Someone had painted a strange red symbol on his door. It looked like a bleeding face. It's quite artistic. Han Fei called Li Shui. After reaching the nearby police, they checked the surveillance camera installed before Han Fei's house. At 4:44 a.m., the lights before Han Fei's house flickered. Other than that, there was nothing too strange. Since he was in a hurry, Han Fei left the police to continue the investigation on their own. Due to the paint job, Han Fei was late. He arrived at the high-end restaurant around 12:20 p.m. I'm sorry, I ran into something troublesome. It's fine. For an actor as popular as you, we can understand you have many things to deal with. The man who spoke squashed the cigarette butt. His suit was tight. He was very muscular. Han Fei, let me make some introductions. CEO Li invited Han Fei to sit. He placed Han Fei beside Xia Yilan. This is Tang Yi, the nation's best variety show producers. His shows have made famous plenty of stars. Now, he is preparing for a new variety called April 4th's Mystery Case Files. The new show will have elements of thriller, detective, adventure, and escape rooms. Different celebrities will be invited for each episode to enter a reconstructed haunted building to complete the game of escape room. CEO Li stood beside the man. The man smiled and said nothing. With producer Tang today is director Jia. He is the main director for April 4th's Mystery Case Files. CEO Li pointed at a fatty beside Tang Yi. They will provide the celebrities with scripts. Even though the show will be shot inside haunted buildings, everyone's safety will be protected. Aren't we here to sign the contract for the new movie? Han Fei looked at Tang Yi and Jia. He didn't want to do anything extra. I've discussed a long time with producer Tang. We decided that the first episode of his show should be shot at a plastic surgery hospital. To increase the popularity of our movie, I plan to have you and Xia Yilan participate in the first episode of April 4th's Mystery Case Files. CEO Li raised his glass. This is a win-win situation. Han Fei frowned. You've decided the location? Yes. It'll be taken at an abandoned plastic surgery hospital near Xian Lu countryside. That's where the body in the luggage case was discovered not too long ago. CEO Li said excitedly. It sounds familiar. Han Fei rubbed his temples. The place where Bai Xian found the body? You've helped the police with many cases. Exploring haunted buildings should be easy for you. Jiajia's face had folds of fat. He looked like he was always smiling, but no one knew what he was really thinking. I personally don't suggest you make that place your set. Something has really happened there. Han Fei said seriously. Tan Yi shook his head. You are really different from your portrayal in the movie. Han Fei was at his weakest moment. The pain kept coming from the back of his head, and he looked sickly. CEO Li, we're still building the set at the hospital. I'll go with Director Jia first. Come before 6 p.m. after you've done the discussion. We'll start the shoot officially tonight. Tang Yi had met many actors, and because of that, he didn't believe an actor could really help the police solve cases. He believed that was just some kind of promo tactic. Star Entertainment had passed its prime. Even though CEO Li was annoyed, he didn't dare to show it before Jia and Tang Yi. He walked them out. Han Fei, I know you want to focus on acting, but times are changing. Participating in good variety shows will help your career. Director Zhang didn't force Han Fei to make any choices. He was Han Fei's guide. He hoped the man could have the best career. Something is going to happen on his show. Han Fei started to eat. It should be fine if everyone follows the script. Xia Yilan leaned over. You look so tired. Han Fei's appetite faded away once he smelled the strange stench on Xia Yilan. The door opened, and CEO Li walked back in. His smile was cold. Ignore them. We should eat. After lunch, CEO Lee took out the script and the contract for Han Fei. They really hoped Han Fei could join the company, but they knew Han Fei was resistant to being tied to an agency, so they prepared 2 sets of contracts. Han Fei, this is our sign of sincerity. Han Fei glanced at the contracts, and his pupils danced when he saw the contract fee. Even though he was still a C-list actor, the fee was very high. No wonder the other companies tried every method for their actor to win the Best New Actor. With this money, the victim's family can live a better life, and I can gain more afterlife karma. Han Fei didn't have many material wishes. He hoped for more afterlife karma. Han Fei read through the contract and then the script. He signed the participating contract. He didn't join Star Entertainment. Han Fei, this variety show tonight is a good chance for you. It'll be a promo for our new movie. You only need to follow Jia Jia's directions. Think of it as acting in a horror movie. CEO Lee was very kind to Han Fei. All right, I'll go play with them tonight then. Han Fei calculated the time. The shoot started around 6 p.m., so they should finish around 10 p.m. He had time for gaming. If something appears, I can get off work early. CEO Lee drove Han Fei and Xia Yilan personally to the set. Looking at the familiar abandoned plastic surgery hospital, Han Fei revealed a handsome smile. If I can't go home before 10 p.m., then this first episode will be their last episode. Chapter 606, The Show. This was the first time Han Fei came to this plastic surgery hospital in the day. From the outside, this place looked like an abandoned building with nothing special about it. Director Jia and the crew had been working around the clock, installing devices and traps around the building. Perhaps due to a large number of people, the place didn't feel as eerie as last time. This should be a haunted building, but now it's not even scary anymore. Han Fei looked dejected. Director Jia. CEO Lee found Jia. CEO Lee immediately piled on the smile. I've brought you the 2 main actors. I hope you can give them more airtime. I will do my best. I've written their scripts. Jia handed the script to Han Fei and Xia Yilan. Even though we told the public we're scriptless, we do have the main plot. We have designed a few main plot points, so you should get used to your identities first. Is this a horror-theme escape room? Xia Yilan leaned towards Han Fei. I'm so afraid of these. Me too. Han Fei replied evenly, and he looked through the script. April 4th mystery case files mainly described how a group of people was dragged into strange incidents on April 4th. They would escape based on clues and reconstruction of past cases. The location of the first episode was at Xian Lu Countryside's abandoned hospital. It was about 4 male and 3 female characters from the same university who had a complicated relationship. They found refuge at this abandoned hospital due to a sudden storm. Han Fei was the second male lead. He was unemployed and had the worst track record. He was abrasive and slightly iconoclastic. He once dated the second female lead but was dumped after graduation. Compared to other characters, Han Fei felt his script was rather boring. He had nothing going for him and didn't contribute much in the episode. Han Fei, how's your script? Compared to Han Fei, CEO Lee cared more about this. He hoped Han Fei and Xia Yilan would have more airtime. It's okay. Han Fei nodded. He walked away from Xia Yilan to observe the hospital. When he came with Bai Xian last time, he only explored Building 1. In reality, the hospital was massive. It was once a multi-purpose hospital that provided holiday amenities, entertainment, medication, and cosmetic care. This is supposed to be an open set, so why are there so many hidden cameras? Do they plan to have a hidden live stream to expose the celebrity's real personality? Han Fei noticed many things as he walked around. He took out his phone to check on Tang Yi. The man was very ballsy. He always came up with shows that others wouldn't dare. He had created many legends in the industry, but his shows never lasted long. Han Fei searched for April 4th mystery case files and realized the team had promoted this show since 2 months ago. They planned to announce the cast that night. Many people were talking about April 4th mystery case files. It didn't feel like a cast announcement, but an actual episode broadcast. Is it possible that Tang Yi plans to live stream the episode instead of shooting it? In the brief interaction Han Fei had with Tang Yi, he knew that Tang Yi didn't respect actors. In his eyes, actors were tools to gain money and popularity, to create new legends for his shows. It's okay if he wants to livestream this. Hopefully, he won't capture anything he shouldn't. At 4 p.m., the other celebrities arrived. The atmosphere was lively, and the crew became excited. The cast should go to the dressing room. Bring the script with you. When you leave the dressing room, we will take the script from you. Han Fei. When Bai Cha saw Han Fei, the smile on his face froze. During the movie festival, Bai Cha competed with Han Fei. In the end, Han Fei won the best new supporting character with a landslide. Bai Cha had deep space entertainment behind him, but he still lost to Han Fei, who had the support of the juries and the netizens. Many people thought Han Fei was the better actor, and this annoyed Bai Cha. I'm surprised to see you here. The cast was a secret, so even the cast didn't know who was on the show before it started. Han Fei ignored Bai Cha and sat down. Bai Cha was furious when he was ignored. There were conflicts in every industry, but for celebrities, at least they would pretend to be kind on the surface. However, Han Fei clearly didn't want to talk to him. The one who isolates himself will be the first to fall off. Bai Chu suppressed his annoyance. The other celebrities slowly arrived. Among them was a male actor Han Fei knew. He was Wu Li, a professional horror movie actor, and he was nominated many times. The other three celebrities were popular singer Ailin, the nation's boyfriend, Xiao Chun, and B-list female actor, Li Feng. In the script, the 7 characters had a complicated relationship. It was the same outside the script. The competition between Bai Cha and Han Fei didn't die down after the competition. In fact, it had gotten fiercer online. Then, as the rising horror movie actor, Han Fei threatened Wu Li's position. Xiao Chun was said to have had dinner with Bai Cha's supposed girlfriend. Xia Yilan and Li Feng used to work at Star Entertainment together. When Xia Yilan was still an A-list actor, she pressured the company to kick Li Feng out. Compared to the script, the story between the cast was more exciting. Tang Yi had chosen his cast carefully. Inside the awkward dressing room, only Han Fei was serene. He still needed to play games at night, so he closed his eyes to rest. At 6 p.m., the 7 celebrities exited the dressing room. The crew led them to the hospital entrance. We need to shoot a trailer. Try to look as scared as possible, as if you've seen something impossible. After that, Jia Jia walked over with his large belly. We've installed many cameras inside the building, so you need to be in character after you enter the door. I will not intervene with your actions. Just show the cameras your real self. Just remember the main plots, and you can freestyle the other details. I believe in your capability. You can handle it easily. Then, Jia Jia smiled. You need to find a way to escape after the door is locked. I hope to see the best from you. He led the crew away and left the 7 celebrities there. Li Feng rarely appeared on variety shows. She was different from Xia Yilan. She was a real actor. Tang Yi's variety shows are always different. We should believe him. Xiao Chen had a sunny smile. He looked like the perfect boyfriend. We should work hard. After getting everyone's permission, Xiao Chen pressed on the door. He was about to push it open when there was thunder. The dark clouds gathered. A storm was brewing. This is just perfect. It looks like this show is meant to be popular. Xiao Chen smiled as he pushed open the door of Building 1. As he entered the room, the expression on his face changed. Other than Ailin, everyone was a professional actor. Is someone here? Xiao Chen walked ahead with his backpack. He followed the script naturally. Based on the script, there would be 2 suspicious security guards inside the hospital to guide the actors. Hearing the sound, 2 guards, one small and one tall, walked down the stairs. Where did you people come from? This is private property. Leave. I'm sorry, but there's a storm outside. Please let us stay here to avoid the rain. We'll leave once the rain stops. Xiao Chen walked towards them and shoved them a box of cigarettes. It's not that we don't want to help you, but strange things will happen here at night. The tall guard said. He wanted to say more, but was stopped by the short guard with a sharp gaze. We're just trying to avoid the rain. We won't run anywhere. Xia Ilan wore a very tight dress. She walked over. Plus, we've been here before. It'll be fine. The small guard seemed to remember something scary when he saw Xia Ilan. He turned and ran. This sudden change shocked every actor. This was not part of the script. The tall guard was surprised too, but he had to finish his job. I'm sorry. My little brother is rather weird. You can stay here, but don't go to the third floor. Don't go dark places. Don't. Before he finished, the scream of the short guard came from deep inside the hospital. The tall guard stopped and ran to look. This is strange. Why aren't they following the script? Xiaochen was confused. We need to stay in character. Wu Li reminded politely. Among the 7 actors, he was the most junior. It'll be fine. They'll edit it out in post. Just relax. Xiaochen glanced at Bai Cha and Han Fei. He placed his backpack on the table. You must be hungry. He took out the stuff. A group picture grabbed everyone's attention. The photo was photoshopped. It had 8 university students in graduation gowns, 4 guys and 4 girls. 7 of them were here. The last was an unknown woman with a blurry face. Xiaochen, I'm surprised you still keep this. Is it because you can't forget her? Bai Cha glanced at the picture. Perhaps because he was annoyed, he added. Why do you treat another person's trash like treasure? This sentence was fine, but in reality, there was a similar conflict between Bai Cha and Xiao Chun, so it was stinging. The smile on Xiao Chen's face faded. We were all friends. It's normal to miss one another. After all, I'm not as cold-blooded as some people. This is the storm's fault for trapping us here. Wu Li came to mediate. He stood between Bai Cha and Xiao Chun. He pleaded with Han Fei for help with his eyes, but Han Fei ignored him and ate to his heart's content. Don't choke on them. Those are props. Li Feng used to be from Star Entertainment, but she was forced out, so she hated people from Star Entertainment. Well, you'll only have strength if you eat. Han Fei said. It'll be useful when we're in trouble. There was another thunder. Then, rain pattered on the glass window. What Han Fei said was like an omen. Bang! There was a loud crash, and the actors all looked towards the middle of the building. Moments later, the tall guard returned with a bloody face. He was panicked and confused. He stammered. Dead. There's a dead body. Chapter 607, The Eighth Person. The tall guard was flustered. He stumbled to the table where the actors were. He knocked his body into the table and tipped it over. The underside of the table was covered in curses, human hair, and skin. Dead people. We have dead people. The tall guard held his head. His acting was better than the actors there. Wu Li knelt beside the tall guard and asked gently. Karma. Karma is here. We'll all die? No one can escape. The tall guard suddenly became agitated as he grabbed Wu Li. The arms previously covered by the uniform sleeves were exposed. They were covered in wounds. Wu Li was frightened and staggered back. And you call yourself a horror movie actor? Bai Cha held Wu Li. You need more training. This extra's acting is better than most actors. Xiao Chun grabbed the guard's shoulders. You said there's a dead person. Where's the dead body? Who died? The short guard? The tall guard was too scared to speak. He pointed deep into the building with his shaking fingers. It looks like he wants us to go explore. I guess the plot is moving forward. Xiao Chun stood up and grabbed his backpack. He turned to look at the 3 ladies. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Okay. Xia Ilan nudged Han Fei. Han Fei, aren't you going? Are you still eating? Li Feng had seen many actors, but she met someone like Han Fei for the first time. He kept eating and didn't even follow the script. Han Fei nodded and looked deep into the building. When he came with Bai Xian, they only checked Building 1. I suggest we split into 2 groups. One will look after this living guard, and the other will go explore. Han Fei wanted to protect the tall guard. If he was left alone, he might be targeted by ghosts. Have you forgotten that this is just a show? Bai Cha laughed coldly and walked away. Han Fei, we should move together. We can share the airtime. Aylin persuaded. She knew about the conflicts between the cast. She became the mediator so that the shooting would be smooth. All right. Han Fei glanced at the tall guard. Don't go anywhere. The 7 actors left the lobby. As they walked down the dim corridor, the temperature dropped. Xia Yilan, in the exposed clothing, was feeling very cold. They stepped on the broken tiles. Unknown bugs crawled through the gaps. The walls were painted with strange symbols, and most of them were related to the human body. However, none of the paintings featured the complete human body. The lights were dim. They flickered perhaps due to the aged circuit. This hospital looks creepy. Xiao Chun in the front slowed down. His smile was still sunny, but his body kept retreating. When Han Fei was here last time, he knew the back of Building 1 was the wards for VIP clients. There were 6 floors in total, and it had an elevator. The 7 walked down the corridor. When they arrived at the ward entrance, they saw a lot of blood. This is the first crime scene, but the dead body is not here. The tall guard is scared witless, and the small guard is dead. That means we have a stranger at this building, and they are the killer. Wu Li analyzed, and the others nodded. What about the other possibility? Han Fei pointed at the blood. We only heard the short guard scream, but we didn't see his body. The tall guard also didn't say who the victim was. So, both of them could be killers. You're right. Wu Li was startled. My thoughts were too simple. The simplest way to verify that is to follow the blood trail to find the body. We can analyze the killer's personality and other information through the way they handle the body. Han Fei entered the wards. He was very professional. Nice lines and acting. Bai Cha said sarcastically. He only left unwillingly after the other actors followed Han Fei into the wards. They followed the trail. Han Fei pushed open the safety door. The trail split into 2. One went upstairs, and the other to the basement. The victim was dismembered? Wu Li scratched his head. Why is nothing following the script? Shouldn't the guards introduce the plot, and then we'll start exploring? And there's no clue at all. Is this because they want our most natural reaction? Li Feng tried to predict the director's thoughts. She hugged her arms, and their muscles bulged. How about we split up? One goes up and one down. When the 6 actors were discussing, Han Fei knelt beside the pool of blood. He picked up a nearby stick and swirled the blood. Interesting. The others moved over when they heard him. Did you find anything? Xia Yilan felt so cold, like a pair of eyes was looking at her. Part of the blood is man-made, and the rest is real. Do you think someone really died here? Han Fei used the stick to pick up a shred of fabric from the pool of blood. This fabric has the same color as the guard uniform. It's probably pulled from their uniform. Han Fei was too experienced in crime solving. This proves that the 2 guards are suspects. Xiao Chun said in a handsome tone. We need to go back to the tall guard and detain him. Xiao Chun moved outwards. There was a goosebump on the back of his neck. This tall and sunny man probably was a coward. The lights upstairs and downstairs are both dark. The guard told us not to go to any dark places. We should leave first. The other stars couldn't stand this pressure. With an excuse, they quickly followed Xiao Chun. No wonder Tang Yin has to rely on hidden cameras. If he told us the truth, these people wouldn't be themselves. Han Fei stood between the light and darkness. Should I rein myself in? If I do too much, the audience might think I'm the actual culprit. Han Fei, who walked into the wards first, was now at the back of the group. When they returned to the main lobby, the tall guard was gone, and the exit was locked. We should have listened to Han Fei and left some people to look after him. Aylin sighed. They could have finished this episode earlier, but they had to make things more difficult for themselves. What should we do now? Wu Li turned to Han Fei. Han Fei walked towards the wooden table flipped over by the tall guard. What are you looking at? Aylin knelt beside Han Fei. She resisted the discomfort and studied the curses. The curses can reflect the person's resentment. The person who left behind these curses is a woman. She said her face had been stolen and she was betrayed by her best friends. She cursed those who betrayed her so that they would die in the most horrible manner. The woman should be the 8th girl in the picture, and the 7 of us betrayed her. The setting is so cliché. Who would believe that? Xiaochen laughed. When he was with the group, he was fearless. The picture should be the curse's medium. The person who has it the longest will be the first to be struck by the curse. Han Fei said without even lifting his head. Really? Xiaochen took out the picture and asked the rest. How about we take turns keeping it then? The others ignored Xiaochen. It made him feel embarrassed. There are 8 people in the picture, but the script I got didn't mention anything about the 8th person. Han Fei looked at the others. What about you? I don't know her name, but I know I had a crush on her in university, and I wanted to confess to her. Xiaochen tried to remember his script. My love was not reciprocated. I didn't even have the chance to talk to her. She was in the musical theater club as I was. The script said she's very pretty. She would grab everyone's attention when she took the stage. In comparison, I'm very normal. Aylin added. I also don't know her name. She was my neighbor. That's all. Wooly shrugged. I was the president of the students' committee, but I don't have any impression of her. Li Feng shook her head, and finally, everyone turned to Xia Yilan. The woman's face was pale, and she said in a whisper, The script says I'm her good friend. Because of her beauty, I used plastic surgery to look like her. You are her closest friend, so you should know her name. Li Feng pressed. I don't. I really don't. I forgot everything. Those things need to be forgotten. Xia Yilan's acting suddenly improved. She shook her head uncertainly. It was like some trauma was filling up her mind. The script is probably based on real-life events. Li Feng looked at Xia Yilan and commented sharply. The exit is locked. We shouldn't waste time and try our best to escape. Han Fei stood up and asked Xia Yilan without warning. You did your plastic surgery here, right? Xia Yilan nodded and then quickly shook her head. We need to work together to escape. We should shed our prejudice and work together. Han Fei inspired them and tried to think. Of the 7 actors, he was the only one who didn't remember the 8th person. This was very strange. Does she want me to kill the rest? Han Fei was thinking when Aylin shouted. They came to the stairs. She found a patrol diary. It was dropped by the tall guard when he left. It recorded the strange things he encountered when he was at the abandoned hospital. Chapter 608, The Elevator. The actors flipped through the patrol diary. January 1st, midnight. I'm curious why this abandoned building still needs guards. I heard that the guards here either went crazy or died. I wondered if it was true or not. January 4th, midnight. Guarding this place is more boring than I thought. I am stuck here alone with no friends and a horrible internet connection. I can't even watch my virtual idol without lagging. I have no idea how much longer I can do this. January 31st, midnight. The first month was ending. I just received the boss call. I would get quadruple my monthly salary. I was born for this job. February 4th, night. I had a new colleague even though I didn't hear from the admin about that. As long as my salary is not affected, I don't mind. February 9th, night. The new colleague is strange. He mumbles to himself and never slacks off. He patrols 5 times per night. Is he trying to show me up? February 14th, night. I have a feeling the new colleague has been staring behind me. There are other strange occurrences. There are strange voices coming from deep inside the hospital. February 14th, 2 a.m. The new colleague didn't come back after his 4th patrol. I can't reach the boss. The signal is down. I'll investigate it. If I don't return, I hope those who see this diary will enter the room next to the security room. I've hidden some of the info I've found there. February 24th, 4 a.m. I found the new colleague who had injured his leg inside the elevator. He said he encountered someone who took the elevator, which should be out of service. The person had no shadow, and lights would go out wherever they went. Damn, I was not scared until now. February 28th, 8 a.m. Finally another month is over. I wish to quit, but the salary is so high. March 29th, 6:30 p.m. I'm panicking. The rain is pouring. Before the signal went out, I got a message from the boss. He said it was too dangerous for me to stay at the hospital alone, so he decided to hire another guard to join me. The man is coming tonight, and the boss hopes for me to go fetch him. If this is the new guard, then who is the guard who has already accompanied me for a month? Where did he come from? March 29th, 7 p.m. The fake guard is gone. The power source in the security room is cut off too. Is this his doing? March 29th, 7:30 p.m. Something is wrong with the 8 who came in to hide from the rain. The last few pages were torn away. This man is such a rambler. Xiao Chun turned to Han Fei as if waiting for his reaction. The show is called April 4th Mystery Case Files, but the diary says that 4 men and 4 women came here to hide from the rain on March 29th. It means that we might have been here last month. Han Fei asked the others. Did your script mention that? No, this is our first outing together. So, it means we have indeed forgotten something. We were here last month. The 8th girl was still alive, but now she is dead. Her face is blurred out after someone rubbed it away. Han Fei pointed to the other actors. Based on the conventional plot, it's very likely that we've killed her. Everyone has participated. You might have killed her, and he dismembered her. Please, can you not make it sound so scary? Xiao Chun heard the chill in Han Fei's voice. If you're right, why did we return after committing the murder? Li Feng agreed with Han Fei, and her impression of him improved. I know. Perhaps because we did something too cruel to number 8, and we were traumatized, and some of our memories were affected. Wu Li suggested. I believe number 8 became a ghost. She used supernatural power to gather us here and wipe away our memory because she plans to kill us. Aylin's voice turned sharp. She didn't expect her first variety show appearance to be so exciting. Both of you have a point, but there is another possibility. Han Fei said with a wicked smile. We came to this hospital on March 29th. This show is called April 4th Mystery Case Files. What does that prove? Bai Cha frowned. He didn't like Han Fei, but he couldn't do anything because the hidden cameras were rolling. The distance between the 2 dates is 7 days, or 2 Qi. 2 Qi is the day when the spirit of the dead returns. Han Fei touched the pages where they had been torn off. The other possibility is that number 8 is still alive, and the 7 of us are dead. That is ridiculous. If we're all ghosts, what's the point of shooting this show? Did you forget how the short guard reacted when he saw Xiao Yilan? Han Fei stood the furthest from Xiao Yilan. You're right. The short guard ran immediately, as if he had seen a ghost. Wooly thought back. Perhaps he had seen Xiao Yilan's body, or perhaps he killed Xiao Yilan. Perhaps he ran away to check on Xiao Yulan's dead body. Han Fei's analysis was reasonable, but the others slowly moved away from him. Why are you guys moving away from me? Han Fei was confused. We're all humans or ghosts. We're in the same boat. Han Fei picked up the diary. The guard wrote on February 24th that if he didn't return, those who discovered the diary should look for clues in the room next to the security room. So, I think we should go there first, and then we'll go check out the haunted elevator. The creepy environment, the eerie atmosphere, and the calm Han Fei were perfect matches for each other. No wonder he is a horror movie actor. People like us who focus on romance and drama can't get used to this setting as fast as he can. Xiao Chun and Wu Li followed behind Han Fei. They searched for a long time before they found the security room. It had some everyday items. They moved next door and discovered a locked, old ward. The door is locked, so we need to find the key first. Wooly walked back into the security room. We probably missed the clues. Bang! Just as Wooly said that, the actors heard a loud crash. They looked in shock as Han Fei kicked down the door. Han Fei entered the room. He was hit by a decaying smell. He looked up and saw 7 colored pictures hanging on the wall. Why are our pictures here? And we're in graduation gowns. These pictures are so scary. They look soulless. How did they manage that? Look, there are items placed under each picture. Bai Cha has a small iron cage. Xiaochen has clothes. Xia Yilan has a human face. The 6 actors stopped before Xia Yilan's picture. They saw the face skinned off a model and then turned towards Xia Yilan. Xia Yilan was in a very bad state. She kept shivering. Are you sick? Wooly removed his jacket and passed it to her. However, Xia Yilan slapped the jacket away like she was triggered. I never wear other people's clothes. Then, realizing the rudeness of her action, Xia Yilan picked up the jacket and forced a smile. Sorry, that was part of the lines. That is my persona. Understood. Wooly was just a C-list horror actor. No matter what Xia Yilan said, he would go along with it. Han Fei, what are the things placed under the pictures? Li Feng started to follow Han Fei's train of thought. Are they the reason for our death? Bai Cha once trapped number 8 inside a cage, and Xia Yilan stole her face? What nonsense! Bai Cha said anxiously. The other celebrities rambled among themselves, but Han Fei studied the 7 pictures. The other 6 people's faces had the sentence written in red, "Return my face to me." However, Han Fei's picture was crossed off with red paint. Is this the job of the painter? But how could he be here? The most mysterious pure hatred at the hospital was the painter. Even Dr. Yin didn't know about the man. Han Fei only knew the painter used his oil painting to trap the injured 10 fingers at the White Orphanage. The painter is not as strong as the butterfly. But I fought the butterfly on the night of resurrection. Half of Butterfly's body was in a nightmare, and the other half was in the cryptic world. The singer suppressed it, and we were lucky enough to kill it. Luck played a huge role in the destruction of Butterfly. The butterfly Han Fei faced probably had 50% of his usual power. No matter how weak the painter is, he will be stronger than half of the butterfly. This man will be troublesome to deal with. Han Fei didn't want to face the painter so soon. After Su Yin became a pure hatred, Han Fei had a new plan. He planned to bring the White Shoes' kindness and the 2 pure hatreds to the neutral ground of the Midnight Mall for a negotiation with the White Shoes. If the negotiation were successful, they would enter the theme park together. If the negotiation were not successful, then they would surround the White Shoes. Han Fei. Han Fei. Aylin patted Han Fei's shoulder. We found another one of the diary pages. Han Fei turned around. Aylin picked up some paper pieces from the floor and pieced them together to reveal the sentence. There is a ghost among the 8 of them. You guessed it right. The other pages should be the guard's prediction about the ghost's identity. Wooly searched the room, but he couldn't find anything else. We're stuck again. Come, let's go investigate the elevator. Han Fei put away the paper pieces. The guard said that his colleague saw a shadowless person use the elevator. Perhaps only ghosts can use that elevator. We're going there now? Xiaochen couldn't sustain his sunny image anymore. I knew Tang Yi's show is always out there, but this is too much. Han Fei didn't respond to the man's complaint and walked down the corridor. The building had many hidden cameras. Han Fei wondered if they had captured the painter. The 7 entered the corridor and returned to the side building. The place was darker. Only the light near the elevator was on. The building has been abandoned for years. Can the elevator still run? Aylin was worried. You can trust Tang Yi to take care of the safety precaution. They have checked all the props at least 5 times. Wooly said and called for the elevator. The old elevator doors opened. A rotting smell came from the booth. A broken leg was dumped there. That should be a prop. Wooly forced himself to enter the booth. The cracked elevator screen suddenly glowed green. The broken leg is carved with words. If you want to enter the elevator, you need to feed it things. For humans, you need to feed the elevator body parts. For the dead. Before Wooly finished, the booth trembled, and the door slowly closed. Wooly immediately ran out. What kind of device was that? Wooly shivered. Thankfully, I'm a quick runner. It is as I expected. We can use the elevator to verify our identity. We need to find body parts hidden around the building, and the elevator will open for the living. Han Fei walked to the elevator. As he got close, the light near the elevator went out. The 8 celebrities were caught by surprise. Han Fei was startled. He remembered the guard diaries saying his colleagues saw the shadowless ghost. Whenever the ghost was near, the lights would go out. Am I the ghost? Or is the ghost coming? Chapter 609, Lost and Found. The lights went out, and everyone sank into chaos. All the actors stood where they were, but Han Fei heard the footsteps clearly. He turned to the sound. There was something standing behind the safety passage door. Han Fei retrieved the phone the crew had given all the stars and switched on the flashlight function. The light pierced through the dark and revealed the woman's face behind the glass of the safety door. Lin, beside Han Fei, screamed in fear when she saw the human face. She staggered and knocked into Xiao Chun. The celebrities were a mess. They were so different from their normal image. Only Han Fei retained his persona of being an undercover cop. Why are you screaming? Xiao Chun was spooked. He almost shoved Lin back. He had already raised his arms when he realized the cameras were still rolling. There's a ghost behind the safety passage door. It's a woman's face. Lin held her face and screamed. This was her authentic reaction and what Tang Yi wanted. It's all fake. This is what Tang Yi do best. Bai Cha said with forced composure. There is no ghost in this world. Li Feng snapped out of it too. She took out her phone and looked at Han Fei in confusion. How did you know there's someone behind the door? You aimed your light at it directly. I heard footsteps. Han Fei walked towards the safety door. The woman has a weird face, and it's not similar to a normal ghost. You can see so many details in just a flash. What do you mean by it's not similar to a normal ghost? Have you seen a ghost before? No. Han Fei walked to the safety door. He pushed open the door and noticed more blood on the ground. I wish to go upstairs to take a look. You guys want to come? I want to quit. Lin was very scared. She was a popular singer. This was her first variety show. Her friends had already told her not to come. However, she had big ambitions and wanted to use Tang Yi's new show to help herself gain new fans. There's still time to quit now. I can't say the same later. Han Fei was like the representative of the program team, but he was telling the truth because he knew this place was really haunted. Lin hesitated and took out her phone to call her manager. Then, she realized the phones the crew gave them had no sign. Their phones were confiscated earlier. What's going on? How come the phones have no signal? Our phones have no signal in the script, so Tang Yi is trying his best to reconstruct everything. Li Feng checked the phone when she first got it. She thought everyone knew that. Lin, this show has all the potential to go big. Once we manage to escape and become fixed cast, it'll be wonderful for our future, so I think you should stay. Lin accepted Li Feng's advice and stayed beside Li Feng. Don't be scared. Bai Cha tried to console Lin. Do you think Tang Yi will harm you? Does he dare to? Lin shook her head and wiped her tears. That's right. Since no harm will come to us, then we are invisible. There is no need for us to be afraid of killers or ghosts. Bai Cha walked beside Lin. Just consider this a unique type of reality TV. Reality TV? Han Fei smiled. I think this is more like a horror show. Don't ever think that we're the main characters. We're just the outsiders. What are you trying to say? Bai Cha retorted. He didn't like Han Fei. I'm afraid that you'd die for no reason, so I'm giving you free advice. Han Fei didn't explain and entered the safe passage. He looked at the bloody footprints on the ground. It looks like a pair of female shoes. She has gone downstairs. Han Fei went down the stairs. The wall of the first-floor basement was painted with cute cartoons and various oil paintings of children playing. The children's paintings were a huge contrast to the abandoned hospital. The children's smiling faces looked at the medicine and abandoned syringes on the ground. The set designer is crazy. Wu Li grumbled. Is it possible that this is already here in the first place? Han Fei followed the blood trail and opened all the doors along the way. He kicked down those which were locked. As the doors slammed open, the others found their courage. You brutally destroyed the props and set. You'll be scolded by the audience when the show is broadcasted. Bai Cha followed behind the group and grinned wickedly. Instead of being on a show, it felt Han Fei was on a police investigation. Han Fei could explore the place freely since he had 6 meat shields. If he ran into pure hatred, he only needed to run faster than his teammates. If I can find something this time, I should cooperate with Tang Yi and have him put me in locales I want to investigate. Han Fei finally found something. The first-floor basement was similar to the underground of the White Orphanage. The only difference was there were more rooms for kids here. The children of the rich are waiting above for personality correction, while orphans are kept underground waiting to be made into different personalities and sold like products. This is crazy. Han Fei had a feeling Immortal Pharma really discovered something scary, and he was getting close to it. At the end of the corridor, Han Fei opened the last room. The children's entertainment room had a rusted iron cage. Inside the cage was a pair of rotting arms. The cage is locked, and there's a bloody message here. Han Fei shone the light on the ground. Your love is like a cage that traps. I want to leave, but you threaten to destroy me and the cage. In the security room, there's an iron cage under Bai Cha's picture, so this should be Bai Cha's test. Wu Li turned to Bai Cha. Did your script mention anything like this? I think so. Based on the script, I'm a very controlling person and hate small animals. To prevent them from escaping, I love to trap them in cages. Bai Cha walked around the cage and noticed the names of various animals written at the welding points. What's the meaning of this? Bai Cha was the main character. He needed to rely on something inside the script to open the cage and remove the arms. He was calm and handsome, but he wasn't that clever. He was using his acting skill to cover up his confusion. Han Fei smelled a faint paint smell. It was strange. It was like paint mixed with blood. He turned to look out the door. In the dark corridor, a ball slid out of the wall. Then, a small shadow walked out of the wall to pick up the ball. The painter painted all the paintings here when he was young. Han Fei wouldn't dare come to such a dangerous place alone. The crew had helped him solve a big problem. The shadow that held the ball looked lost. He didn't return to the wall, but walked up the stairs. We don't have time to play house anymore. Han Fei asked Bai Cha. Can you do it? I'm thinking, don't rush me. Bai Cha said. Then, tell me what's on your mind. How do you plan to solve this? What can you think of from these animals? Han Fei stood beside Bai Cha. Tell us everything you know from your script. We can help you. Bai Cha was anxious and couldn't say anything. Thankfully, you're handsome, or else I have no idea what you can do. Han Fei grabbed the iron cage and started to shake. The cage was sturdy but not by Han Fei's standards. The cage was shaken loosen, and Han Fei walked out with the 2 arms. Hey, they can't show that on TV. Bai Cha shouted. You want stuff that can show on TV? There will be more. Han Fei returned to the first floor. Since Tang Yi wants to pursue authenticity, I will prove to him with actual actions that real exploration has no rules. He should understand that. What nonsense. Boss Tang is probably exploding behind the camera now. He makes the rules, but we play the game. Han Fei pushed open the door. He realized the lights before the elevator had come back on. The lights are back? The actors immediately ran out of the stairwell as if there was a monster hiding there. Who wants to go in this time? Wu Li was frightened when he last used the elevator. He didn't dare use it again. I'll do it. Hanfei looked at the light closest to the elevator. When he got close, the light extinguished. Aylin screamed and leaned towards Li Feng. The other actors were ready and immediately took out their flashlights. Hanfei pressed for the elevator and the old door slowly opened. A stinging paint smell wafted out. The booth was covered with red characters of the word deaths. The ghastly handwriting and dripping red paint formed many different human faces. Fuck. Wooly cursed. This was too shocking and scary. We've only been gone for a few minutes. How can the elevator booth change so drastically? Li Feng held her nose. She couldn't stand the smell. The other celebrities curled at the back. Hanfei stood in front of the elevator alone. He is close by. Hanfei tossed the broken arms into the booth. Soon the elevator panel glowed in red. Then, the number 4 appeared. Is this a hint telling us to get to the 4th floor? Hanfei frowned. If Tang Yi has assigned each actor their individual tests, then piecing together the body will take a lot of time. It looks like brute forcing my way through is the only solution. The elevator closed, and Hanfei planned to head to the 4th floor. His pupils suddenly narrowed as he stared at the group of actors. What's wrong, brother? Don't look at us like that. Wu Li felt pressure from Hanfei for the first time. One is missing. Hanfei pointed at the group. Xia Yilan is missing. When everyone was drawn by the deaths inside the elevators, Xia Yilan disappeared. There was no sound, so she probably left on her own, or the director had given her a special identity. Li Feng explained logically. But why is she the one who went missing? Hanfei looked around and didn't find anything left behind by Xia Yilan. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. They looked around and still couldn't find any trace of Xia Yilan. We need to speed up. Something might have happened to her. Hanfei needed Xia Yilan to get more info. He didn't want her to die just like that. They decided to head to the 4th floor. Strange, isn't this place supposed to be a plastic surgery hospital? Why are all the paintings about children playing? Even the dullest among them, Xiao Chun, noticed the problem. And I have this feeling something is trailing us. Is it Xia Yilan? There is no reason for her to do that. Aylin grabbed Li Feng's clothes. She was scared, so she stayed at the back of the group with Li Feng. When she heard Xiao Chun, she turned to look behind her. The abandoned building was dark. It really looked like something was moving in the dark. Aylin dried her eyes and focused her eyes on the stairwell corner. A ball rolled out from the 2nd floor corridor. A ball. Moments later, a boy walked out. He picked up the ball and then seemed to notice Aylin. The body slowly turned around. The boy hugged the ball and looked at Aylin. Why would Tang Yi get a child actor? Before she could figure it out, another child walked out from the corner. The child teetered. His arms searched in the dark. His neck ended in a stump. He seemed to be looking for his head. Chapter 610, Toxic. The round thing is not a ball, but another kid's head. Aylin's pupils widened. She looked down the darkness. Fear overwhelmed her body, and she felt difficulty breathing. Cold air rushed into her lungs. Aylin felt someone tugging her shirt. She thought it was Li Feng, but when she turned back it was instead a pale hand. The hand was connected to a child about 6 or 7. His face was gone, and he knelt on the stairs looking at her. What is this? Aylin screamed until her throat was sore. She let go of her arm on Li Feng and swatted her left arm like something was stuck on it. Aylin collapsed on the stairs. Her face was covered with tears. What did you see? Hanfei stopped. He didn't have any issue with Aylin, so if he could save her, he would. It's a boy. No, 3 boys. One is missing his head, and the other has his facial features stolen. His face is full of dark holes. Aylin shouted through the tears. We're at a plastic surgery hospital. How can there be children? Bai Cha tried to comfort Aylin. You probably saw 3D projections of children set up by Tang Yi. But, Aylin mumbled. The ghost did touch me. I could feel him pulling on me. He wanted to separate me from Li Feng. He wanted to pull me away. Xia Yilan was probably dragged away by them. There is really a ghost. We're in the middle of a variety show. Don't get too drawn into it. Wooly was confused. I think I understand why Tang Yi invited a newbie like you. Your reactions are often more authentic than actors like us. Aylin felt so wronged. In the end, it was Li Feng who hugged Aylin to console her. Compared to the male actors, Li Feng appeared more reliable. You guys need to stop ganging up on her. It's normal to be spooked. Don't all of you feel rather scared too? Li Feng looked at them before settling on Han Fei. Well, other than him. I want to quit now. Tang Yi shows are always popular. For a person at your current stage, this is a chance for you to have a breakthrough. Li Feng was mature and knew the market. You are different from us actors. This is your first variety show, and you will give the most authentic reaction, and that is what the audience wants to see. After the show is released, you'll gain more fans. It'll be easier for you to expand into an acting career in the future. Aylin knew this was a chance she should grasp. Plus, if she had quit now, she would have violated the contract. Her company would lose a lot of money. We're making a variety show. Tang Yi will stop the production if there is really a ghost. He wouldn't joke with an actor's life, right? Bai Cha and Li Feng finally comforted Aylin, but Han Fei said, all of Tang Yi's shows are popular, but none of them last long. Do you think such a conceited producer will care about our safety more than his success? Han Fei walked to Aylin and examined her arm. He found red paint on her wrist. Han Fei let go of Aylin. I have a bad feeling. If you're really scared, then quitting now is not a bad choice. Don't be blinded by greed. Don't you feel ashamed saying things like that? Bai Cha mocked Han Fei. Your character matches your personality. Director Jia really knows how to cast people. Well, so be it. As long as you don't cry later. Han Fei smiled. He walked to the front of the group and entered the 4th floor. Tang Yi spent a lot of attention on this new story and spent a lot of money on the set. He added controllable machines in the already creepy building so that scary music or shadow would pass when people walked through. However, these things were placed a safe distance away from the actors so they wouldn't hurt them. The 4th floor walls were also filled with oil paintings of children playing. Wreaths were placed against the wall. The wreaths had many scary messages like, I will take revenge for you. I will kill the doctor. I will catch that face stealer. The paper money crunched on the actors' feet as they moved forward. White couplets adorned the door of every lab on the 4th floor. White cloth was strung over one of the surgical rooms. The whole 4th floor is decorated as a mourning hall. Xiaoqin shivered. He felt uncomfortable just standing there. Was number 8 killed here? Is this the first crime scene? Wu Li read the messages on the wreath. The wreaths appear to come from the same person. The person promises to take revenge for number 8. Based on my experience with horror movies, this person is probably someone who had a crush on number 8. They wanted to use this to scare us after he found out we have killed number 8. I agree. Li Feng nodded. That person is most likely the guard. The person disguises as the guard and creates this story to scare us using our guilt towards number 8. Then he'd kill all of us. Compared to the guard, I feel he is more suspicious. Bai Cha whispered as he pointed his lips at Han Fei. All 6 of us have memories of number 8 in our script, but he is the sole exception. Don't you think that's strange? He and Xia Yilan came from the same company, and I hear they're shooting a movie together. Now, who was the first to go missing? You mean Xia Yilan is working with Han Fei? She purposely went missing to scare us? Wooly thought that was possible too. Of course. Think about it. How could a living person disappear just like that? If you were her, wouldn't you make some noises when you were captured? Bai Cha slowly directed the blame to Han Fei and Xia Yilan. This place is so scary, so it's safer for us to be together. But she decided to wander off on her own. If that is not suspicious, what is? Indeed. Xiaoqin agreed. I hear their next movie is based on plastic surgery, and this episode is about plastic surgery. Those two are suspicious. After that, the few actors moved away from Han Fei. They even feared him, thinking they would be harmed by Han Fei. Bai Cha successfully made everyone isolate Han Fei. He smiled at Han Fei and felt better. At this eerie place, it was better to stay with the group, so the stranded Han Fei would be attacked next. Han Fei, who walked ahead, heard their discussion. He was too lazy to comment. When the painter appeared, they would understand real fear and how kind Han Fei really was. Han Fei lifted the white cloth over the surgical room and entered the room. The surgical theater was filled with rusted medical devices and a very familiar surgical table. They left behind so much expensive equipment. The lockdown did happen suddenly. This is such a waste. Wooly stood outside the theater. He didn't dare to enter the room when Han Fei was inside. I've only heard of Contagion Center being on lockdown, but this was a plastic surgery hospital. The other actors entered the room. Everyone stayed away from Han Fei as if they were purposely trying to isolate him. What's this? Han Fei pulled back the white cloth on the surgical table. He moved the table aside to reveal the coffin underneath. The black and red coffin was squeezed right under the table. The gap in the coffin was etched with blood and small bugs. Han Fei wiped away the grime on the surface, and he could read a message: "Since I die here, you'll die here too." Underneath the message was a face torn from a model. It was cut apart and then pieced back together. This looks disgusting. Xiaoqin didn't dare to get close. It was the same with the other celebrities. I remember a human face was placed under Xia Yilan's picture in the security room. This should be her part. Li Feng frowned. With Xia Yilan gone, they couldn't progress the story. Han Fei tried to move the coffin lid, but it was to no avail. He yanked off the leg of a chair and then forced the coffin open. Were you once a grave robber? Li Feng was surprised by how direct Han Fei was. If Han Fei was the killer, why was he helping them? It was clear that Han Fei wanted to finish this story. Found something. Han Fei moved a torso wrapped in red cloth out of the coffin. It belonged to a woman. She was missing her limbs, head, and most of her internal organs. We found one leg, 2 arms, and the torso. We can piece back the dead body in the elevator soon. Han Fei carried the body with both hands and turned to look at the others. This is quite heavy. The male actors should take turns carrying it. The actors didn't nod or shake their heads, but their expressions said everything. The prop was very well made, and it was very heavy. It would slow them down if they ran into any danger. The cameras are rolling. Can't you people at least act? Isn't that your job? Han Fei had lost hope in these people. How about I help you? Li Feng offered. She had regular training and a toned body. Never mind, I can do it. Han Fei carried the torso over his shoulder. It looked scary, but Han Fei didn't mind. They turned to head downstairs. But as Aylin turned around, the other actors were all stunned. Even Li Feng took a step away from Aylin. She looked at Aylin's back, and her face paled. Sensing the others not following, Aylin asked with confusion. What's wrong? Aylin, did you feel something strange when you got up the stairs? Li Feng asked. No. Aylin started to shiver. Don't scare me. What's wrong? Look on your back. Li Feng slowly approached the girl and lifted up her shirt slightly. Aylin's back was filled with children's bloody handprints. It felt like many children were pushing her from behind. Chapter 611, Han Fei's first livestream. When Aylin saw the children in the dark, she felt fear, but now her heart was dominated by fear. How can this be? I didn't feel anything. Aylin tried her best to look behind her. The handprints were like curses. She tried to remove her shirt. Our costumes are provided by Tangy. Is it possible that he has tampered with them earlier by spraying them with special materials? Bai Cha tried to explain this scientifically. I've seen Tang Yi do the same in his other shows. Aylin was in a strange state. Her eyes were swollen, and she started to tear up holes in her shirt. Don't follow me. Don't come for me. Her fingers cut into her skin and caused bloody gashes on her back. Throw away that shirt. Han Fei removed his shirt and handed it to Aylin. You shouldn't walk at the back of the group anymore. You and Li Feng will walk in the middle, and I'll take up the rear. Considering the hidden cameras, the actors surrounded Aylin as she changed into Han Fei's clothes. Thank you. Aylin calmed down slightly after she changed. However, her eyes appeared to have changed. The red paint seemed to splatter into her eyes so that her eyes looked red. It's fine. Ghosts shouldn't be able to harm people directly, but they'd use the environment, mirages, and illusions to break your mind. Han Fei added. But that is just a hypothesis. I can't be sure too. Han Fei had dealt with Butterfly. He knew how pure hatreds operated, but there was still the unmentionable. Pure hatreds couldn't kill directly, but what if they used the power left behind by unmentionables? Too many things had happened at the hospital. No one knew what horror happened here, so it was wise to be careful. Han Fei carried the female body and walked at the back of the group. His perfect body was exposed. Even Li Feng couldn't help taking more glances at him. Compared to Xiao Chun, Bai Cha, and conventional handsome actors, there was something more alluring about Han Fei. It was like even ghosts also couldn't hate him. I'll take the lead. Bai Cha didn't want Han Fei to steal his thunder, so he volunteered. After Bai Cha left the surgical theater and entered the corridor, he was stunned. The previously empty corridor now had a black sacrificial table. A large black and white photo sat on it. The woman in the picture had no face. Paper money was scattered everywhere, and wreaths leaned against the wall, and the place was creepy. Bai Cha regretted being the first, but he was too embarrassed to say anything, so he could only push forward. Be careful. There's a new picture in the corridor. Someone has been here when we were inside the surgical room. The celebrities walked out and saw the sacrificial table in the corridor. The culprit is clearly trying to take revenge for number 8. How could a ghost mourn herself? I still have a feeling someone is behind this. Wooly had acted in many horror movies, so he knew the cliches. We shouldn't stay on this floor anymore. Let's go down. Aylin was so scared that her voice shook. Okay, stay close to me. Bai Cha couldn't summon the courage Han Fei had. His every step was long and hard. Can you move faster? Han Fei urged with impatience since he was carrying the heavy prop. Furthermore, he needed to return home early to play games. Why are you urging me? I'm being cautious. Have you played horror games before? Bai Cha said stubbornly, but he still picked up speed. The stairwell was dark. The electricity supply appeared to be ruined. The props designed by the crew didn't work, and that made the place even creepier. Be careful. I saw the 3 ghosts on the 2nd floor. Aylin hugged Li Feng and said. She didn't dare open her eyes, afraid that she might see the 3 kids again. Don't worry. Bai Cha cheered himself for half a minute before moving from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. When he arrived on the 2nd floor, he stopped again. How is this possible? What happened? The actors behind him were tense. They became nervous after Bai Cha stopped. Take a look yourself. Bai Cha pointed down the corridor. In the middle of the dark corridor sat a heavy metallic surgical table. A red strawberry cake sat on the table, and the cake had several white candles. Around the surgical table were utensils and rotten children's clothes. Children's footprints were visible on the ground. How did they move such a heavy thing from the room? The celebrities looked at each other, and it was Aylin who spoke. I saw a ball roll out of the 2nd floor, but it was actually a kid's head. There are many children on this floor. That shouldn't be. The script is about relationship drama, and we're at a plastic surgery hospital, not an orphanage. How can there be so many children? Wooly was confused. Perhaps number 8 liked children? Bai Cha was afraid. He ran past the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. When he saw the lights around the elevator door, Bai Cha sighed in relief. We're safe. It was dangerous to walk in the front because the 1st had to deal with many sudden incidents. However, Bai Cha would never admit that he was worse than Han Fei. He needed to prove he was better than Han Fei before the cameras. Xia Ilan disappeared when the elevator opened. You better pay attention so that you won't end up in the same fate. Han Fei carried the body to the elevator. The actors knew how to pretend, but none of them dared to get close to the elevator. How can you say that? Stop trying to scare us. You're working together with Xia Ilan. Bai Cha said pointedly. If this is a live stream, the audience will think you look like a dummy. Han Fei approached the elevator, and the lights flickered. The scent of blood tickled his nostril, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Something was really coming. Be careful. Han Fei warned as he turned to look at the safety door on the right. Earlier, they took the door on the left. The crew only cleared the left path. The right door was clogged with various trashes, and the door had a sign that said no entry. You're acting again? Bai Cha sneered. Finally, our best male supporting actor is trying to show us what to do. Han Fei didn't move or speak. His eyes were fixed on the right door. Li Feng beside him felt something was off too. She whispered, Han Fei, did you see something? At that moment, the trash behind the right door tumbled to the ground. Then, an arm covered in paint reached out from the door. What is that? Xiao Qin trembled. He hid behind Li Feng with Ailin. The stench and blood wafted out. The short guard appeared. He wore zombie makeup and was covered in fake blood. The lights flickered. The short guard's arm was twisted into strange angles. He held a blade. Like a robot, he moved towards the group. The temperature continued to drop, and Han Fei felt worse. Are you serious? You're acting like this because of a zombie actor? Bai Cha mocked Han Fei relentlessly. He was afraid of ghosts, but not humans. The guard should be a crew member so he wouldn't hurt them. Bai Cha was confident and remained at the front of the group. Let me see what message you have for us. Bai Cha said. The lights flickered more often. The short guard appeared to get used to his body and ran faster. When the lights turned off again, all the actors saw the speeding shadow in the dark. When the lights came on, the short guard was standing before Bai Cha. Despite the makeup, one could see the death characters in red on his face. The short guard didn't hesitate and swung at Bai Cha's neck. The blade reflected Bai Cha's terrified face. Just as the blade was about to slice his neck, Bai Cha was thrown aside. He barely escaped, and the knife cut his cheek. Blood dripped to the ground. Bai Cha touched his scarred face, and he snapped out of the shock. The blade is real? The short guard's face was dominated by death. His eyes were red, and even a dummy could tell he really meant to kill. Wait, you're bleeding? Xiao Qin saw Bai Cha was almost killed. His reaction was bigger than Bai Cha. He turned and ran towards the exit. But he discovered with despair that the door which was connected to the outside world was locked. They were trapped. Bai Cha only dared to gloat before the crew members. Before a real murderer, his mind was blank before he thought of escaping. Bai Cha climbed up from the ground and joined Xiao Qin to slam into the steel door. He wanted to escape. However, at that moment, the lights went out. The darkness was the last straw. Most people wouldn't dare to stay with a killer in the dark. Everyone rushed towards the safety door. They were afraid of the murderer. The footsteps were uneven. People fell and screamed. Almost everyone disappeared. Only Han Fei, who carried the female body, remained. The two guards were placed here by the director to assist the actors. They would have been here for a long time already. Who knew when they were possessed? Han Fei looked at the short guard and moved towards him. If you can only control other humans to attack me, then you won't win tonight. Holding the female body with one hand, Han Fei stopped hiding his strength. He grinned in the dark. My body hasn't fully recovered, but it's good enough. The guard charged at Han Fei. He wanted to carve deaths on Han Fei. The guard aimed at Han Fei's heart, but he was blocked by the female body. The blade plunged into the prop. While the knife was stuck, Han Fei kicked at the guard's knees and then used the prop to smash the guard's face. The short guard was slammed into by the female body. His body fell backward, but he stood up immediately. There was a force in his mind that possessed him to kill Han Fei at all cost. A normal person would panic facing a bladed assailant, but Han Fei had seen worse. Plus, he had a weapon too, so he didn't plan to retreat. Han Fei forced the man into close-quarter combat. Han Fei inherited his fighting skills from Li Shui and trained them in the cryptic world. Actually, it was easy for Han Fei to incapacitate the guard, but since the cameras were rolling, he only detained the guard to see if he could return to normal. Han Fei accidentally snapped the guard's wrist that held the knife. When the blade dropped, he threw the guard over his shoulders and saw the children's handprints on the guard's back. Aylin had this on her back too. Thankfully, we discovered it early. Han Fei removed the guard's shirt, and the guard visibly weakened. Then he used the shirt to remove the death characters from the guard's face. The guard stopped struggling and lay on the ground. I wonder if this man has some clues. Han Fei searched the man's body and found a hidden camera around his chest, as well as a phone Tang Yi, made specifically for the guard. Han Fei switched on the phone and saw the live streaming service was active. There were many live streaming rooms, and every room had a high viewer count. The one with the highest view was the one focused on Han Fei. Everyone has their own focused live stream room, and there is a shared live stream room. Tang Yi has prepared long and hard for this. Chapter 612, Only Hope. Tang Yi, you told us this is a normal shoot, but you're actually live streaming? That is so impolite. Han Fei knew that before the show started, but he believed it was better if he pretended that he had just found out. After all, Tang Yi was an important industry character. Han Fei checked the phone and used the angles to find the hidden camera locations. He wiped away the bloodstain on the wall to reveal the high-tech hidden cameras stuck into the wall. Han Fei stood before the camera and then studied the chat room. It was exploding. It's over now. This is so awkward. I feel like I've been caught with my pants down. It's rare that I can feel like a voyeur. Why do you have to destroy it? You just threw the murderer over your shoulders. Are you an actor? What is the murderer doing? Stand back up. The other actors would worry about their image when they were on variety shows, but not Han Fei. I was furious when I heard Bai Cha earlier, and the 6 of them ran when the danger happened. How could they expect the murderer to face Han Fei alone? Aren't they worried about the murderer? But Bai Cha looks injured. Is there some kind of accident? The few actors have abandoned their only hope. The chat was rolling by so fast that Han Fei couldn't keep up. When he discovered the live stream, his popularity burst again. His room was more popular than the others. Tang Yi was also nervous. He had planned a long time for this. He created this, reality TV, using the latest gadgets. When the industry was making pop idols, he wanted to create another miracle. He wanted to live stream the celebrities' real reactions for the audience. Tang Yi knew this would offend the celebrities, so he only invited B and C-list actors. He didn't dare to invite any A-list actor. Reality proved that he was right. His new show was a hit. When the 7 celebrities were trapped and confused, Tang Yi's show had already appeared on the top spot of every video platform. Outside the show, the 7 celebrities had complicated relationships. The audience included those who wanted to watch the show, the drama, and the plot. Everything went as Tang Yi planned until the short security started to go out of control. At the time, Tang Yi also panicked. But something even more unpredictable happened. Han Fei apprehended the guard and discovered the live stream. If Han Fei said something bad, then everything Tang Yi prepared would be ruined. The cost behind the set was astronomical. If he failed, he would fail spectacularly. Tang Yi regretted not treating Han Fei better. He quickly had people send messages to the guard's phone. He told Han Fei, "I can give you more money." Han Fei read the message. He removed the camera from the guard and fixed it to his shirt. "Boss Tang, I understand that you want to give everyone a surprise by reconstructing the set as close as possible. However, this set is still not as good as the real crime scene." Han Fei looked at the camera. "I will break down this set in the hopes that you will create better and more authentic shows in the future. I also hope that the audience can understand it is not easy for the police to track down criminals. They are always in danger." Han Fei was not mad, and he didn't expose Tang Yi either. If anything, he continued to play the game. If this were another celebrity, people would suspect them of being Tang Yi's stooge, but Han Fei's resume was placed online. The chatroom burst again. Han Fei saw the new message from Tang Yi. He begged him to continue the game. Han Fei ignored the messages. Han Fei found the live stream room that focused on Xia Yilan. The woman was wandering alone in the dark. She had her head lowered so no one could see her face. No one knew what she was doing. Even the chat room was filled with question marks. Only a few viewers came to praise her acting. She really looked possessed. She is on the 7th floor? Han Fei believed he saw the number 7 on the wall. What is she doing over there? Did someone summon her? Han Fei still needed Xia Yulan to give him info. Han Fei pressed the elevator button, and the lights above him went out. The doors slowly opened, and the elevator panel glowed creepily green. The stench of paint and blood flowed out of the booth. More deaths appeared. Most of them looked fresh. Han Fei dropped the body into the booth. The cracked screen showed the number 7. The floor where Xia Yilan is? Han Fei thought he would get more clues, but he waited until the elevator closed again, and he got nothing else. I guess my next destination is the 7th floor. Han Fei glanced at the live stream. It was very different. People who didn't know better would think he was playing the murderer, chasing after the other 6. Tang Yi sighed in relief after he heard Han Fei was willing to play. He cooperated with Han Fei. He transferred images from the security guard's camera and provided a first-person angle for Han Fei. Before the elevator door closed, Han Fei dragged the heavy prop out again. He lacked a weapon, and he didn't want to use a conventional weapon, for he was afraid of accidentally injuring others. The dead body had no sharp edges, so it wouldn't hurt people. When darkness fell, Xiao Chun and Bai Cha forgot their gentlemanly behavior. They abandoned the ladies and ran. The 6 of them ran into the stairwell. They reached the 3rd floor, and Bai Cha, who ran the fastest, finally stopped. He shone the phone behind him to make sure that the murderer wasn't following them. We should rest. The crazy guard is not chasing after us. Bai Cha leaned against the wall and panted. No, wait. Han Fei is not with us. Wu Li's face blanched. I heard sounds of knife cutting and heavy thing falling from downstairs. Did the guard get Han Fei? Hasn't he helped the police with many cases? He'll be fine. Xiao Chen had no idea if Han Fei was fine or not, but he refused to go back to check. There is no light, and he doesn't know the place. Even Han Fei can't handle a man with a knife easily. Li Feng looked around seriously for hidden cameras. This is more than a variety show. We need to have Tang Yi stop the shooting. But we've signed the contract. If we violate it, we'll pay a lot of money. Is money really important now? Can't you see that Bai Cha is injured? If Han Fei didn't push him away earlier, he would be dead already. Li Feng said coldly. Wait. Bai Cha touched the light wound on his face. Something's not right. What is it? Li Feng frowned. When we first arrived at the 1st floor, before the lights went out, Han Fei was already looking at the abandoned stairwell. Think about it. The guard hadn't shown up yet. Bai Cha said like this was something important. How could Han Fei know the guard would appear there? The answer is, this is all part of the plot, and Han Fei isn't on it. The pain on his face and the shameful way he had reacted made Bai Cha feel awkward. His face was twisted. The guard charged at us like crazy. The lights flickered. Everyone was caught by surprise, but Han Fei managed to react so fast and save me? That's right. All of us ran, but he stayed. He saved Bai Cha at such a coincidental moment. He has to have discussed this with Tang Yi. Perhaps he has a hidden script. Bai Cha and Xiao Chen came from good families. They were young and handsome. It was impossible for them to admit that they were scared and weak, so they found reasons to blame others. You should be thankful that you're only injured. If Han Fei didn't push you away, you'd be dead already. Li Feng retorted. Now that you bring that up, I shouldn't even be injured in the first place. This is Han Fei's fault for not cooperating well with the guard. Their carelessness ruined my face. After the shoot is over, I'll have my company talk to Tang Yi about it. Bai Cha was a newbie, but he had deep space tech behind him. Since you think this is all fake, why don't you go downstairs to check? Li Feng pointed at the darkness. Han Fei is down there. You can go back to save him like how he had saved you from the guard. Bai Cha's face reddened. There's no need for that. I won't steal his thunder. Just say you're scared. You ran the fastest among us, and yet you have the most to say. Li Feng knew Bai Cha and Xiao Chun were not reliable, so she turned to Ailin and Wu Li. Things happened too suddenly, but we can't leave Han Fei there alone. This might be just a show, but we should go back to check on him. Ailin hugged Han Fei's shirt. She had cried several times already. She was conflicted. Wu Li also thought he should help Han Fei, but a voice in his head stopped him. The complication of human nature was shown then. The 5 stars paused for about 10 minutes on the 3rd floor when Xiao Chun heard the sound of tables moving come from upstairs. Did you hear that? Everyone turned to Xiao Chun. Then, they held their breaths to listen. The sound of wood brushing against the floor came from between the 3rd and 4th floors. The sound was very weak. It comes from upstairs? The few looked at each other in confusion. The scratching sound became louder. They approached the stairs and aimed their flashlight upwards. The sacrificial table that was in the middle of the 4th floor corridor had been moved to the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors. The giant faceless death portrait leaned against the banister like it was staring at them. Who moved this here? Xiao Chen's knees wobbled. The others were stunned too. Among the silence, the scratching sound began again. The 5 actors saw the table slowly move towards them. It is coming. The death portrait fell from the table. The faceless woman pounced on them. None of them was willing to stay. They started to run madly. There was a murderer on the 1st floor. The table was moving from the 3rd floor. The 5 actors had no choice but to run into the 2nd floor with the red cake. Chapter 613, Happy Birthday. Ailin had seen children run around the 2nd floor corridor before, so she was averse to coming to this floor. However, she was too afraid and was dragged here by the others before she knew what was happening. When she realized it, it was too late to stop everyone. This is not good. Why are we here? Ailin screamed as she retreated. She bumped into Xiao Chun behind her. Don't stop. Xiao Chun was scared witless. The moving sacrificial table and the giant faceless death portrait were scars on his heart. There are ghosts on this floor. Really? Ailin wanted to stop the people around her, but something scary happened. The sacrificial table at the landing suddenly appeared outside the safety door of the 2nd floor. The faceless death portrait stuck to the window like it was staring at them. It is still chasing after us. Xiao Chun flung Ailin away and continued to run ahead. Several seconds later, the 5 actors reached the middle of the 2nd floor corridor where the heavy surgical table was. No one knew who moved the table out, and no one knew why a bloody cake was placed on the table. Perhaps we can use this to block the door. Before Li Feng could finish, Bai Cha flew past her. The man who was more courageous than everyone ran the fastest when there was danger. Bai Cha climbed over the table and rushed towards the right door that was not part of the set. Following behind Bai Cha was Wu Li. Since both male actors didn't stop, Li Feng had no choice but to follow them. At least she was kind enough to wait for Ailin. While Li Feng waited for Ailin, Xiao Chun also climbed on the surgical table. In his panic, he stepped on the red cake. The red paint splattered everywhere. Fuck! Xiao Chun cursed as he crawled down from the surgical table. Get over now. Wu Li pulled Xiao Chun over. He turned to look at Li Feng and Ailin on the other side. He reached his hands over to help the 2 female actors. Quick! Wu Li's face changed when he glanced at the safety door behind Ailin. The door had opened on its own without anyone there. Beyond the door was the black sacrificial table. The giant death portrait of the faceless woman was still following them. She is here. Wu Li pulled back his arms, but before he could do that, he felt something grab his hands. He lowered his head to look, and a boy with holes on his face was kneeling under the surgical table. His hands, covered in the red cake, were grabbing Wu Li. Wu Li had never been so frightened before. He swung his arms as hard as he could. He was about to cut off his arms just to get away from the ghost. Their hands are sticky with the red paint. They are responsible for the handprints on Ailin's back. Wu Li stumbled to the ground, and his phone fell out. Run. Wooly shouted to remind his teammates. However, he had woken up more than his teammates. The phone glowed weakly. The cloth over the surgical table slid down to reveal the many children's faces underneath. Wooly's body trembled. He almost fainted. He always played the villain in horror movies to scare others, and now he got his payback. The children without faces curled under the surgical table. Their hands were dirty with the cake. While Wooly was trembling on the ground, Li Feng helped Lin over the surgical table. The two actors ran towards the right door too. The door is locked. Bai Cha, who first reached the door, saw the rusted lock, and he was nervous. He shook the lock desperately. Kick it down like Han Fei, Xiao Chen said, and then launched a kick at the door. The sound was loud, but the lock was unaffected. This shouldn't be. Han Fei kicked down the lock so easily. Xiao Chun and Bai Cha tried it again, but they couldn't get the door to open. The strange scratching sound of the table came closer. Under great pressure, the 5 actors felt despair. They finally understood how hard it was for normal people to survive. A locked door had ended their path. The door shook. If they had 1 or 2 minutes, they would destroy the lock, but things were approaching from the dark. The darkness flooded towards them. Let's hide first. Since the door refused to open, they had to hide. All 5 of them ran into the old room next to the safety door. The room was completely dark, so they had no idea what it was for. This place is so stinky. Just shut the door first. To save themselves, Bai Cha and Xiao Chun worked for the first time. They pushed the cupboards to block the door. This is not enough. We need more stuff. This was the first time the actors were working together since they entered the hospital. They used the fastest speed to move everything behind the door. This should be good enough. I can't do this anymore. I've never been so tired. My manicures are ruined. I've sacrificed so much for this show. Xiao Chun held his hands and sat on the ground. His heart was still pounding. Before he could say something else, he felt something wet under his butt. He shone his phone on the ground. Ah, look at the ground. Xiao Chun sprung up like he was burnt. Then, he pointed at the ground. The others lowered their heads to look. The unlocked room appeared to be a children's entertainment room. The walls were painted with windows that looked outside, but the ground was covered in red messages filled with hatred and resentment. Mother doesn't want me, but I don't hate her. I know I am a monster. That is what the other kids call me. I shouldn't live in the same place as they do. It's fine that everyone hates me because I am a monster. I am an ugly, scary, unwanted monster. Many people asked me why I bit him to death. They questioned my humanity. It's funny. You called me a monster, but you wanted to judge me for my humanity? How crazy are you? Haha. I've made my birthday wish today, but I will not tell you what it is. But I will keep on watching you to see if my birthday wish will come true or not. The doctors are collecting many broken children like it is their hobby. They will open our brains to see how our brains differ from others. The doctor is kind. He would feed us love before he opened our brains. Love is most precious at this place. A long time ago, Mother also said she regretted not loving me more. I forgot how I bit the doctor to death. Perhaps I had too much love and couldn't control myself anymore. I met an interesting person today. He was an artist who came to teach us how to paint windows. The madman painted windows that looked outside in the enclosed room. He said he had stored the world inside the windows. He told us to look at the windows when we were hungry for love. What is so good about the outside world? Everyone called me a monster. For them, I am a moving maggot, or even worse than that. So disgusting. The big artist is back, carrying his buckets of paint. I don't like him at all, but on my birthday, he snuck me a candy. If I have to describe the sweetness with a color, it should be like the sun. How long has it been since I saw the sun? The days were repetitious. My life is having my head cracked open. They are trying to change me, but it's pointless. Monsters will always be monsters. The artist finished his 31st window. He said he had to leave and he won't have the chance to return. He apologized to us because he couldn't save us. I have no idea his job was also a clown. Why would someone save a group of monsters? I was laughing very hard. As a thank you, I bit his painting hand and dug out a number on his arm. I forgot my name. The doctors told me number 4 is my everything, so I left that number on his arm. Does that mean he has my everything? A candy in exchange for a monster's everything. Is it worth it? The artist left and never came back. Actually, I miss him. After all, he is the only one who has ever wished me happy birthday. The red messages covered this unlocked room. The messages looked fresh. They were horrifying. What are these messages? They are so creepy. The 5 actors were scared frozen. At that moment, something slammed against the door. The dull thud echoed through the room and slammed into the actors' hearts. The cupboards blocking the door shuddered. Then, another slam came. The door was squeezed open a gap. Children's faces could be seen through the gap. Their hands were stuck with red cake. Their faces had holes and no facial features. Quick, block the door. Wu Li was the first to recover. The 5 actors moved to block the door. While everyone was doing that, Alin, Wu Li, and Xiao Chun discovered there was another person inside the room. Look over there. The phone shone at the corner. A thin man in a painter's uniform was writing something on the wall, carrying a red paint bucket. Where? Are you 3 crazy? Can you please not act up at a time like this? Bai Cha glanced at the corner. He only saw the fresh messages and nothing else. Is someone there? Li Feng didn't see anything either. She pondered. Xiao Chen stepped on the red cake, and the cake splattered on Wu Li. Ailin had the children's handprints on her back. Only those who were smudged with the red paint can see the ghost. The red cake corresponds to one of the messages. Is the cake for the ghosts? But there is someone there. He's standing over there. Ailin could barely speak. She used her trembling finger to point at the 6th person in the room. Are you brain damaged? Bai Cha didn't see anything. No, there should be something there. Li Feng saw the new footprints on the ground. He is coming. Wu Li gritted his teeth. Then, something scarier happened. Ailin felt something itchy on her back. She turned around to look. The children's handprints had reappeared on her back, and a pale arm was reaching out of her clothes. Ailin screamed and ran forward. She knocked over Wu Li. Without the two's help, the door widened further. Seeing this, Bai Cha was the first to escape. Li Feng saw this and quickly followed Bai Cha. Xiao Chen wanted to run too, but it was too lazy. Children's handprints appeared on his back, and the bloody cake slathered all over his body. The door was knocked down. The cupboard fell and crushed Xiao Chen. Help me! Xiao Chen screamed in the dark, but no one moved. Bai Cha saw the opportunity. He stepped on the cupboard and escaped. Wu Li followed him. Li Feng dragged Ailin and also chose to escape. Don't leave me behind. The footsteps echoed down the corridor. Like Han Fei, Xiao Chun was abandoned. Come back. Xiao Chun, who was the nation's boyfriend, cried and screamed. His face was twisted from fear. Tears and snots covered his face. The other 4 lost their minds. The supernatural events broke down their mental fortitude. Since the right door was locked, they used the left door. Once the door opened, the 4 saw the large death portrait and sacrificial table. The strange thing was the faceless portrait started to leak in blood, and a familiar face was surfacing. Run downstairs. They didn't stop on the first floor where the murderer was, but rushed all the way to the basement. They ran past the 1st and 2nd floor basement. When they reached the 3rd floor basement, Bai Cha had to wonder how deep this hospital went. Why does the plastic surgery hospital have a children's playground underground? And why are all the signs on the wall wiped away? The 4 actors looked around and didn't dare to move any further. But the moment they stopped, children's laughter came from the stairwell. It sounded like someone was repeatedly saying, "Happy birthday." Chapter 614, Real Childhood? After getting the clue, Han Fei dragged the dead body propped to the 7th floor. All the windows here were sealed up with wooden boards. Han Fei pulled out the guard's phone and logged in to Xia Yilan's live stream room. Strangely enough, there was no one featured on the screen. The plastic surgery hospital is filled with sensor-hidden cameras. They will capture Xia Ilan once she walks by. Since she is not there, it means she has to be hiding in the blind spot. Han Fei slowly moved forward. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ilan in his live stream room. She is hiding around me? Han Fei had just stopped when he felt someone rapidly approaching from behind. He swung the dead body, but hit nothing. Based on the previous triangulation of Xia Ilan's location, Han Fei was certain she was nearby. However, he couldn't find her. Where is she? Xia Ilan might have had some unique experiences, but she was just a normal person. Even if she was possessed, Han Fei was not afraid. He was worried that she was more than being possessed. There was something trying to get close earlier. Han Fei slowly retreated. He found the camera which was broadcasting Xia Ilan's live stream. The lens was covered in blood. When he examined the camera, footsteps came from the corridor. They came without warning. When Han Fei heard the noise, it was already very close. Han Fei turned around and saw a pair of white shoes enter a ward. The white shoes? The white shoes' kindness was kidnapped by Han Fei, so the shoes now only had resentment and hatred. Han Fei took a deep breath. He didn't chase after the white shoes. He was at an unfamiliar place, so what he needed to do was to scoop out the area lest he fell into traps. Han Fei kicked down the doors and examined the wards one by one. The live stream was boiling again. They were all trapped inside the abandoned building and had to deal with the murderer and unknown danger, but Han Fei's response was completely different from the other 6. Han Fei placed the guard's camera on the back of his shoulder. It meant that he could observe his back through his live stream room. Tang Yi highlighted this room, giving the audience the first-person view of the killer. Without the other scripts and help, Han Fei used some violence, and the clues he had to find the dead body prop's other leg and some internal organs on the 7th floor. He was still missing the heart and head. The other live stream rooms were chaotic. Everyone was running like mad. Even the cameras couldn't capture them. Their fans came to beg Han Fei because their idols were in danger. It was a clear comparison. The other celebrities were trying to escape, and only Han Fei was seriously playing the game. Han Fei was highly tense. He didn't have time to care about the chat. He focused on the ward the white shoes just entered. As he kicked down the door of the other rooms, he was getting closer to that room. This is it. Han Fei grabbed the doorknob and pushed. The door swung open. The small ward was covered in white paint. It looked like a white canvas. Everything in the room was white. Even after so long, it was as white as snow. It felt like someone still came here to clean this place daily. Whose room is this? The white mattress had a white comforter. The white bedsheet dangled to the floor. A pair of white shoes sat before the bed. The white shoes pointed at a white table. A few white paper dolls sat on the white table. All the dolls' heads were cracked. They didn't have any faces or clothes. It seemed to suggest that they had never gotten the chance to develop the concept of self. As Han Fei entered the room, the sound of rain pattering grew louder. A drop landed on Han Fei's neck. He touched it, and his fingers were red. Blood? He looked up and realized the white room's ceiling was cracked. It was like a broken pure heart, and stinky blood was leaking out of the gap. More blood soaked through the white walls. The crack widened. The blood smeared the ceiling. It felt like rain. Han Fei was drenched. It felt as if the room was being forcibly torn apart by some external force, exposing the secrets inside the room to blood. Han Fei lowered his head to glance at the phone. The image on the live stream was completely different from what Han Fei was seeing. In the video, Han Fei stood inside a decrepit white ward. Someone had smeared something that looked like red paint on the ceiling. The paint was dripping on Han Fei's back. He used the white shoes to get my attention just to splatter my body with the paint? Han Fei knew he was affected. He saw the things the painter wanted him to see, but he had no idea if it was an illusion, a dream, or something else. The painter succeeded, but Han Fei had seen worse in the cryptic world. He was calm, so the audience didn't notice anything was wrong. The red paint slid down his hair. Something burned on the back of Han Fei's head. The pain pulled on his nerves. The memories he found in the cryptic world surfaced, and most of them were related to the Red Orphanage. The red memories seemed to be connected to the red paint. Han Fei wanted to know his past, so he leaned into the trap and submerged into the illusions. After his training in the cryptic world, Han Fei had confidence he could escape from the illusions actively. His vision blurred. The footsteps came from the corridor again. Han Fei looked outside. The white shoes smeared with red paint, walked down the corridor, and entered another room. The hospital in Han Fei's eyes was different from before. The red paint was like the devil's paint. Strange images and messages spread on the walls. Only good kids can go for fresh air and see the outside world. But for monsters like us, our world is our small rooms. We can't leave or escape. I don't envy the kids who can leave the underground. The light they see is fake. The false light is different from natural sunlight. They are so dumb. They think they'll become good kids by listening to the doctors. Actually, they are monsters like me in the doctor's eyes. The kids who got to leave always came back to tell us how wonderful the outside world was. There were bright windows, green leaves, and even a bird could get them so excited. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. No matter how beautiful the outside world was, it had nothing to do with them. Our worlds are this room. The black box that defines our lives is the world. The doctors keep lying by telling us how pretty the outside world is. They said we could welcome a new life in the outside world if we accepted their treatment. I know they're lying. The doctors are not telling the truth. They are only using us. They never wanted us to leave. I miss the artist. He is the only person who really wants to help us. Even though he failed to bring us away, at least he had left behind the windows in the dark room. At the last moments of my life, I wish I could see him again. I had a new discovery in the dark. The red ward at the end of the corridor used to be black. A kid who was a success once lived there. But this near-perfect child had killed everyone. He can't hear my voice, and I can't leave. I don't know what I have to do to see him, so I painted myself in the windows he left behind. Slowly, I grew up in this dark room. Among all the children, I'm the only one who hasn't left. I know my ending. I'll die on my 18th birthday as a failed experiment. This should be my last birthday wish. I wish that artist will not come back again. The bloody paint appeared to come alive on the wall. They described a mentally disturbed young man. The kid really didn't want the painter to come back? Or was he using reverse psychology, since none of his birthday wishes had ever come true? Everything was normal in the live stream. The audience saw the dripping blood. Han Fei was affected because he made contact with the paint. He saw the bloody messages. The bloody messages murmured in his ears. He moved to open the next door. In the dark room, everything was black except the number 4. Suddenly, the doors of the nearby rooms opened. Every room was decorated differently. Some were painted in multicolor. Some were filled with strange asymmetrical objects. Some were empty. Some were covered in complicated mathematical problems. Han Fei walked down the corridor, past the strange room to the ward at the end of the corridor. The ward wasn't numbered, and it was painted fully red. I'm sorry. I will not do it again. Please forgive me. I was merely following the nurse's orders. I wanted a face. Go and find the doctors. Find the ones who really harmed you. Don't ruin my face. I have nothing left. Please let me go. A scantily dressed woman crawled out of the red room. She knelt on the ground. Her face and her body didn't seem like they belonged together. Xiaolan. The woman heard Han Fei's voice. She cried and reached out towards Han Fei like a drowning victim. However, something appeared to lock her legs inside the room, and she couldn't escape. Save me. Save me. What have you done that all the children want to kill you? Han Fei remembered when he first visited Chongwei. Chongwei was threatening Xiaolan with a name list. Chongwei was most likely a numbered child from the orphanage. Xiaolan was his target, most likely because she had participated in something at the orphanage. Plus, Xiaolan brought up orders and nurses. Han Fei confirmed his suspicion, and he would use this chance to find out more. I haven't done anything. I am just a middle person, a walking billboard for the plastic surgery hospital. Xiaolan cried. The children are ingredients for personality surgery. I was only responsible for bringing the interested clients to the hospital. I don't know the rest. Are you sure? They also promised me to help me gain a new face if I managed to find them 5 clients. Xia Yilan was dragged into the room. All the middle persons have their faces changed. When she said the last sentence, her body disappeared into the red ward. Han Fei dragged the prop and moved forward. As he approached the ward, the more intense the pain from the back of his head. All the pain came from where the black box is located. For a moment, Han Fei thought he was back in the cryptic world. The messages are left behind the orphans. They have discovered the red room. Han Fei walked towards the red ward. He saw that Xia Yilan was fixed on the surgical table. Many children without faces surrounded her. They held the blood cakes and used their small hands to stuff the bloody cake into Xia Yilan's mouth. Her beautiful face was expanding. Her eyes bulged. She looked scary. Han Fei had no affection towards Xia Yilan, but he wouldn't let her die before his eyes. Han Fei rushed into the ward. As he stepped into the room, a familiar feeling appeared in his mind. It felt like he had stayed for a very long time in a red ward just like this. Did I spend my childhood in such a room? Chapter 615, Solo. The red paint seemed to come from this red room. When it touched Han Fei, he was connected to this room. If the room was a box, he was the person trapped inside the box. He had no concept of time as he repeated the torture day after day. Blood capillaries burst in Han Fei's eyes. He felt a stab in his heart. The pain was much greater than physical pain. I have forgotten about this despair, only the feeling of it. Low laughter came from the back of his head. It seemed to come from a child. He didn't know anything but to laugh. Eventually, his laugh contained all kinds of negative emotions. Sadness, fear, despair, and then it became something else completely. He has been laughing. At the first, the laugh was used to heal, but after healing so many people, his laugh started to fear. People worried that he would one day kill all of them. Standing inside the red room, Han Fei heard the meaning inside the laughter for the first time. So that person is me, but I haven't really laughed before. Many memory fragments floated before Han Fei's eyes. Every time he exited the game, he would be frozen in a bloody world. In that short time, a bloody man stood behind him. Han Fei had no idea who that person was, but he knew every time mad laughter was released, the person behind him would gain more emotions to become an actual person. Something was happening in real life too. Han Fei would never forget the time he accidentally found a picture of himself wearing a gaming helmet. The door and windows were locked. There were police outside. A living human couldn't infiltrate his house and took a picture of him in-game using his phone. Han Fei wanted to know who this person was. He didn't have an answer, and he kept that picture. What is the connection between mad laughter and me? Is he hiding inside the black box? However, the black box appeared much earlier than mad laughter. The more he thought about it, the more muddled he felt. He just wanted to know the truth. Do you know the truth? Have you seen the person in the red room? Han Fei shouted at the kids around the surgical table. The children had lost their identities. They were merchandise that had their personalities removed to supply the clients. Even after they died, they had no faces. Some of the children walked towards Han Fei. Xia Yilan screamed as her face changed shape. Let me go? I know the red room. There is only one red room. The room is used to strip the children of their personalities. All the operations were done in that red room. After Xia Yilan said that, black blood oozed out of her mouth. Her flawless face cracked. Save me. The red room is underground. I've been there before. I can bring you there. The children shoved the cake into her mouth. Xia Yilan, who could never make any real expression, finally showcased true fear. Her screams pierced Han Fei's eardrums. Han Fei woke up slightly from the illusions. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. Han Fei grabbed Xia Yilan by her ankles and pulled. When the children saw this, they rushed at Han Fei. The small hands grabbed Han Fei. They smeared the blood cake on Han Fei. But strangely enough, he didn't feel any fear or madness. If anything, he was overwhelmed by sadness. Through the chaos, he could hear children crying. The red curses appeared on Han Fei's shirt. A child called for left behind vicious curses. He wanted to make his room into the second blood red room. He admired the Red Room. He dreamed of being the next Red Room owner, but he failed. Han Fei was truly affected when the blood messages appeared on his body. Number 4 evoked the broken memories in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei didn't think the red memory would harm him, but when they were awakened by number 4, Han Fei realized his brain was about to be torn apart by his normal childhood memory. So my childhood memory was all fake? The seed of doubt was planted. They were urged to grow by number 4. The denial of his past was tormenting. The children wiped more cake on Han Fei to celebrate his rebirth. Bring me away. Xia Yilan's throat was sore. Resisting the pain, Han Fei carried Xia Yilan out of the Red Room. Once he left, the pain slowly lessened. However, the oppression on his mind and heart remained. He really couldn't remember his childhood. This feeling of having lived but couldn't remember anything wore down his acting before the audience. Yes, he was acting too. However, while the other actors pretended to be brave, Han Fei had been pretending to be mild. I'm going out of control. Might as well lean into it. Han Fei's eyes sharpened. The pressure from hell suffocated Xia Yilan. Han Fei planned to move when the door at the end of the corridor opened. The tall guard stood in the corridor, holding 2 sharp knives. His body was covered in the character death. He stood in the darkness. The guard's phone vibrated. Then, a siren came from outside the building. Han Fei had no idea what was happening outside. Normally, the best solution was to hide and wait this out. However, Han Fei stared at the tall guard. His fingers pierced into the dead body's heart. The blood slid down his shoulder and dripped to the ground. The ghosts moved in the dark. He wore darkness as his clothes and moved in the shadow. The storm lashed against the windows, and glass shattered. The lightning flashed. The temporary light carved out his profile. Everyone saw that dangerous gaze. On the corridor, the atmosphere was torn apart as darkness collided. The safety door fell. The murderer was knocked away. Xia Yilan and the possessed tall guard had their mouths fall open. Neither of them expected this. Han Fei was no longer the man chased by Butterfly. After 2 altar missions, he was much stronger than before. We're going underground now. Tell me where the real Red Room is. Han Fei charged into the stairwell. It's underground. Xia Yilan felt her mind clear, but her voice trembled. Be more precise. Han Fei was anxious. The siren meant that people were coming. It would be inconvenient for him to do things then. It's at the deepest end of the corridor on the 4th floor basement. Xia Yilan answered. Han Fei soon came to the 1st floor. Han Fei, can you leave me here? You don't need to bring me with you. Xia Yilan didn't want to go underground, but Han Fei refused to let go. He still didn't trust her that much. The other actors are here too. Han Fei could imagine the other actors based on the flustered footsteps on the ground. I should try my best to save them. Red paint splattered everywhere. The oil paintings appeared to blink. Xia Yilan screamed in despair as Han Fei dragged her underground. Hearing the wails, Han Fei confirmed the other actors were trapped on the 4th floor basement. Han Fei kicked down the trash and looked down the stairwell. He couldn't see the bottom at all. We shan't go any further. We'll die? Xia Yilan persuaded, but it was to no avail. The others might be in danger. Do you want me to leave them behind and run? Han Fei shouted loudly so that the audience could hear him. When the others abandoned him and ran away, he came back to save them. He came back to save those who abandoned him despite the risk to his own safety. It was shocking and admirable. Xia Yilan didn't know what to say. She thought for some time to counter, but by then, Han Fei had already dragged her to the 4th floor basement. There was no camera here because this was not part of the set. Thankfully, Han Fei brought his own camera. He used the guard's camera as his own eyes. Even though the signal down here was very bad, he at least could still see something. It stinks. The phone revealed the oil paintings all over this floor. People who were here would be stuck with paint. Just how long the others have been here. The cracked wall was painted with red windows. The ground was painted with red flowers and grass. This was a bloody paradise. It felt as if one had walked into an endless nightmare. Is it possible that these are the reasons the hospital was suddenly abandoned? This scary place felt strangely familiar to Han Fei. Standing in the small paradise created by the painter, his false childhood memories slowly faded. The unique presence around him surfaced like he was back in the cryptic world. Home. This word suddenly appeared in his mind. Then he shook his head. A place can't be home without a family. As the conflicting ideas bounced in his mind, Han Fei followed the screams and headed deeper down the corridor. There were more red windows, and the things inside the painted windows became more complicated. Triggered by the paint, Han Fei's gaze sharpened. When Han Fei was about 10 meters from the end of the corridor, Han Fei saw Li Feng and the rest. Why are only the three of you left? Han Fei, don't come any closer. Li Feng's face was pale. She shouted when she heard Han Fei. Run, the thing is close by. Li Feng's voice was harsh. Han Fei didn't heed her advice. You'll die? Go back. Leave us. Li Feng's expression was twisted from fear. She pointed at the oil painting beside Han Fei. The thing is right there. Han Fei had reached the end of the corridor and stopped before the other actors. Why did you come? Li Feng collapsed on the ground. We abandoned you and ran, but you came back to save us? We've killed you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Han Fei noticed the unconscious Wu Li and Ailen. He turned to examine the red oil painting. You can pull me down into the abyss with you. Perhaps I like that feeling. That stunned Li Feng. She looked at Han Fei dumbly. Han Fei was completely different from before. His deeply hidden madness was revealed. Chapter 616, Number 4. Li Feng had seen many kinds of people in the entertainment business. She shielded her heart with layers of armor because she knew how dangerous the industry was. She thought she was tough, but an evil, lazy spirit shattered all her defenses easily. Staring at Han Fei's profile, Li Feng was reminded of the many rumors she heard about Han Fei. Now, she realized the rumors were not true because they were not exaggerated enough. The third and fourth floor basements didn't have cameras because they were not part of the set. The audience had to rely on the camera on Han Fei to know what was going on. However, Han Fei removed the camera when the oil painting started to ripple. How scary Han Fei was without the audience watching in. Only a few lucky people would know. The red paint dripped down the ceiling. The oil paintings came alive. The kids with mutated heads poked out of the paintings to examine the hospital covered in darkness. Li Feng screamed in fear. She almost suffocated. She believed no one could survive this hellish situation. However, just as she was about to collapse, her eyes moved to Han Fei. Even then, Han Fei was unfazed. Does he have no sense of fear? Holding the dead body prop, Han Fei stood in the middle of the corridor. His consciousness was reconstructed after each altar mission. His constitution was sharp as a knife. Pure hatreds were heavily limited in real life. Even Butterfly could only attack and control people by affecting them psychologically. Butterfly feared someone like Han Fei the most because he would never be mentally affected. Even though Han Fei was soaked in red paint, his mind was clear. The young man who was once chased around by a murderer was now someone who could seriously damage a pure hatred. Mad laughter's cut not only extinguished Ten Fingers' black flame, but also Han Fei's fear of pure hatreds. Butterfly never kills with his own hands. What about you? Han Fei stared down the corridor. In the thick darkness, a lanky man walked out. He was silent and wore a painter's uniform. His right hand carried a small bucket filled with red paint. This was not the first time Han Fei encountered the painter. In reality, the pure hatreds at the plastic surgery hospital had been looking for people related to the butterfly because they wanted to know what had happened at the ziggurat. As the most mysterious pure hatred at the hospital, the painter knew many things. He knew the ziggurat was special because someone special grew up there. You've missed your only chance. Han Fei said directly. Before Su Qin became a pure hatred, the three pure hatreds from the hospital could have easily taken down ziggurat. But now, the faceless woman was almost dead, and the white shoe's kindness was with Han Fei. The ziggurat had two pure hatreds, not counting the mirror god. The painter and Han Fei each stood on one end of the corridor covered in oil paintings. Neither was eager to make their first move. Han Fei watched the painter carefully, and the painter did the same. After a long time, the painter lifted his left hand to tear off his right sleeve. Someone dug out a wound on his pale arm. The wound looked like the number 4. The wound never healed, and the blood that trickled out of it dripped into the paint bucket. His paint is made from his blood? Han Fei remembered the messages he saw earlier. He asked the painter, "What is your connection with orphan number 4? If you are friends, then perhaps we shouldn't fight because the person he desperately wanted to become is me." Han Fei had this plan when he was in the cryptic world. He wanted to find a chance to talk to the pure hatreds from the hospital and try to avoid conflict if possible. The painter's expression didn't change. He appeared to have long abandoned human emotions. His everything existed only in oil paintings. The black blood trickled into the paint bucket. The paint gave off a unique stench. If emotion could decay, that would be the smell. The children in the paintings didn't dare get close to the painter. The faceless children scurried off to hide. The painter reached his left hand into the bucket. After some stirring, he used his left hand to paint a window on the ground. The window showed a dark city. Every building hid a scary secret. Han Fei had seen this city once when he saved Ugly Scar. The oil painting was connected to another world. It was hard to return once one had fallen through it. The painter finished the work in silence. Then he pressed against the window and pushed. The painted window opened. Chilling winds blew out of the painting. The temperature dropped. The screams and roars of various monsters echoed in their ears. There was a nightmare outside the window. After he did that, the painter raised his emotionless eyes to look at Han Fei. He raised his left hand. Every painted window on the floor opened. The faceless children playing outside climbed in through the windows. They had lost their personalities. They chased after false happiness like zombies trapped at a theme park. There were so many paintings underground. Perhaps even the painter had no idea how many windows there were. He once painted 31 windows to help these children, but after he realized he couldn't change anything, he returned to this place. He painted the same window with different sceneries. However, no matter how pretty the sceneries were, the children wouldn't return. Han Fei. Li Feng screamed. Her throat was about to break. Endless children crowded Han Fei. They dragged Han Fei towards the painted window. When the children touched Han Fei, maddening laughter came from deep inside his mind. The laughter was ill and crazy. However, it was also laced with a barely discernible sadness. A child with a healing personality was turned into a madman who only knew how to laugh. After he grew up, he couldn't even laugh anymore. Am I the most successful persona or the greatest failure? Han Fei slowly approached the black window, compelled by the faceless children and mad laughter. The children wanted Han Fei to be like them. The laughter grew louder as Han Fei approached the window. 3 meters, 2 meters. Han Fei stopped a few centimeters from the window. He and the painter stood on opposite ends of the window, like people from opposite worlds. If you had met me the night before, I might have collapsed, and they would have pushed me into the window. The altar mission was the strongest sharpening stone. When Han Fei's mind and body were torn apart inside Fu Sheng's memory world and joined back together using the love and hatred of 10 pure hatreds, his constitution was unimaginably strong. No matter what happened in the past, at least I'm still alive. Since I'm alive, I'll change as I look down on death. Similar to how I've changed things in the memory world, I'll change my future. Han Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He was doing a final fight with the painter. The painter couldn't kill people in real life. However, his strange power could affect people with illusion. Han Fei was under great pressure. However, for someone with the black box, Han Fei was not easily beaten. No one could turn him crazy because the craziest entity was residing in his mind. The fight through the window continued for a long time until the hospital shook and the siren grew louder. Suddenly, a child's voice came from the open window on the floor. Hearing that voice, the painter's numb eyes changed. He knelt to close the painted window. As the black oil painting dried, it disappeared. The painter walked over the window, past Han Fei, and deep into the corridor. It appeared like he couldn't see Han Fei and Li Feng as he pushed open the door of the innermost room. The room was surprisingly huge. The whole room was deep red in color. Every brick was carved with the smiling face of a child. Their pure smiles formed a strong contrast with the blood-red room. The innocent faces now looked scary. So this is the real Red Room? Xia Yilan traded away the orphans here? All the medical equipment had been removed, and only a red chair was left in the empty room. The chair was placed in the middle of the room, right before a black oil painting. The oil painting was that of a window. It suggested that someone had been sitting on the chair staring at the painted window. After Han Fei entered the room, the painter closed the door. He carried the paint bucket and came to the edge of the wall. He looked at the window numbly. Different from the other paintings, this painting was done years ago. Some of the paint was already peeling. Suddenly, the painter lifted up the paint bucket and splashed the whole bucket on the black window. The black window was dyed red. As the blood dripped down the window, it seemed to rain and mist inside the room. Just as Han Fei was confused, he suddenly heard knocking on the window. Han Fei turned to the black window. Inside the window, a child appeared. He wore the patient's garb with the number 4. I don't know how to meet him, so I painted myself in his window. Han Fei was reminded of number 4's curses. This child is number 4? Han Fei walked towards the window. He heard number 4 speak behind the window. They've been looking for children who were born in tragedy and grew up in despair. I am such a child. The rest is the same. The doctor here never wanted to heal us. The perfect persona was a lie. The hospital is not where we'll be cured. The theme park is never going to provide the children with happiness. Actually, I envy that person. It's strange. Why would me, who has the destructive persona, envy him, who has the healing persona? But there's something stranger. The child who wanted to destroy everything only managed to destroy himself. But the child who should heal everything killed everyone but himself. I hear that after that bloody night, he was the only one left in the theme park. Since that night, the theme park became the place for the hospital to abandon the failed products. Chapter 617. The show is over. A black window was painted on the red wall. Blood slid down the window frame. The child in the patient's outfit stood outside the window with his hand placed on the glass. Han Fei stood inside the window. He looked at the boy outside. He didn't expect he could use this method to see the dead child. Is it his soul inside the window or part of his consciousness? Han Fei slowly approached. For some reason, he felt like he had seen number 4 before. His hand raised, and he placed his hand on the window. Through the painted window, Han Fei and number 4 stood opposite each other. Their palms overlapped. The boy looked up like he was comparing Han Fei with someone in his memory. As the memory and reality overlapped, number 4 shook his head. Even the healing persona can't heal that monster. My biggest drawback is to harbor impossible hope. Monsters will always be monsters. Even with human skin, they are still monsters. The boy looked at the window. It was unclear whether he was looking at Han Fei or the world inside the window. You might not believe me, but I have to tell you that I'm the only survivor of the bloody night. I can't remember anything after that. Can you help me? When Han Fei brought up the bloody night, the boy's body surfaced with cracks. He whipped his head back to look at Han Fei again. You're really him? How can you return to normal after that maddening stimulation? Is the healing persona really the perfect persona? Impossible. There is no perfect persona in this world. Number 4 grew older. He seemed to age in an instant. His condition also worsened. The wounds joined together. He seemed to be wearing clothes made from red threads. Tell me everything you know about the plastic surgery hospital, the numbered children, and the siblings, Fu Tian and Fu Sheng. The siren called. Han Fei pressed against the window. He wanted to know the truth desperately. Fu Tian, Fu Sheng, number 4, whose body was rapidly changing, opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was in pain. He made me into this. Shadows billowed out of number 4's skin. His body grew bigger and bigger until he lost the human shape. Him? Not them. Are you talking about Fu Tian or Fu Sheng? Han Fei captured the detail immediately. Have you forgotten everything about Fu Sheng? Am I the only living person who has the memory of him? Don't go to the theme park. It is the biggest conspiracy. The reward for clearing all the game is for him to revive with your body. Number 4's mind collapsed. He became a monster dominated by destruction. He rammed against the window. The red paint dripped on the ground. The painter moved to stand before the painted window. He stood facing Han Fei, with his back turned to the window. Then something strange happened. The painting started to melt as it crawled into the painter's back. The silent painter stared at Han Fei as the window dissolved into his body. This was a very critical moment for him. If Han Fei chose this moment to attack, it would seriously injure the painter. Han Fei stood there obediently until the painter finished absorbing the window. Number 4's growl came from his wound shaped like a 4. The clothes on his back were torn apart. A window was painted on his back. A crazy monster was trapped inside it. Every time the monster struggled, the painter's soul would shatter. However, he would soon repair it. His body was like a painting. Whenever there was damage, he would repair it immediately. He hasn't told me everything. Why is the final reward at the theme park to have someone revive in my body? Is that someone Fu Tian or Fu Sheng? Fu Sheng had completed Fu Sheng's altar mission. He knew Fu Tian and Fu Sheng were geniuses. The painter looked at Han Fei. His eyes sunk. He said nothing and walked out. The wall he walked past faded in color. All the oil paintings returned to normal. The police siren came closer. When Han Fei exited the room, the painter was gone. Number 4 was a destructive persona, failed product, and died on his 18th birthday. What more does he know? The siren came closer. Rays of light came from upstairs. Is the crew here already? Han Fei looked around before walking towards Li Feng, who was curled up at the corner. He knelt before her and asked, "Can you get up? You can help Ailin, and I'll go carry Wu Li." Han Fei, what were those? You were imagining things. You were screaming at me when I arrived. Impossible. Li Feng shook her head and scratched the wall. These paintings are alive. I saw children walk out of them. It's the latest optical illusion technology. You were too nervous. I'd suggest you go relax and play some casual game tonight. Han Fei said. Have you played Perfect Life? Li Feng slowly recovered. She nodded. Occasionally. I'm a casual player. I'm a casual player too. Can you tell me your in-game ID and your birthday? We can play together tonight. Han Fei stood up and extended Li Feng his hand. Asking ID was normal, but birthday? There was something strange about that. Li Feng was startled, but she still told him everything. After all, Han Fei did save her life. Han Fei helped Li Feng up and then moved to carry Wu Li on his back. He used the flashlight on the guard's phone and climbed the stairs. When he came to the second-floor basement, the live stream returned to normal. All of them reappeared on the cameras. When the audience saw the bloody Han Fei and the other actors he had saved, they were so happy like it was New Year. A direct contrast was the live stream for Bai Cha and Xiao Chun. The idol actor, Xiao Chun, was crushed under a cupboard. His mouth foamed, and he was unconscious. After abandoning everyone, Bai Cha hid inside the second-floor basement's toilet alone. His face was pale as he moved things to block behind the door. The audience looked down on him when Bai Cha abandoned his teammates to run off on his own. They said that Bai Cha was able to escape because he had sacrificed the others. He used the others to attract the monster's attention so that he could escape on his own. Many viewers scolded him, but Bai Cha's fans countered. The situation was so dangerous, and everyone would have done the things Bai Cha did. No one would be so selfless as to risk their own safety to save everyone. However, when Han Fei managed to save everyone, these fans piped down. Everyone was different. Some would run during danger, while others would stand forward to save everyone. Han Fei wasn't doing this out of heroism. The audience placed themselves inside the hospital. Would they want Han Fei or Bai Cha as their teammate? Han Fei's popularity rose again. He was steadily moving towards the B-list. Bai Cha was Han Fei's former rival. But after tonight, probably no one would compare them anymore. The crew intervened. The situation inside Bai Cha and Han Fei's rooms was wildly different. The saddest part was Bai Cha still had no idea he was on a live stream. He continued to move the mop and sink to block the door. With tears on his face, he cursed everyone out. Bai Cha was not doing himself any service. When the crew arrived and told him the truth, he'd faint. The strong ray of light cut through the dark. When the crew met up with Han Fei, all the live streams stopped. The live streams halted halfway through the show. Technically, Tang Yi had created another record. The footsteps echoed as the medic team rushed towards Han Fei with mobile medical equipment. They started to check on the actors. The other workers went to get Xiao Chun and Bai Cha. Han Fei looked like he was most injured thanks to the blood on his body, but actually, he wasn't wounded. His physique was so good that even the doctor was impressed. Han Fei, are you all right? Tang Yi and Jia Jia ran in from the entrance. I'm fine. You better check on the others. Han Fei was processing what number 4 said, but Tang Yi grabbed his arm. Han Fei, can we talk? Tang Yi's hand was cold. His forehead was sweaty. His heart raced. He was always praised for his courage, but he was really frightened this time. Before Han Fei could say anything, Tang Yi dragged Han Fei to the back of the crowd. This is the account password. I've placed the money there. Please don't tell anyone what happened during the show tonight. Why? Just say that it's all part of the script. Tang Yi wiped his sweat. I've gotten in big trouble this time. When the live stream was only halfway through, we were almost banned. However, two forces much more powerful than I am intervened. One party wanted to stop the live stream immediately, while the other party wanted me to continue. They wanted more people to see what was going on inside the plastic surgery hospital. This building once belonged to Immortal Pharma, so it's logical they would want to stop the live stream. But who could oppose them? Deep Space Tech works with them to create perfect life, so they are allies. Other than them, who dared to oppose a giant force like Immortal Pharma? Han Fei looked at Tang Yi, who shook his head. I don't dare say, so please don't ask me anymore. Tang Yi held Han Fei's hands tightly. Brother, when this is over, I'll thank you in person. If not for you, things would end up a lot worse. You mean how the short guard went insane and really wanted to kill Bai Cha on the live stream? That's just one of them. But don't ask me anymore. Tang Yi's voice was shaking. It was obvious that he was really scared this time. However, as an experienced producer, Tang Yi only showed this side before Han Fei. When he went back to the crew and the reporters, he became confident again. Tang Yi knows some insider info. I should ask him if he plays Perfect Life or not. Han Fei was the first to leave the hospital. Several police cruisers were outside the building. The Xian Lu police cared about his safety dearly. With an officer accompanying him, Han Fei cleaned away the blood. Then he put on another set of clothes and took back his phone. It's 9 p.m. Han Fei turned to study the plastic surgery hospital. He had gained many crucial clues that night. He couldn't wait to get back into the cryptic world. The show is halted. I can go home early, right? Chapter 618, Most Delicious Food. The theme park is next to the plastic surgery hotel. The altar there should be the last one Fu Sheng left for me. Han Fei hesitated after he got number 4's clues. However, he had to visit the theme park. There were 18 players still trapped at the theme park's maze. If he didn't do anything, Absolute Truth might send in more players. Tonight, I should try to approach the hospital and attempt to get them to work with me. Han Fei hoped that they could work together, but if that was not possible, he would force them to do so. Time to go home and play games. The crew rushed into the building. Other than the doctors and police, even the people from the entertainment agencies arrived. Let me go? I'm not crazy. I'm telling the truth. The hospital door opened, and Bai Cha's screams came out. 2 crew members had trouble controlling him. The hospital is filled with children. They came out of the paintings. Bai Cha was agitated. Look at my face. The guard cut me with a knife. I'm injured. The experience earlier broke down his defenses, and he was being his real self. Stop shooting. I'm telling you, this is not over. Give me back my phone. Where's my agent? I need to call the lawyer. Bai Cha shook away the crew. He wiped the blood and tears from his face. At that moment, Han Fei, who had just changed, walked out. Bai Cha's fury burst when he saw Han Fei. Han Fei, I knew it. You are in cahoots with them. Ignoring the others, he charged towards Han Fei. Tang Yi has given you a hidden script, right? You worked with him to do this to us. That's not true. This is a misunderstanding. Han Fei shook his head. Fuck you. Don't lie to me. Bai Cha growled. By then, the reporters had already arrived. This was a big deal, so naturally, they wouldn't let it slide. They ran over the roadblock set up by the crew, took out their equipment, and started to livestream this. Seeing the reporters, Bai Cha reined it in somewhat, but he still shouted. You are not leaving until you explain yourself. Bai Cha was courageous to block Han Fei. The police were shocked, and they looked at Bai Cha with pity. What are you people looking at? I was fighting ghosts in there, but he ran away on his own. Fighting ghosts. When he said that, one of the crew members couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Is it that funny? I suggest you take back your phone and call your agent. Find out what happened earlier. Han Fei just wanted to leave and go back home. Bai Cha finally noticed how strange the surrounding people were acting. He grabbed a nearby crew member and snatched his phone to call his agent. After being hung up a few times, Bai Cha's agent finally accepted. This annoyed Bai Cha even more. It's me. Where are you now? Get over here. Bai Cha? The agent was startled before he said. Get to the van now. Do not let the reporters stop you. You have to be quick. Bai Cha looked at the reporters who swam towards him like sharks, and he was confused. Why? What happened? Why are there so many reporters here? Were they tipped? Boss, we've been scammed by Tang Yi. This is not a show recording. It's a live stream. Everything you did inside the building has been seen by millions of people. That was like a clap of thunder, and the phone fell to the ground. The call ended. But soon, Bai Cha's agent called back. The melodious music played. The sky is blue. There are thousands paper cranes outside the window. Wrote a song. It's for Mom. Put down your work and listen to me. Bai Cha wobbled and slumped on the ground. Seeing him like this, the other crew members started to laugh. The man is already in a poor state. Why would you laugh? Han Fei shook his head and left with the police. The driver was Li Shui's Jr. He told Han Fei many things. Han Fei shouldn't go anywhere or join this kind of danger show before Butterfly was captured. Han Fei promised readily as he took out his phone to check the message. Tang Yi's live stream shot up to first place on national trending. Han Fei got on trending too. In just a few short hours, he gained almost 300,000 new fans. More people talked about him than Bai Xian. However, his foundation was not as stable. He was temporarily more popular than Bai Xian, but if he didn't produce any new work to follow up, he'd be forgotten too. If this continues, I might rise the fastest among any actor. He glanced through the comments about the livestream. The audience wanted more. They wished for more episodes to be released. The show was too fun. Based on this situation, Star Entertainment CEO Lee was the biggest winner. The variety show was banned, and the movie could fill in many gaps and take over this wave of popularity. CEO Lee's only worry was if he didn't handle this well, he might get into big trouble like Tang Yi. Han Fei checked his digital bank. He found the account, and he keyed in the password Tang Yi gave him. The money wasn't there. Instead, he received an encrypted audio message from the digital bank manager. Han Fei put on the earphones and clicked open the file. Tang Yi's voice came. Han Fei, I don't want to owe you. Actually, I invited you, and Xia Lan was not only for CEO Lee, but also the big sponsor behind my company. I can't give you her name, but you can call her Mr. Lan. She is one of the central members of Deep Space Tech's Deep Blue Board of Directors and the adopted orphan of the former Immortal Pharma CEO, Fu Tian. I don't know why she'd pay attention to you, but you have to be very careful. She is very dangerous. The file self-destructed after that. Han Fei looked at the empty bank account. His payment is rather special. Han Fei returned home, closed the door, and sat on the bed to rest. The black box's owner is Fu Sheng, but Deep Space Tech did the most when developing Perfect Life. Oh well, I should stick close to the police before I find my real memory. Han Fei didn't want to be dragged into the fight of the big companies. While he still had the police's protection, He wanted to finish the game as soon as possible and find his missing past. At 11 p.m., Han Fei had his fill and was about to enter the gaming hub when his phone rang. It was a call from Huang Yin. "Brother Huang, what's wrong? You were amazing in that live stream. Even my dad wants to hire you to be our hospital spokesperson." Huang Yin chuckled. "Uncle saw the live stream?" "Yes, I told him you're my brother, and he also thought you're a good influence on me." Due to his childhood, Huang Yin didn't have a good relationship with his father. It was not until he encountered Han Fei that he talked it out with his father. It was evident that Huang Yin's relationship with his father had improved a lot. These were all the benefits of the Iyashikei game. "Anyway, I'm calling mainly to tell you that Absolute Truth is planning to send in their 4th batch of explorers. It's another group of 6. The 4th batch? Han Fei was speechless. He really needed to explore the theme park soon. After all, 24 lives were on the line. Try to see if you can find boss first, or else more people will sink in. Okay. Han Fei hung up and got into the game. The blood fell. Han Fei could hear the maddening laughter coming from behind him. He knew someone bloody stood behind him. When he entered the game, it felt like he was lying on top of a bloody person. Han Fei tried to turn his head, but whenever he could see the person's face, he would log into the game. Han Fei opened his eyes and realized he was inside the ziggurat. His body hadn't fully recovered. It pained when he walked. He just took the first step when the door opened. Weep looked into the room holding the fishbowl. Ingyu sat on Weep's urn and played with her screaming dolls. "You two are like brother and sister." Before Han Fei left the room, he smelled this intoxicating fragrance of meat. His desire amplified. He held the wall and followed the scent. The neighbors greeted them. They looked strange, as if they wanted to stop Han Fei, but they didn't dare. On the 5th floor, Han Fei pushed open the door. He realized the walls had been broken down, and the place was turned into a giant kitchen. It was filled with ingredients like cursed hair, unknown objects filled with death curse, wine made from blood, and so on. "You're back?" Su Yin's voice came from the kitchen. "Are you hungry? I've made some food for you." Han Fei followed the voice. He saw Su Qin serve the table with food. Every dish was exceptionally alluring. The fragrance was like a lasso around his neck. He was willing to be enslaved for them. How can they smell so good? Hearing the praise, Su Qin stopped working, and she smiled. "Only you will say that. Other people can't wait to get away from my cooking. They don't even dare to have a taste. I'm the only one left on the floor." "That's because they have no taste." Han Fei couldn't stop his hunger anymore. However, as he sat at the table, a giant sound came from the corridor. The room door was rammed through, and Big Sin rolled excited beside the table. It looked at Han Fei excitedly. "Why is this thing acting more like a dog?" Han Fei's face twitched. He knew why Big Sin was so excited. "I know the food won't kill me." Han Fei comforted himself and grabbed the familiar pork heart and started to eat. Su Qin must have some secret cooking method because the simple pork heart was as addictive as a drug. Notification for player 0000. Your tasting grade, E-cooking made by pure hatred, pork heart. You've obtained an upgradable title, Gourmand. Gourmand. This title can be upgraded as you taste more food. The title provides 10% resistance to the food type curse. It is the lowest requirement to unlock the hidden profession, Gourmand. Pork heart. A delicacy made by a pure hatred. It contains her love and hatred towards you. It also possesses unknown curses. If you are not 100% confident, do not try them. Consuming this food will give you 60% to be cursed, 30% to be killed, and 10% to gain a special buff. Han Fei had already taken a large bite when the system sang. Then, his body froze, and he couldn't even breathe. The curse crawled on his skin. Han Fei toppled to the ground. Different death curses appeared on his face like a black rose was blooming on his face. Su Qin ran over when she heard this. She pressed her hand on Han Fei's heart. Su Qin sucked away all the curses. "I think I've triggered a curse." Han Fei's face was pale. His weak body was about to shatter, but he didn't stop. He grabbed the remaining pork hearts and started to eat. Other than the possibility of death, Su Qin's food was flawless. Su Qin smiled, seeing Han Fei engulf her food, even though he was cursed. After finishing 2 pork hearts, Han Fei finally triggered the Grade E Foods special buff. Notification for player 0000. You've digested the cursed pork heart. Your health recovery increases by 35%, and this buff will last for 5 minutes. Han Fei's color returned. He was using his own method to get used to the curse. When other players were planting flowers and drinking coffee, Han Fei started to use pure hatred's food to strengthen his body. Don't force yourself. Su Qin helped Han Fei up. Before she left, she turned back to ask, "You have eaten so much. Is the meat really that delicious?" "They are the most delicious food I've eaten. They can heal all my pain," Han Fei said without hesitation. To speed up the healing of his weak body, he sat at the table and started to devour. Chapter 619, The Monster in the Window. Big Sin looked at Han Fei, and it was disappointed. The near-death scene didn't appear. It rolled on the ground with disappointment. It accidentally knocked into the cupboard where Su Qin stored the meat. When the cupboard fell, Big Sin seemed to realize something and started to charge outward. Big Sin, who didn't fear anything, was afraid of Su Qin. In just one night, Su Qin managed to tame Big Sin. Never mind. Let it be. Han Fei stopped Su Qin, who was going to chase after Big Sin. It was not because he wanted to protect Big Sunday. He didn't dare let Su Qin leave his side because he might die from the food. Su Qin's meat was delicious, but for most people, they would only have the chance to eat them once. After all, they only had one life. However, it was different for Han Fei. With Su Qin's protection, he could visit the edge of death many times. He used brute force to increase his resistance against the curse. Han Fei continued to eat, and his broken body slowly recovered. He had the chance to recover that night fully. Han Fei opened the menu and saw the talent, Spiritfarer. Whenever the gate of hell appeared, another soul would be healed through the world's most special warmth and care. Spiritfarer is such an easily misunderstood name. It should be called Guidance of Love. After finishing the first plate of meat, Han Fei called Feng Ziyu over. He had him gather all the ziggurat guards to welcome the new player. After Feng Ziyu was done with everything, Han Fei exited the kitchen and used Spiritfarer at the corner. The menu was torn apart by blood. The sea of blood roared behind the gate of hell. Han Fei shook the soul bell and imagined Li Feng in his mind. He recited her name and her birth date. For modern people who had a hectic schedule, going back to the virtual world to relax after a long day was a staple already. A feather that burned like flame floated to the surface and was swallowed by the ghost face. The ghost face leaped out of the gate of hell and disappeared inside one of Ziggurat's rooms. The gate of hell closed. Han Fei put away the bell and walked out. With the persona surgery talent from Fu Sheng's altar, many things can be skipped over. However, Li Feng managed to remain conscious while being chased by the painter. That shows immense talent. I should be able to help her expand that talent. When Li Feng was in extreme danger, the first thing she thought of when she saw Han Fei was not to seek help but to tell him to escape. The test of life and death could show a person's personality. Han Fei believed Li Feng was a real talent. Perhaps one day he could tell her the truth. Han Fei valued such talents. It would be a waste to force them into persona surgery. He asked Feng Ziyu to set up a little test for Li Feng instead. Then he would decide what to do after that. Sensing the location of the wandering soul, Han Fei silently approached and observed everything from the dark. 10 minutes later, Li Zai carried Li Feng embarrassedly to the altar. He didn't follow the script and accidentally released his brother. Li Feng fainted from meeting Li Hua. Overall, Li Feng is very good. Her mental and physical fortitude is good. When she was escaping, her mind was moving too, assessing the escape route, observing the surroundings. Feng Ziyu walked towards Han Fei with his collected info. Other than that, she has 2 unique strengths. Firstly, even if she's in deep danger, as long as she is not incapacitated, she will not give up. She is a very strong person mentally. Secondly, After she met Weep, she felt there was something wrong with him. But when they were in danger, she was willing to bring Weep with her and had Weep hide behind her. She looks cool on the surface, but she's a very kind person. Feng Xiu was an experienced HR member. She's a player with very high potential. If only she can last longer. Han Fei peeled back the black cloth and pressed his hand on Li Feng's head. Before he used persona surgery, he checked Li Feng's property. Li Feng had a very low level and normal attributes. She didn't even have a talent. She is a real casual player. If she wasn't chased by the painter and got stuck with dirty stuff, Han Fei wouldn't have the chance to call her to the cryptic world. After that, Han Fei used persona surgery on Li Feng. He deleted the memories about the painter, the children, number 4 from her mind. He didn't touch the rest. The live stream was everywhere on the internet. Li Feng could find out a lot on her own. That was the limitation of persona surgery. It could edit a person's memory, but it couldn't edit the truth. Han Fei heard screams. During the last period, Han Fei erased the memory of everything that had happened to Li Feng in the cryptic world and then sent her back with resurrection. The whole process lasted for 3 minutes. Han Fei was getting better at this. He also realized that the more he used resurrection, the stronger the connection he had with these lost souls. The connection was palpable for Han Fei. It was like he had branded all the souls he had sent back. Resurrection was Han Fei's default talent. It had an unknown level, but from the effect, it was much stronger than the resurrection he had in Fu Shang's memory world. Pulling the players into the cryptic world and then editing their memory is a very scary talent. Han Fei could edit critical parts of someone's memory, and the whole world could be turned upside down. I wonder if Fu Shang has used this talent on living humans before. Han Fei sat before the altar and held his chin with one hand. He had a feeling that some kind of memory was surfacing in his mind. When the red covered his mind, he would find his real self and face the laughing persona. When I clear all the games at the theme park, he will revive with my body. That person might be Fu Shang or Mad Laughter, or something else completely. Han Fei had a headache thinking about this. He stood up and returned to the 5th floor. He sat at the dining table and engulfed the wonderful food on the table. Food was a good way to deal with pressure. After the 3 hours limitation, Han Fei recovered a lot already. He called over the neighbors from Ziggurat and Happiness Neighborhood. He had one last thing to do. Ziggurat now can protect itself. However, in the cryptic world, being content is no different from suicide. Therefore, we have to try everything to move further. The plastic surgery hospital is our neighbor, and we know them very well. To prevent unnecessary conflict, I suggest we try working with them first to deal with the theme park. As the manager of Ziggurat and the owner of -15 Charm, no one would disagree with Han Fei. But will they agree? Li's eye was worried. The faceless woman and part of the white shoe's consciousness are with us. They have to agree. Han Fei looked at Zhuangwen because she seemed to have something to say. This woman's hatred is not complete. I've asked Dr. Yin. To kill her completely, we have to find smile, pain, despair, anger, and bliss. Each emotion is a beautiful face. Those faces are her weaknesses. Zhuangwen felt more human after she entered the memory world with Han Fei. Perhaps it was because of the things she had seen in there. I wanted to eat her, but if I do that now, it won't help me much. But if I consume her after all her faces are found. Zhuangwen discussed something scary before the victim. The neighbors' expressions changed when they heard they could consume the pure hatred. Since we can't kill her now, then curse her head and leave the rest to me. After a simple discussion, Zhuangwen placed the faceless woman's head on the dining table. She and Su Qin imbued the head with endless curses. The faceless woman was really unlucky. If she ran into other pure hatred, she could have escaped with her strange ability. However, Zhuangwen inherited all the death curses at the Ziggurat, and Su Qin was a curse amalgamation. These two pure hatreds shoved the worst curses they could think of into the faceless woman. This is art. Zhuangwen held up the head. She and Su Qin carved a face on the head. Before the curse was healed, the head couldn't accept other faces. Come on, let's go. Han Fei couldn't wait to meet the painter again. Zhuang Wen hugged the faceless woman's head, and Su Qin held the white shoe's kindness. Han Fei walked in the middle. The blood chased away the mist. The night was dyed red. Let's go meet up with Mirror God first. We need to avoid conflict before that. They hurried forward. When the faceless woman's head left the mist, activities came from the hospital. Shadows flitted across the twisted buildings. The hospital's pure hatreds had discovered Han Fei's group. Neither party made the first move. They ran along the edge of the hospital to the Midnight Mall. Han Fei placed the faceless woman's head on the Mirror God's altar. He wanted to try if he could sacrifice the faceless woman. The altar didn't give any response, probably because the faceless woman's resentment was too strong. I'll place you here. If you dare to trick us, I'll sacrifice you to the altar. Han Fei stared at the faceless woman and switched on the masterful acting in his mind. He was probably the first human to dare threaten a pure hatred. The faceless woman was very unlucky to fall into Han Fei's hands. She couldn't read the man's thoughts at all, and he didn't follow the cryptic world's rules. Han Fei, they are here. Mirror God reminded Han Fei and opened the mall's back door. A thin man with a bare chest appeared at the back door. The painter? He dares to come alone? Han Fei was surprised. The painter had no chance to win if he were to take on 3 pure hatreds on his own. However, he still dared to come to the mall alone. After he stepped into the mall, all the doors and windows closed, making the mall an enclosed space. Han Fei hadn't decided what to do, but Mirror God was already prepared to kill. For pure hatreds were gathered together. Even if they had pulled in their presence, the souls on the shelves still shivered. However, this was nothing for Han Fei. After all, he was once food for 10 pure hatreds. Why are you here alone? Han Fei sat beside the altar and munched on Su Qin's pork heart. His appetite was not affected by the pure hatreds. Surrounded by Su Qin, Zhuang Wen, and the Mirror God, the thin man's eyes paused on Han Fei. He was no different from how he acted in real life. He was silent and aloof, like he had given up on everything. However, that disappointment didn't turn into malice but a deep-seated numbness. As Mirror God was about to make his move, the man's wound shaped like a foreblade. The blood echoed with the screams of children. The man hugged his arm like how one would hug a baby. His numb face colored with rare gentleness. The blood dripped, and each drop formed a painting. They were windows that led to different children's hearts. This is strange. Even Mirror God frowned. The presence of the painter became stronger. The man's power source was not hatred, but something else. No wonder even the butterfly failed to take over the hospital. This pure hatred hides many things on him. When his whole body was covered in black blood, the painter slowly turned around. A black window was painted on his back. Blood slid down the window frame. Something moved behind the window. Moments later, a giant eye opened behind the window. The monster was so large that its body couldn't fit inside the window. It was leaning close to the window and looked at Han Fei on the other side. Chapter 620, Negotiation. The monster's single eyeball dominated the whole window. Its body was huge and possessed a presence stronger than pure hatreds. It's weaker than the singer, so it's not an unmentionable, but it's stronger than pure hatred? Being stared at by the giant eye, Han Fei felt as if his secrets had been exposed. Black blood slid down the window frame. The painter's bone cracked eerily. His muscle and skin turned to the side as if the window on his back was about to open. It was a painted window, but it gave the feeling that there was really another world on the other side. As the window was nudged open, the eyeball started to pulse. In mere seconds, the giant eyeball was dominated by red capillaries. Han Fei's image was reflected in the giant eye. However, the reflection was slightly different from the normal Han Fei. Resisting the pressure, Han Fei met the monster's eye. He realized his reflection in the monster's eye was different from himself. There was a normal version of himself, and then another Han Fei who was covered in blood and laughing nonstop standing behind him. The two versions of Han Fei stood back to back. One of them had permanently lost his laughter, and the other couldn't do anything but to laugh. This monster is number 4? The painter's power comes from number 4? Han Fei took a step forward. All the pure hatreds also moved to surround the painter. How can I communicate with the person outside the window? Han Fei wanted to speak to the monster outside the window, but the painter and the monster didn't answer. Black blood dripped. The painter's body was torn into a strange shape. If the window continued to open, the painter would be torn apart. The wound on his arm stopped bleeding. He pointed at the faceless woman's head. Han Fei understood the painter's meaning then. He wanted to take away the faceless woman's head. If Han Fei refused, then he would sacrifice himself and release the monster on his back. Your request is to bring away this pure hatred? That is doable. Han Fei moved a chair and sat beside the altar. He was the real owner of this mall. I didn't plan to harm you in the first place. Everything I did was out of self-defense. If you had been to my neighborhood, you'd realize that I'm a democratic person. I only want peace and for my neighbors to find happiness. Han Fei had faced the singer alone before, so he was not afraid of the monster outside the window. The ziggurat, plastic surgery hospital, and the theme park are connected. The theme park is the most mysterious and has the most secrets. If you are willing to cooperate with us, you can take away this head and come to find us for help in the future. Han Fei opened his menu and glanced at the grayed-out exit button. He switched on masterful acting. I'll be honest, I have forgotten my past, but from the clues that I have, I am the hope to save all the numbered orphans. Perhaps I can heal their pain and save them from the despairing nightmare. Looking at the giant eye outside the window, Han Fei stood up. We've met once outside. You should remember what number 4 told me. The painter's face twitched with the mention of number 4. He wanted to save the children, but the only thing he could do back then was to paint the colorful windows on the enclosed underground basement. I'm going to finish what you started. I can't ask that you help me fully, but I hope you can cooperate with me. After it's over, we'll share the secrets inside the theme park, and I will return this pure hatred's head to you. Han Fei turned to the theme park. In real life, you heard number 4's warning too. After clearing all the games at the theme park, a monster will revive with my body. However, even with this threat, I will not stop because I know certain things are more important than my life. Someone has to do these things. Han Fei was telling the truth. He knew the theme park was very dangerous, but he also knew that if he stopped moving, everything that he had now would one day be taken away from him. He could not accept watching his neighbors die. He had already taken them as his family. If someone has to take the risk, then I hope that person is me. That was Han Fei's real thought. With the buff from masterful acting and devil's whisper, his words cut into people's hearts. The painter, who was numb to everything, turned to look at Han Fei. His face was expressionless, so no one could tell what he was thinking. Several seconds later, the window on the painter's back cracked. Han Fei and the giant eyeball became clearer. The monster seemed to remember something. Han Fei, in its eyes, started to change. He became shorter and younger. As Han Fei changed, the monster started to lose control. The terrifying pressure aimed to crush Han Fei. It can remember me. Han Fei met the monster's gaze. He looked at the giant eyeball. It was as if he was looking at a mirror. The reflection was his memory, showing Han Fei's actual childhood. Han Fei, who couldn't laugh, and Han Fei, who couldn't stop laughing, stood back to back. They were both children. The two children slowly joined together. As they were about to combine into one, the giant pupil exploded. Blood splattered on the window. A roar came from the window, and the mall shook. The glass cracked, and the cracks spread onto the painter's body. Once the window was fully open, the painter would perish, and that appeared to be the meaning of his existence. The painter raised his arm and closed the window at the last moment. All the black blood flowed back into the wounds. The window on his back slowly returned to normal, and the giant eyeball disappeared. The window turned back into a normal oil painting. The wounds on the painter didn't disappear. He was extremely vulnerable. The painter stood up and walked towards the back door without saying anything. He didn't agree to help Han Fei, but he didn't take the faceless woman's head either. His expression didn't even change. Mirror God saw this opportunity and communicated with Han Fei through the altar to make a move. Han Fei shook his head. After seeing the window behind the painter, he realized the price to pay to kill the painter was too high. Once the monster outside the window was released, there was no telling who might win. Plus, The imminent mission was to enter the theme park to find the other players. If he didn't do that, more players would be sent to the cryptic world through the maze. We don't have a 100% chance to kill the painter. Once he leaves, all the plans will be delayed. Pure murder was not possible to survive in the cryptic world. Of course, blind kindness would lead to death too. Han Fei didn't make a move. After the painter reached the back door and planned to exit, he suddenly stopped. He turned his neck around, and he scratched the wound on his arm. He dropped something on the ground. Su Qin grabbed the bloody thing. It was a wrinkled picture soaked in blood. She carefully unfurled the picture. There was a hard candy wrapped inside. Is this the birthday present the painter gave number 4? Number 4 kept it all these times. Han Fei examined the picture. There were 31 children in the picture, but there were 32 numbers under the picture, from 0 to 31. Due to time, the children's faces were blurred and rotten. Han Fei looked very closely, but he still couldn't find himself. Notification for player 0000. You've discovered grade D cursed object, their group picture. Their group picture. You can't remember some of their names. It means there are unmentionables among them. Warning. This picture might bring you great tragedies. Never recite their numbers. Grade D? Han Fei's hands shook. This was his first time encountering a grade D cursed object. Why would the painter have this? It's not that surprising. Butterfly had 2 altars and the shell of an unmentionable. He is already quite poor compared to the butterfly. Mirror God commented. You're right. Han Fei placed the picture in the inventory. The picture looked normal, but if he recited everyone's number, then the curse might be triggered. Everyone around it would be killed by the curse. This is a good trump card. Then, Han Fei picked up the normal candy. Notification for player 0000. You've discovered grade E mission object, candy that changed fate. Candy that changed fate. This candy changed his fate, and it might change yours too. Warning. If used within the right memory world, the candy will have a special effect. The painter left, but gave Han Fei 2 very important things. The man is quite special. He came and left without noise. He dropped a grade D cursed object casually. Han Fei didn't think he had convinced the painter. It was more like the monster outside the window had chosen him. You suggested exploring the theme park together, and then you'd return him the faceless woman's head. However, the painter didn't even ask for the faceless woman's head when he left, but instead gave you 2 big presents. Does this mean he has agreed to help? Mirror God appeared beside the altar. He looked at the faceless woman's head, and the scale in his eyes tipped. We'll keep the head for now. When it's time to explore the theme park, I'll leave her head here, and I'll need you to watch over it for me. Han Fei said. The theme park might contain the last altar Fu Sheng left for me. We should be able to tell what kind of person he is then. Han Fei, I still think you shouldn't trust Fu Sheng so implicitly. The old manager was obsessed with the cryptic world. He'd do anything to achieve his goal. The Mirror God said after some hesitation. I saw him revive himself through his children to venture deeper into the cryptic world. Han Fei became serious. He walked to the window and glanced at the theme park shrouded in darkness. You mean this might be a trap for him to revive with my body? Han Fei turned to look at the 3 pure hatreds beside him. He relaxed and asked, if the old manager wants to harm me, will you help him or me? Su Qin chose to side with Han Fei without hesitation. Zhuangwen was not familiar with Fu Sheng, so she chose Han Fei too. After some hesitation, the Mirror God appeared to get Han Fei's meaning. You are the better candidate compared to him. Fu Sheng should understand that too. Han Fei's path was different from Fu Sheng's. He believed his path was the correct one. Han Fei exited the mall while munching on the pork heart. With the 2 pure hatreds' help, he completed a grade G mission. He logged off when he returned to the ziggurat. Han Fei crawled out of the gaming hub. He went online to search everything on the theme park. Fu Tian was born in Xianlu. He lived in the countryside when he was young. Based on the information, Han Fei confirmed that the theme park Fu Tian visited with Fu Sheng when they were young was at Xian Lu's northern countryside. The theme park was abandoned decades ago. Then, it was purchased by Immortal Pharma. After some simple renovation, it became a private theme park. It's troublesome since it's not open to the public. Han Fei glanced at the wall. It was still early, only 3:30 a.m. After some thought, Han Fei changed and left home. Considering he just made big news yesterday night, Han Fei didn't dare to use the neighborhood gate anymore. He was afraid of running into the group of reporters outside. He jumped over the wall and left the neighborhood. Chapter 6:21, Ghost Night. Han Fei arrived at the theme park at northern countryside at around 5 a.m. With technological advancement, there came many entertainment choices. There were few people who would visit actual theme parks, much less one which was closed to the public. Being rich is great. You can build a theme park just for the sake of memory. Han Fei was surprised when he arrived. He thought the old park would be old and deserted. But the place was well-maintained and far larger than a normal theme park. Han Fei took out his phone and looked on the map. He had a new discovery. The theme park was on the opposite end of the plastic surgery hospital. The two locales were similar to how they were positioned in Fu Sheng's memory world. Fu Tian and Fu Sheng are gone. So who is running the theme park? Xian Lu theme park shut down years before Immortal Pharma took over. There wasn't much info about it online. The only detail was it was washed away by time and bad management. There's no murder or serious case that happened here. So why is this place a permanent scar on Fu Sheng's heart? Or those cases disappeared along with Fu Sheng? The gate was closed. The surrounding was silent. There was no one around, but the theme park was brightly lit. The different rides operated like normal. How much electricity will go to waste because of this? Out of habit, Han Fei checked the camera locations. He walked around the fences before he found a blind spot about 100 meters away from the gate. This spot will be hidden for a second when the two cameras turn to 30 degrees. I need to use this chance well. Han Fei lowered his head and acted like a man out on a morning jog. He watched the cameras as he moved along the edge of the fence. As the cameras turned, Han Fei suddenly picked up speed to grab the fence. As he prepared to jump over, a clown suddenly appeared on the other side of the fence. Han Fei had no idea when the clown appeared. He was gaudy dressed, with thick makeup on his face. Han Fei halted. He was now a public figure. He couldn't be seen breaking into a theme park. Han Fei jumped back down and looked at the clown across the fence. He felt like he should say something. "Good morning. I'm just looking around." The clown felt very strange to Han Fei. It was as if a ghost, and not a human, was under the clown makeup. The clown titled his head and revealed an exaggerated smile. He didn't scold Han Fei, but took out a red balloon from behind him and handed it to Han Fei. "This is for me." Han Fei accepted the balloon. The balloon had a human face printed on it. From afar, it looked like he was holding a floating human head. This theme park is rather unique. After Han Fei accepted the balloon, the clown clapped happily before waddling away. What a strange person. This was a serious comment from Han Fei. Han Fei knew he was already featured on the surveillance. He abandoned the plan to infiltrate the theme park and used the front door instead. "I'm sorry, but when will the park open?" Han Fei came to the ticket booth. The booth was painted with cartoon pictures. It looked like a house from a fairy tale. A uniformed worker sat inside the booth. "Is he asleep?" Han Fei called for a long time and knocked on the glass. He then reached in to tap the person's shoulder. Before he got close, the worker's head fell from the shoulders and dropped into his palm. An AI worker? This was supposed to be scary, but Han Fei wasn't frightened at all. He pulled the head out of the window. "Is it broken? I didn't do this." Han Fei waved at the cameras, holding the broken head. However, no one came. Han Fei decided to find the guard. He found the guard booth after walking for a few minutes. He knocked on the window. The guard was woken up from his sleep. Once he opened his eyes, a human head stared at him. The guard tripped and fell from his chair. "Sorry, I'm here to look for someone. Your ticker seller's head fell," Han Fei explained. Eventually, the guard exited the booth. You're Han Fei, the celebrity? The guard stammered. He didn't expect to see a famous celebrity. How can you be a guard when you're so timid? Han Fei placed the head on the table. When will your park open? What do I need to do to visit this place? We're a private theme park. We don't open to the public. The guard was embarrassed. But if this is urgent, I can contact my superior for you. I personally don't have the right to let people in. The guard made a few calls. Then a uniformed worker came from inside the theme park and led Han Fei into the park. The worker looked like he just woke up too. His hair was disheveled. A worker ID hung around his chest. Mr. Han, why are you here so early in the morning? The worker's name was Tao Tao. He was Han Fei's fan. When he heard Han Fei was there, he jumped up from bed and raced over. Don't worry. I just want to take a look around. I'll accompany you. Tao Tao wiped his sweat as he stared at Han Fei carefully. Han Fei was technically an actor, but he was also called the Walking Death. Death followed him everywhere. There's not one visitor. Why keep the rides running? Isn't that a waste of money? Han Fei asked. That's the order of our former CEO, Fu Tian. We have to keep the theme park running 24 days a day. I think he said it's because he was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Yes, but he couldn't remember who it was. He only knew that the person would one day return to the theme park and found him who was lost. Tao Tao shrugged. I didn't know the details. Fu Tian was a genius. Commoners like me can't understand him. Fu Tian was deified in the company after his death. That's why you keep this large park running. Because of the random order of a dead man? Han Fei was in disbelief. Tao Tao chuckled. Actually, many people share your thoughts. So ever since Fu Tian passed away, the theme park has stopped maintenance, and the lowest price is used to keep this place running. I heard that Fu Tian's will has been edited. The original will mention this theme park? So does that mean this place is related to the black box? Han Fei commented casually. That has to be a rumor. I've guarded this place for decades already and know every inch of this place. There's no black box. Tao Tao sighed. Has Fu Tian been here before? Did he say or do anything interesting? Han Fei asked directly. In the past, the CEO would come to visit the park. He would always sit on the bench at the center of the park alone, close his eyes and rest. It was like he was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. But he didn't wait until that person appears. Immortality is just a dream. Tao Tao accompanied Han Fei to wander around the park. Then, he received a phone call. He needed to go because he was told to participate in some kind of parade. Tao Tao reminded Han Fei not to touch the rides before heading to the west side of the park. Han Fei felt abandoned in the large park. He walked through the singing rides and flashing lights to the park center. Next to the large fountain, he saw the long bench Tao Tao mentioned. However, to his surprise, there was someone sitting on the bench on the other side of the fountain. It was a kind-looking old lady. She was beautiful and regal, like a royal family member. The old lady was shocked when she saw Han Fei. She seemed to remember something. She smiled and waved at Han Fei. Han Fei thought the old lady was familiar too. He walked around the fountain and sat on the bench beside her. Have I seen you before? The old lady asked. Perhaps on the movies? I'm an actor. Han Fei studied the old lady. He realized the old lady's hair was very special. Her hair was white, but the roots were black. It was as if she was aging backwards. I haven't seen a movie in years. The lady shook her head and then looked at her hands. Her fingerprints were missing, like they had been worn away. Actually, I think you look familiar too. Han Fei rubbed his temples. Madam, how shall I call you? I'm Du Jing. It is my mother's name, but I have to live on her behalf. The old lady said without raising her head. Du Jing? Han Fei was shocked when he heard that name. He had seen this old lady in the memory world before. She was Du Jing's biological daughter and medicine for Du Zhu. In real life, Du Jing helped Fu Sheng and died inside the plastic surgery hospital. Fu Sheng then saved Du Jing's daughter and tried to give her immortality. Han Fei didn't know what happened to Du Zhu after that. He couldn't find anything on her on the internet. The woman was wiped away by Fu Sheng. I'm trying my best to live, but the people around me keep leaving. If immortality means always saying goodbye to others, what's the point? If one person is immortal, it's boring, but it'll be different if everyone is immortal. But I can't imagine that world. Han Fei looked at the old lady. He asked, "Can you still remember Fu Sheng?" Fu Sheng, who is he? The lady's wrinkles deepened. He's the reason this theme park exists. Fu Tian built this theme park. The old lady seemed to remember something. But I did hear that he built this park to wait for someone. He had made a promise with that person. If one of them went missing, they would come to this theme park and sit on the bench to wait for the other. Did Fu Tian manage to wait for that person to return? No. The old lady shook her head. When she said that, the sun rose from the horizon. All the lights went out at once. The ghost night is over. The parade is about to start. Would you like to come with me? Ghost night. Parade? This theme park has many games left behind by Fu Tian. Ghost night is basically hide and seek. It lasts from midnight to dawn. Then during the parade, everyone will bring their captured ghosts and release them under the sun. The old lady stood up. Fu Tian liked games. He had designed many games. He said he was the only person who could clear the games he designed. The ground trembled. A giant gate deep inside the theme park opened. A giant black float appeared on the track. The sun shone into the theme park. Strange floats drove out of the buildings on the west. The floats were festooned with red and black flowers. Some looked like giant crows, and others were covered with human-face balloons. Nightmare, madness, and anomaly seemed to be the parade's theme. There were actors on the floats. They performed with the props. Even though Han Fei and the old lady were the only audiences, they gave it their all. Isn't it shocking? The old lady looked at the floats. Every time I try a new drug, I'll come to stay here for one night. Seeing everything Fu Tian designed, it feels like he's still alive. It's not bad. Han Fei memorized the design of all the floats and the people on the float. He realized he couldn't find the clown he encountered earlier. Chapter 622, Fate. Strange floats moved along the rails. The floats carried different nightmares before disappearing under the sun. With the aid of technology, the parade was stunning. Every float is intricately designed. They represent Fu Tian and Fu Sheng's memory. Fu Sheng has been forgotten by humans, so these floats repeat the parade for him. Han Fei, who knew the truth, could see the meaning behind some of the floats. For example, there was a float with 31 balloons of children's faces in a black house. It should represent the 31 children at the orphanage. There was an actor in a teacher's outfit and a black mask on the float. He sang ancient operas and caressed the human head balloons. He was playing either Fu Sheng or Fu Tian. There was another float designed like a mourning hall. An empty death portrait was placed in the middle. Before the portrait stood 3 actors. The eldest brother wore a black outfit. The second sister wore a red coat, and the youngest brother looked the most normal. The old lady said Fu Tian designed all the floats. However, Fu Tian was dead. Han Fei was probably the only person left who knew the meaning of these floats. The world is changing. I wonder how many more times I can witness the parade. The old lady held the fence. Her muddled eyes contained complicated emotions. After Fu Tian's death, his children and shareholders took over the company. This theme park is bleeding money. The permanent parade might not be as permanent anymore. That is such a shame. Fu Tian had spent a lot of effort to design this theme park. It's not that serious. He built this theme park to wait for someone. Once that person arrives, this theme park will have finished its goal. The old lady's eyes moved away from the parade to Han Fei. Is Fu Sheng real? Can you tell me more about him? Yes. I should be the only person in this world who can still remember him. This theme park was built for him. He also once owned a mortal pharma. Han Fei thought for a while. I don't agree with his philosophy, and I don't think he's perfect, but he has protected many people. I believe such a person did enter my life before. The old lady turned back to the leaving parade. I thought I had forgotten everything, but I had a dream the night before. It was a very strange dream. My mother was still alive in that dream. All the despair I have experienced changed. I was still old, but I was happy. The dream felt very real. Dream? The night before was when Han Fei did the altar mission. Wang Pinggan also had a dream after Han Fei completed the altar mission at the Midnight Mall. The cryptic world appeared to be connected to dreams. Han Fei probed. You dreamed about Fusheng? Not only Fusheng, but also Fu Tian and you. The sun slowly rose. Sunlight swallowed the strange parade. All the nightmare dissipated under the light. Only the iron rails remained. The parade dispersed. A few workers, including Tao Tao, walked towards Han Fei. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, but we just received notification from above. The theme park will be completely closed to the public from today. Please cooperate with us. This way, please. The workers moved Han Fei away from the old lady. When they tried to remove Han Fei, the old lady spoke again. She pointed at the iron rails and said, This park is designed by Fu Tian. He has named everything here. For example, these rails that the floats run on. It is fixed to the ground, and no one can change it. It is called fate. Han Fei frowned. He wanted to talk more with the old lady, but the old lady moved back to the fountain. The sun covered the theme park. The old lady sat on the bench and looked at everything silently. After Han Fei left, the old lady studied the two health bracelets on her wrist. The new one was a test bracelet given by Immortal Pharma to the new drug testers. The other bracelet looked worn, and it appeared to be the first prototype of the health bracelet. The bracelet carried a special meaning for the old lady, so even if it was outdated and broken, she kept wearing it. Fusheng, Fu Tian. The old lady touched the old bracelet. The old bracelet glowed. After she keyed in a string of complicated numbers, the two messages left inside the bracelet showed up. Cinder, Fu Tian, when memories coincide, the fixed fate will ripple. The person should have arrived at the theme park. After my death, please help me kill that person no matter what. He is the despair of the whole world, the nemesis of virtual immortality. He is humanity's biggest tragedy. You have to kill him and destroy him. Sender? Perhaps no one remembers me now, but luckily, that person will eventually arrive at the theme park. He is the answer to everything. I hope you can help me help him. He will walk on this park further than I did. He would visit the places I hadn't been to. The two messages carried completely different meanings. One of them was the dying message of the old lady's good friend, Fu Tian, and the other came from an unknown person. I can't tell if there's another person, but I can remember clearly it was not Fu Tian who put this bracelet on me. The old lady couldn't come to a decision. She touched the bracelet, and everything returned to normal. Han Fei didn't expect to run into Du Jing's daughter at the theme park. He was even more surprised that the old lady had dreamed about him. Is the cryptic world connected to human dreams? Wang Pinggan has dreamed about me before. The butterfly could use the dream world to leave the cryptic world. So where exactly is the cryptic world? Perfect Life uploaded human consciousness to the virtual space, and its final goal was virtual immortality. One of the biggest reasons Perfect Life could be developed was due to the black box. Fusheng once owned the black box and had entered the cryptic world. I should focus on taking down the theme park before exploring the rest of the cryptic world. Han Fei had once opened the map given to him by the system. His explored area was just a very small part of the cryptic world. Han Fei turned around and was stunned to see a clown standing at the fence. The clown smiled his red, grimy smile at Han Fei. It's him again? Han Fei rushed to the fence, but when he arrived, the clown disappeared. Only a human head balloon remained. Han Fei retrieved the balloon. The face was crossed out with red paint. Beside the cross was the number 11. The clown is from the orphanage? He's number 11? Before Han Fei could confirm his thought, the The balloon suddenly burst. The red dust inside the balloon spread everywhere, and a small paper note fell out. The person who killed you will want to kill you forever. Even if you can't die, he'll kill you again and again. Hee hee. The message was like a ransom note. The letter was cut from different sources. Someone wants to kill me? Han Fei put away the note. He took the taxi and left. When Han Fei returned to the old city, he realized his neighborhood was swamped. Only then did he realize how popular he was. The livestream from yesterday gained me a lot of new fans. As my influence grows, my voice can reach further. Han Fei had been collecting strength. One day, his fame and influence would aid him a lot. Han Fei logged into his social media account. He had millions of private messages. Without a team, he couldn't reply to all of them. Yesterday night, 7 actors joined the live stream. None of them had released a statement. Only Tang Yi had stated openly that everything was scripted. The netizens obviously didn't buy that. However, since all the actors didn't say anything, they couldn't do much. Han Fei didn't plan to say anything either. He always focused on his work. He checked his bank account. Tang Yi had given him the agreed fee and also some extra as livestream bonus. The bonus, which was 7 digits, shocked Han Fei. He didn't think it would be so lucrative. How much afterlife karma can I get from these? Han Fei saved a small portion for himself and planned to contact Xianlu police to donate the rest to those who really needed it. Li Shui, who got his call, was stunned. She was shocked by Han Fei's sudden wealth and also his choice. Han Fei had a very good image among the law enforcement. Everyone only had praises for him. Han Fei naturally didn't tell them it was to earn afterlife karma. He stressed that he was doing this because he empathized with the victims and wanted to help their families. The taxi didn't return home, but drove to Xianlu police branch. After multiple interactions, Han Fei had a very strong bond with Xianlu police. They had absolute trust in him. The worry about him becoming a supercriminal disappeared. Chapter 623, Missing. Having a positive image before the police and the public was very important, especially for someone like Han Fei. Police protection could help him solve many problems. Certain companies wouldn't dare to harm him through underhanded means. Everything Han Fei did was for a purpose. At the station branch, Han Fei met with Li Shui's superior. He personally updated Han Fei on the victim family situation. He also told Han Fei that there were many other official charity organizations that would help him. Han Fei was direct too. He wanted to help those who really needed it. Only the police could ensure that the money reached the victims' families. Only then could the money be turned into afterlife karma. Li Shui's superior had held his post for 20+ years, but he had not seen anyone like Han Fei. At first, people at the station suspected Han Fei was the butterfly, but as they spent more time together, they started to treat Han Fei as one of them. Indeed, even the guard at the station would greet Han Fei when he arrived. After completing the donation, Han Fei planned to ask for a ride home. However, he received a call from Huang Yin. Huang Yin wanted to meet him in person. Since it was still early, Han Fei took a cab to the intelligent city. Around 1 p.m., Han Fei arrived at the cafe at the corner. After he had verified his identity, he came to the second floor. The door opened, and the aroma of coffee drifted out. Han Fei glanced inside and saw 3 men seated at the table. Huang Yin in the white coat was like a doctor who was studying coffee as medicine. Bai Xian was heavily covered as he shook the white wine in his grasp. Jin Jun was the most normally dressed. A cup of tea was placed before him. All 3 of you are here. Han Fei had once saved these 3 people, and they all knew about the cryptic world. They were Han Fei's most trusted people and the members of the Happiness Neighborhood Tenancy Committee. Do you want anything to drink? I've grounded the coffee. Huang Yin stood up and found a chair for Han Fei. I'll have water. Han Fei sat down. The 4 men had 4 different drinks. Seaglass Cat is participating in a virtual idol singing competition, and the auntie is still recovering, so they can't be here. Huang Yin took a sip of the coffee, and he winced. This coffee tastes like my past life. When did you become so sentimental? Han Fei scanned the 3. Why did you summon me? The first is a good thing. Han Fei placed his phone on the table and pressed a button. A rotating white box was projected. During Perfect Life's first big event, I was the player who had the biggest rise in happiness points, so I was given a chance to draw a random, extremely rare item. And you drew an empty box? Han Fei didn't have much hope for Huang Yin's luck. After all, this was a man admired by Li Zai. I had Bai Xian do the draw for me. Don't underestimate this white box. It is the most precious and unique in-game item at this stage. Huang Yin enlarged the projection. This white box is called False Hope. It is a unique item with no level. I've never heard of it during CB. The chance of drawing it is 1/1000000. What is its use? Han Fei was intrigued. The box can bring a non-important NPC from Perfect Life into real life. Han Fei's pupils narrowed. He understood the importance of the box. If this item worked in the cryptic world, it meant that he could bring Su Qin out of the cryptic world and give Wei Youfu a chance to reunite with his father. There were too many regrets in the cryptic world, and Han Fei planned to rectify all of them. I know what you're thinking, but the box's limitation is heavy. First, you have to have reached top-level friendliness with the NPC. Second, the NPC mustn't be tied to any mission. Third, the NPC must be of a certain level. Even if the person was brought out of Perfect Life, it is changing one cage for another. That's why this item is called False Hope. Huang Yin placed the phone before Han Fei. I believe they prepared this item for the very rich. If they found true love in-game, or if they really wanted someone, they could use this time to bring them out of the game and insert their consciousness into some robots. Then, they'd own them forever. I'm surprised Perfect Life has something like this. You haven't seen the players ruined by Perfect Life. They see the NPC as objects to vent their negative emotions. If not for the photon computer, Perfect Life would become an apocalypse survival game. Huang Yin had been through many CB, so he knew many things. That's why sometimes I feel that Dark World has its reasons to exist. Some of Huang Yin's thoughts matched Han Fei perfectly. In any case, without your help, Bai Xian and I wouldn't get this, so we plan to give this to you. Huang Yin glanced at Bai Xian and added, but we have no idea if this item will work there or not. If it doesn't, then remember to leave it for Bai Xian. He has married a female police officer in-game, so this box can help him bring his wife out. To cover his emotions, Bai Xian lowered his head to drink the wine. I know you're separated by life and death, so you should consider yourself first. After all, I can still see her daily. Plus, she doesn't seem to have the desire to leave. This white box is very crucial. I will take care of it carefully. Han Fei nodded. I'll give it to you tonight. Huang Yin switched off the projection. Now it's time for the bad news. A new projection appeared. 18 elite players had gone missing inside the theme park maze. Absolute Truth can't cover this truth any longer. I thought they would wait longer, but they gathered 12 players over level 20 yesterday and planned to send 2 teams into the maze to explore. 2 teams at once. These 12 players are specialist players. Based on my knowledge, one of them has a grade A talent. He is Absolute Truth's hidden trump card. Huang Yin smiled bitterly. Boss, their main sponsor, is missing, so Absolute Truth is shaking in its boots. They even contacted me and opened me a very ridiculous price to get me to join the expedition. Did you agree? Of course not. I can't reveal my weakness to them. Plus, money is not that tempting to me. Huang Yin didn't need the money anyway. Well done. Han Fei rubbed his temples. What is going on with the theme park? Is there really a channel there that connects the worlds? We have to solve this as soon as possible. A small part of extreme players is only playing Perfect Life for the black box. Any news about the hidden map will make their blood boil. More players are gathering around the theme park. If not for Absolute Truth sealing the maze, more players would be missing. Huang Yin was pressured. Once things go out of control, it's like opening Pandora's box. Who knew what would be released? I'll go look tonight. You have to be careful too. If it's impossible, then just give up on them. Huang Yin had been to the cryptic world, so he knew the danger of that place. Han Fei, you've been there for a long time already. Have you had a clearer grasp of the place? I should have an answer after I take down the theme park. Actually, we can help you. Bai Xian and Jin Jun said, but the strongest among them, Huang Yin, shook his head. You two should help me in the surface world. No surface world player can challenge that nightmare yet. I believe we'll have to reach level 40 and unlock all our profession talents before we can consider helping Han Fei. Level 40? Bai Xian and Jin Jun were shocked. Level 40 was so far for them. Don't worry too much. Do whatever you can. Leave the things in the dark to me. Huang Yin, Han Fei, Jin Jin, and Bai Xian discussed the roadmap of the player neighborhood. No one knew what would happen in the future, so it was best to be prepared. If someone came out of the cryptic world, Huang Yin's group could help Han Fei in the surface world. They chatted until 2 p.m. when Han Fei received Li Shui's call. What is it? Haven't I just been to the station this morning? I'm afraid you need to come back. Huh. Xia Yilan is missing. After the live stream was over, her agent sent her home. When the agent tried to contact her this morning, her phone was off. Worried about her, the agent went to her home to look, and she was not there. Li Shui sounded cold. The surveillance didn't show where she went. The surveillance only caught her returning home. It didn't even show how she left. It was like she had disappeared inside her home. Li Shui's inn was noisy. Everyone was busy at the station. Yesterday night, you had the most interaction with Xia Yilan, so we have some questions for you. Give me an address, and I'll go fetch you now. I'm at the Intelligent City. To prevent the cafe from being discovered, Han Fei left and walked to another location. Xia Yilan was a B-list celebrity. If she disappeared for no reason, it would cause horrible influence. Han Fei knew the severity of the situation. Huang Yin turned back to the mildly drunk Bai Xian after the door closed. Are actors normally so busy? Yes, but the reason he's busy is different from the rest of us. Bai Xian leaned on the table. Do you have more of this wine? You should drink less. If you have time, try to get in the game to raise your level. Huang Yin shook his head and took down 2 more bottles of wine from the cupboard. Chapter 624. Why are you here? At 5 p.m., Han Fei and Li Shui arrived at the station branch. The crews who joined the live stream were there too. These people immediately shirked their responsibility when they saw Han Fei arrive. Xia Yilan's agent walked to Han Fei and hoped that he'd cooperate with the police. This was nothing for Han Fei. He sat at the table. It was hard to tell if he was there for interrogation or to interrogate others. Han Fei, we realized Xia Yilan wasn't herself after she left the plastic surgery hospital. You were the last person to interact with her. A familiar officer asked Han Fei. So what happened inside the hospital? Is it all part of the script? Yes, it's all scripted. But based on everyone's observation, Xia Yilan isn't a good actor. Her performance during the live stream was beyond her normal standard. It was like she was in actual fear. When the officer said that, the crews nodded. All 7 actors were given different scripts, so I couldn't tell either. If you have questions, I think you should ask Tang, Yi and Jiajia. After all, they're the producer and director. They designed the live stream. Did nothing strange happen to you and Xia Yilan at the hospital yesterday night? Xia Yilan left the team to venture off on her own. We checked her live stream video. Ever since she left the team, she started to act strangely. She chanted things like death, repent, children, faces, and so on. Another officer spoke. His computer recorded all the clues related to Xia Yilan's disappearance. Han Fei frowned, and he started to think. The police didn't disturb him. A few minutes later, Han Fei looked around. Can you have the unrelated personnel leave first? I remember something. After the police chased the others away, Han Fei stood up and moved to the officers. I don't know why Xia Yilan has gone missing, but I heard her mention Immortal Pharma and Middle Person yesterday night. Immortal Pharma? The two officers' expressions changed immediately. Immortal Pharma and Deep Space Tech were instrumental in ushering in the new era. They promised to help advance the human future, and they had been doing that. Han Fei, wait here for a moment. I'll get the superior. The two officers didn't dare to make any rash decision since this involved Immortal Pharma. Soon, Li Shui's superior arrived. He had his subordinate chase away the people outside the door. Han Fei, tell us everything you know. There's no one else here anymore. I believe you have already found out the plastic surgery hospital used to belong to Immortal Pharma, and Xia Yilan was a client there. We do know that. We've found the document regarding Xia Yilan's surgery. Then, do you know that hospital provided persona surgery on top of cosmetic surgery? Han Fei didn't hide anything. Xia Yilan's strange disappearance pressured him too. What is persona surgery? They injected a good persona inside children, whose persona hadn't formed yet, so that they'd have a genius thoughts and determination. Han Fei told the police the things he knew. It sounded preposterous, but it was all true. Han Fei wanted to give the police a direction. He needed the police to help him pull back the curtain. Xia Yilan's disappearance was bigger than anyone could imagine. The storm was only brewing. As it grew larger, it would involve more parties. In real life, the police needed to investigate further. Han Fei also planned to find the truth at the theme park in the game. Han Fei left the station after dark. The police assigned to him increased. He was an important protected individual. Han Fei took the police cruiser back to his neighborhood. The reporters didn't dare stop the police. After having a big dinner, Han Fei lay in bed to arrange the clues in his mind. Even with police protection, I need to destroy certain trails. Han Fei switched on his computer. He deleted some records and destroyed all the stuff related to the black box and the cryptic world inside his drawer. Number 4 said someone would revive with my body. If I failed at the theme park, then the person that crawls out of the gaming hub next might not be me. Han Fei took out some paper and pen to create false info and designed some traps on his computer and phone. After that, he called Huang Yin and Li Shui. In real life, they knew Han Fei the best. Han Fei was setting a precaution for himself. Han Fei checked the room again. After confirming there was nothing out of place, he crawled into the gaming hub. At first, he played the game to survive. He was forced to keep moving forward. But now he had changed his mind. Perhaps this was a kind of growth. After putting on the gaming helmet, Han Fei's world was frozen in red. A voice came from behind him. When Han Fei turned around, the person behind him turned around too. As their eyes were about to meet, Han Fei logged into the game. The blood receded, and Han Fei appeared at the ziggurat. I almost saw him. Han Fei worked his body. Perhaps after the feast the night before, his wounds had healed a lot. Han Fei opened his menu and realized his afterlife karma had increased by 30 points. I guess I'm a whale now. Han Fei exited the room. The ziggurat tenants greeted him. Some of them even started to refer to him as the building manager. It was hard to imagine this was a living human. Han Fei gathered everyone and entered Su Qin's kitchen on the 5th floor. I have something very important to discuss with everyone. Han Fei looked at every person seriously. He knew their past, pain, and despair. Are we expanding tonight? I've been interested in the theme park for a long time already. I hear the world's most unfortunate children are kept deep inside the park. Li Zai was excited. We are going to the theme park tonight, but before that, I need to show everyone something. Han Fei entered a side room and used Spiritfarer to summon Huang Yin. Huang Yin had changed after being tortured by Butterfly. He had a presence different from others. No wonder he was the top player in the surface world. I've brought the thing for you. Huang Yin was about to open his backpack when Han Fei stopped him. Come meet everyone. Han Fei told Huang Yin. If something happens to me or I become someone else, they'll need your help. I don't think. Before Huang Yin finished, Han Fei pushed open the door. Huang Yin was still frightened even when he was prepared. Take out the thing. We'll give it to the person who needs it the most. Han Fei patted Huang Yin's shoulders. The man closed his palms and retrieved a constantly spinning white box from his inventory. This pure white box was in heavy contrast to the solemn cryptic world. Its presence was very strange too. This white box is called false hope. After satisfying some conditions, we can bring a consciousness out of this despairing world. Once Han Fei said that, everyone's eyes moved to the box. Huang Yin was shocked too. He knew about the relationship between Han Fei and Su Qin. He thought Han Fei would reserve this thing for the person closest to him, but Han Fei had revealed the secret to everyone. I hope this box will be given to someone who really needs it. The spinning white box appeared in the cryptic world for the first time. It was like an angel's feather falling into the abyss. It was not hope, but it represented hope. Give it to someone else. I'm not leaving. Su Qin said without hesitation. I don't need it too. My home is at the happiness neighborhood. Weep looked at the white box and seemed to see something else. I belong here. Li Zai rubbed his stomach. My little brother thinks so too. Out of Huang Yin's expectations, most cryptic world citizens wanted to stay. They had no desire to return to the human world. The crowd parted. Dr. Yin moved to the table. His empty face looked at the white box. His arms rose and fell. He turned and walked to the corner. Dr. Yin, don't you want to live with your wife and kids? Li Zai was shocked by Dr. Yan's choice. Dr. Yin shook his head and left a bloody message on the wall. They used several decades to walk out of that pain. I can't interrupt their lives due to my selfishness. The neighbors walked away. Some of them wanted this chance, but they also thought others deserved the chance better than they did. How come it feels like this place is warmer than real life? Huang Yin hugged the white box. He was touched by the ghost's warmth. I don't feel that scared of them anymore, except that guard uncle. Keep the box first. After Elle comes back from the theme park, and if I'm still me, give me the box. Han Fei didn't expect this result either. He had Huang Yin put away the white box. He was about to accompany Huang Yin to grab some materials unique to the cryptic world. Suddenly, there was a scream from one of the rooms. Why does this sound so familiar? It's from the room where butterflies' dressers are. Someone unlucky must have stumbled here through the channels. Such an importune timing. Han Fei frowned. He could only use resurrection once every night. To ensure that Huang Yin could maintain at the top of the rankings, he needed to reserve that chance for Huang Yin. Han Fei, Huang Yin, and all the neighbors came to the specific room. He pushed the door open, and a familiar figure was hiding before the dresser. Armed with a sharp china shard, he was fighting Big Sin. Seeing that person, Han Fei and the neighbors frowned. Dr. Yin immediately left. Hearing the door open, the familiar figure turned to the door. He gasped when he saw Han Fei. Han Fei? The fuck? How is it possible that I met Han Fei here? The man moved away from the dresser with difficulty. As he moved towards Han Fei, he looked at Big Sin carefully. His hand that held the shard shook. The man didn't know how to read the room. He didn't notice how awkward Han Fei looked. He extended his hand to Han Fei. I finally met the real person today. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Shen Luo. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He took out rest in peace. Can you stop playing Perfect Life? Why? Why should I stop playing the game I paid so much for? You're very strange. Shen Luo retreated to Han Fei's side. He aimed to fight beside Han Fei. You are much aloof than on television, but I find you strangely approachable. Perhaps this is fate. Shen Luo's attention was completely attracted by Big Sin. He didn't notice the neighbors outside. Considering the words Shen Luo had told Su Qin a few days ago, the neighbors started to leave once they recovered from the shock. They didn't want to get involved. Huang Yin also noticed how unique this player was, and he silently retreated. Han Fei, why didn't you say anything? Is that your persona? Please give me some time to think. Han Fei once had one chance to use resurrection. If Huang Yin weren't in the cryptic world, he'd use it to send this human tragedy back to the surface world. Chapter 625, Theme Park. Huang Yin was the surface world's top player. If he didn't return, he might be overtaken by the other players. This was not good for Han Fei's plan. He had to ensure that Huang Yin remained the top player. However, if he used resurrection on Huang Yin, it meant Shen Luo would stay for another day. Han Fei was very cautious of this player. He could create catastrophic disasters. This was someone who managed to find his way to the cryptic world on his own twice. The lowest point for a player's luck was 0, and Shen Luo was probably the only lucky person to have that distinction. Han Fei, I'll count to 3, and we'll run. Shen Luo held the shard and discussed the escape route with Han Fei. Okay, you'll run to the roof. I'll help you lure it away. Han Fei was not just saying that. He knew Su Qin was on the 5th floor. He needed to stop these two from ever meeting. No, how can I let you do something so dangerous alone? Even though Shen Luo was unlucky, he was a good person. Stop wasting time. Big Sin was getting excited. It meant that Han Fei was going to face fatal danger. Big Sin charged towards Han Fei happily. The walls were torn apart, and rocks got strewn everywhere. Han Fei dragged Shen Luo out of the room. Go and stay on the top floor. Han Fei's sacrifice warmed Shen Luo's heart. He already thought Han Fei looked familiar, and now he had great admiration for Han Fei. Brother, Before he could finish, Shen Luo saw Big Sin ram into Han Fei, and the latter flew through the air. When Big Sin saw Han Fei, it wanted to give its owner a hug. However, this became a terrifying scene in Shen Luo's eyes. A human was toppled over by a giant shadow. It was gory. Interestingly enough, even though Shen Luo's legs were shaking from fear, he stabbed Big Sin with the shard. He wanted to create an opening for Han Fei to escape. Leave, go hide on the top floor. Han Fei didn't even open the masterful acting switch. He cried, and then allowed Big Sin to carry him away. Han Fei. Shen Luo mustered his courage to chase after them, but Big Sin was too fast for him. Looking at the empty, dark corridor, Shen Luo thought of what Han Fei said, bit his lips, and ran up to the top floor. After Shen Luo left, Han Fei walked out of the darkness. He frowned and sat on Big Sin's back. How did he manage to come back on his own? If Shen Luo were a bad person, Han Fei would dump him in the cryptic world. However, Shen Luo was a kind person. Han Fei didn't want to kill him for no reason. This brother still remembers me after the memory loss. He even wanted to save me earlier. Oh well, I'll trap him on the top floor for now. Han Fei called over Feng Ziyu and reminded him to find ways to trap Shen Luo on the top floor. Can you keep him inside the White Shoes room? That is Butterfly's former room. It is extremely hidden. Feng Ziyu and the other guards understood Han Fei's meaning. They knew Shen Luo was the person who caused the breakthrough in Su Qin. This player almost caused the whole ziggurat to perish. Later, I'll bring most neighbors to the mall. With the mall as the base, we'll officially start our exploration of the theme park. I'll bring White Shoes with me. The rest of us have to make sure that Shen Luo doesn't escape. Han Fei placed a lot of emphasis on the theme park. He used resurrection to send Huang Yin back. Then, Han Fei went to meet Jin Sheng and Wei Youfu. After cursing Han Fei, Jin Sheng was still in hibernation. Wei Youfu put on the coat Han Fei got at the mall. It hid his unique presence, and he exited the mist with the other neighbors. With 2 pure hatreds, Big Sin, and 1 top lingering spirit, Han Fei had strong support. Theme park has just been attacked by an unmentionable. We mustn't miss this opportunity. Han Fei utilized everything he had. Everyone gathered at the mall. Are you sure you're doing this? Mirror God said with concern. The theme park is a very special place for Fusheng. The people there are unique. Their powers are different from ours. I've thought long and hard about this. Dragging this further will not help us, but the theme park is still slowly gathering strength. Han Fei was very rational. His every decision was made after serious contemplation. Okay. Mirror God added worriedly. The theme park has a small number of ghosts, but it is the scariest locale of this area. If you encounter anyone at the theme park, remember to stand behind Su Qin. What do you mean by that? Han Fei chuckled. Then, he took out the faceless woman's head and a pair of white shoes covered in mist. I'll leave them in your care. What is hidden in the shoes? Is this the pure hatred's kindness? Mirror God looked at the normal white shoes. He was worried that the hospital's pure hatred would come over, so he quickly placed the shoes inside the altar. There is someone very special trapped at Ziggurat. I'm worried about accidents, so I moved the important things to your place for now. Han Fei then left with the others. With the others' help, he completed another Grade G mission. Han Fei could get offline after 3 hours. This was a good final resort. They stopped at the border between the theme park and the plastic surgery hospital. The endless night was like a giant curtain. No one knew what was behind it. But tonight, someone wanted to grab an edge of the curtain to try to find the truth behind it. A heavy presence came from the plastic surgery hospital. The painter carried a painting on his back as he moved through the buildings. He was far from Han Fei, but he suddenly materialized before Han Fei. The heavy painting slammed on the ground. Blood and red paint dripped. The painting was of a woman in a long dress. The woman's dress was half red and half white. The red dress is in your painting? The red dress was chasing after 10 fingers and disappeared at the hospital. It turns out she was captured by the painter. The painter, who carried a red paint bucket, didn't speak. He handed the painting to Han Fei. But Han Fei had to pay extra to get the woman out of the painting. Since you're here, then it means you're willing to explore the theme park with us. I won't waste time on words. After we're done, I'll return you the faceless woman, and you'll release the red dress. The painter turned to look at the theme park and nodded slightly. He was the first to move towards the large shadow. Let's move too. Han Fei stood beside Wei Youfu. When he took his first step towards the twisted buildings, a new area lit up on his map, and the system said, Notification for player 0000. You've entered the large hidden map, Theme Park. Theme Park. From a moment onwards, more laughter could be heard here. The mist at the edge of the ziggurat boiled. A pair of pure white shoes walked out of the mist. His footsteps carried a fixed rhythm. His every step made endless souls scream. The heavy gate was pushed open. He stepped on the stairs and slowly moved upward. The ziggurat was empty. His sense eclipsed by the mist returned. He could sense the presence of his kindness. The white shoes soon arrived on the top floor. The black flame burned. The door with the butterfly pattern was pushed open. He entered the most hidden room at Ziggurat. Butterfly's trace was gone. All the furniture lingered with the presence of his kindness. The cowardly and kind boy was once trapped here. The white shoes moved around the room. He pushed open the bedroom door. A young man hid behind the door. He raised the wooden chair and was about to swing it down when he noticed the new arrival was a little boy. He changed the director, and the wooden chair fell on the shoes instead. I'm so sorry. I almost whacked you on the head. The young man sighed in relief. Then, he looked at the boy suspiciously. There are children here? He kicked the chair aside and looked at the boy in the orphanage uniform. Why are you wandering around at night? Where are your parents? Do you need my help to find them? The boy lowered his head. His eyes burst with blood when he saw the black stain on his white shoes. Why don't you speak? The young man squatted down, and he finally saw the words on the boy's clothes using the weak candlelight. Are you an orphan? Have you been adopted? Are your adopted parents in this building? The sound of souls tearing came from the black flame. With every word the young man said, the flame burned brighter. Are you deaf or mute? The young man thought about it. He tapped the boy's shoulder and communicated with non-standard sign language. I'm Shinluo. What about you, boy? The boy lifted his head. The face was filled with holes. The black flame of hatred burst from his heart. The boy screamed shrilly, and then he grabbed Shinluo. He shattered the glass on the top floor, and hatred unfurled like a giant wave. The wind howled into Shinluo's ears. He looked at the shattering window, and his brain was blank. After 3 seconds, he screamed. The boy, dominated by hatred, grabbed Shinluo and flew toward the theme park. His face was twisted. He swore to make Shinluo pay before he was allowed to die. At that moment, Han Fei's right eye twitched. He looked around. That is a bad omen. Han Fei took a deep breath to calm down, and then moved with the rest. The theme park area had the theme park as the center. Surrounding it was other buildings. Perhaps they were influenced by the theme park. None of them looked normal and square. There really aren't many ghosts here. Most buildings are empty. However, everyone felt uncomfortable as they entered the theme park. The stronger they were, the greater the sense of discomfort. A kindergarten, orphanage, primary school, care center. The surrounding buildings were all related to children. The buildings were empty. The former joy was all gone. The painter led the group. Soon, the silence was shattered when everyone heard children's laughter. It seems to come from the theme park. When everyone's focus was drawn by the laughter, Han Fei spotted a clown standing beside the window of one of the buildings. He stood there quietly. He didn't have any dead or living presence. He was more like a statue. Everyone but Han Fei failed to notice him. The permanent smile, the barely discernible red tear on the left cheek. This clown was similar to the one Han Fei met in real life. Number 11? Han Fei stopped. He was about to tell the others when something changed deep inside the theme park. Endless balloons floated into the sky. Every balloon was painted with the face of a child. Chapter 626, Trap. Human face balloons floated out of the theme park. Children's laughter echoed through the night. The theme park seemed to have come back to operation for the night. The painter stopped. The theme park was different compared to the last time he came. The wound on his arm bled. The painter turned to Han Fei. The theme park changed the moment Han Fei stepped into this place. Number 4's flashed across his mind. The theme park was built for someone. The theme park has a new owner. All the surrounding buildings came alive. The area was like a child's dream. Strange things could materialize out of the corner the next second. Black flames burned within the three pure hatreds. The painter had confidence the theme park couldn't do anything to them. Black blood leaked out of his wound. The painter continued to move forward. He had his reasons to enter the theme park. Be careful. Li Zai shouted. Su Qin slowly moved to stand beside Han Fei. With Wei Youfu on his left, Su Qin on his right, and Big Sin behind him, Han Fei didn't think the clown could harm him. I saw a clown by the window earlier. He appears to be able to hide his presence. Window? Zhuangwen flew into the building. Soon, she jumped out. There's no one here. He has already left? The citizens here are very abnormal. Every one of them has a scary power. We're still outside the park. You'll see scarier things when we're inside the park. The group slowly approached the giant theme park. The balloons in the sky were like heads looking at them. The children's laughter became clearer. We're here. This is it. The theme park's gate was open. However, when they looked in, the theme park appeared different to everyone. Some saw a mountain of dead bodies, lanterns made from skulls, merry-go-round covered in human skins, roller coasters zooming through the abyss. Others saw children playing around. They were laughing blissfully. It was paradise. What did you see? Wei Youfu rubbed his eyes. Why do I see my father waiting for me? Everyone stopped at the gate. Only Han Fei looked at the theme park and was silent. Deep inside the theme park, a boy sat alone on the swing, facing away from everyone. Is that me? The painter was the first to move. As he approached the gate, a black and white clown appeared. The left side of the clown was pure white, the right side pure black. He waddled forward, holding a white kid's flag in his right hand and a black altar in his right. The three pure hatreds immediately went into alert. The altar the clown held was different from all the altars they had seen. It was a complete, undamaged altar. What is the meaning of this clown? Is he raising a white flag in surrender? Drake blinked his single eye. He was confused. The clown suddenly tore off his clown and placed it on the ground. It was disrespectful to place the altar directly on the ground. The clown looked unhinged, but he knew the rules well. The smile on his face grew bigger. The clown's hands grabbed the altar doors. He scanned the three pure hatreds before his eyes landed on Han Fei. After confirming something, he pulled the doors open slightly. The balloons in the sky popped. The theme park trembled. All the buildings blurred. The children's laughter became shrill cries. Something stronger than a pure hatred was hidden inside the altar, and that power was the foundation of the whole theme park. The black flame burned on the three pure hatreds. Blood spread underneath them. No one dared to be careless, facing the unmentionable inside the altar. The clown cackled. He enjoyed their reaction and yanked the door fully open. The black altar was empty. There was not even a figurine. How is this possible? The altar is the most important thing left behind by that person. It is the only complete altar in this area. It is where he kept his largest memory fragment. The painter's dull eyes widened after he saw the empty altar. He had been tricked for decades. As the clown cackled, Han Fei felt a hand fall on his shoulder. He turned around and saw a masked puppet standing behind him. The wooden puppet was once a tenant at Happiness Neighborhood. After he failed to challenge the old manager, he was sealed inside the building with Su Qin. Like Su Qin, he had once challenged Fu Sheng. After Han Fei completed the altar mission, he saved both Su Qin and this broken puppet. According to rumors, Fu Sheng brought this puppet out of the theme park about a decade ago. The consciousness was gone. It was silent like a real puppet. Eventually, everyone forgot about it, or rather it had a power that could eclipse its presence. Han Fei normally wouldn't bring it out, but he had brought out everyone to take on the theme park. When the altar opened, everyone was stunned by the unmentionable's power. The puppet sneaked to Han Fei at that moment. Is everything planned? Han Fei had a thought in his mind. The old manager purposely locked Su Qin together with this puppet. Fu Sheng used the same method to trap Su Qin and the puppet. He wanted to create the false impression that the puppet was like Su Qin, someone who failed to challenge him. Back then, Han Fei had just entered the game. After he narrowly completed the altar mission, even if he were suspicious, he wouldn't be able to investigate anything. He had too little information. He had just entered the cryptic world, so his most imminent problem was how to survive. Many thoughts flashed across his mind. However, when Han Fei was about to react, it was already too late. The puppet's body cracked open. The rotten heart fell to the ground. The mask shattered to reveal a curiously painted face. After the mask shattered, the scary presence couldn't be hidden anymore. The puppet crumbled, and a perfect figurine appeared inside the puppet's body. The figurine looked just like Fu Sheng. His eyes opened. Han Fei felt his body was about to be torn apart. Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade D Altar Mission, Resurrection. Resurrection. Each complete altar has a god living inside it. They are unmentionable entities. It's wishful thinking to kill them. Mission requirement. Die less than 100 times. Notification for player 0000. Since your level is lower than the recommended, the system will provide 5 additional hints. Hint 1. Forget everything to remember everything. Hint 2. After you die for the 100th time, the person revived will not be you. Hint 3. You will die when you play the game. You'll die faster if you don't play the game. Please use the game rewards wisely. Hint 4. Even the lowest Grade D altar mission is far more difficult than Grade E mission. Hint 5. Do not ever forget yourself. The system came too late. Han Fei only heard the Grade D mission when he was dragged into the perfect figurine. Han Fei. Someone grabbed Han Fei's arm, but it was too late. His mind and soul were dragged into the figurine. Han Fei could feel his memory shatter and being scattered to the wind. Just as he was about to forget himself, the talisman he carried touched the figurine. Ultimately, he didn't choose me. Instead, he gave you the key to become a god. If you fail, he will revive as you. Spider's voice came from the talisman. 9 shadows shielded Han Fei's last memory before they were consumed by the figurine too. Han Fei, never forget yourself. Han Fei opened his eyes and looked at the white hospital wall. His eyes moved. He was lying in bed and wearing a patient's outfit. His limbs were bound. Perhaps it was the effect of the tranquilizer. His brain was blank. Footsteps came, and a middle-aged woman who sat near the door stood up to stop the doctor. "Dr. Fu, what's wrong with my child? Does your family have any history of mental illness?" "No. We suspect he suffers from paranoia and schizophrenia. They are hard to treat. We need the family's full cooperation." The doctor walked into the room. "Remember, do not trigger him, but do not encourage his false beliefs. Don't try to change his mind. We have to focus on the despair he garnered from imagined beliefs." Chapter 627, Paranoia. "Are you awake? The drugs wore off so fast." Dr. Fu walked to the bedside. He was shocked to see Han Fei awake. Compared to the doctor, the middle-aged woman reacted bigger. He rushed to Han Fei's side and examined him. There were scratch marks on her arms. They were deep. Considering what the doctor said earlier, she quickly pulled back her arms. "It looks like he has already calmed down." Dr. Fu waved at the nurse. The latter removed the binding and returned Han Fei his freedom. "Normal blood pressure. No problem with the cranial scan and MRI. We can eliminate this as a brain injury-related pathology. It's meaningless for him to stay here. The hospital fee is not cheap. I personally suggest you bring him home." Dr. Fu was a kind person. He was considerate towards the doctor's family. Home treatment might have a better effect. After all, he will be familiar with that environment. It'll lower his internal fear. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Fu," the middle-aged woman said. When Han Fei heard the word, Dr. Fu, something in his mind triggered. His eyes moved to Dr. Fu. This was his first time meeting this man, but Han Fei had a feeling he wanted to kill him. The kind face would turn into a cruel face the next second. He doesn't want to save me. He wants to kill me. The thought appeared in his mind. Han Fei struggled to sit up in bed. He needed to leave as soon as possible. "Bring him home and talk to him. Remember what I said and make sure he takes his medicine on time." Dr. Fu told the middle-aged woman and left with the nurse. Han Fei's nervousness dissipated after the doctor left the room. Han Fei, the middle-aged woman, sat beside the bed. She knew her son was dangerous. She was just assaulted by him not too ago, but she still chose to sit close to him. Han Fei. Han Fei repeated the name. This should be his name, but other than that, he couldn't remember anything else. "Stay here on your own first. I'll go complete the discharge procedure for you." The middle-aged woman walked to the dresser and removed Han Fei's clothes from it. "I'll be back soon." The woman left. Han Fei was in the ward alone. He lowered his head and looked at his palms. The whirls of fingerprints drew him in. "Me, Han Fei?" A creaking sound came from above his head. Han Fei looked up, and the ceiling fan kept spinning. Han Fei stared at the fan, and his face paled. He had a feeling the fan would fall the next second. The spinning leaves would shear through his neck. His fingers froze. Han Fei moved his body. He stepped on the floor barefooted and knelt beside the bed. The fan was still spinning. The switch was far away. Han Fei kept staring at the fan, and the cold sweat poured. It was not safe just squatting there, so he moved to hide under the bed. Curling up his body, Han Fei felt unsafe being alone in the empty ward. He couldn't remember anything. He was alone. His breathing became rapid. The anxiety in his heart expanded. When he was about to choke on his breath, the middle-aged woman returned. Han Fei. The middle-aged woman saw Han Fei. She moved the bed and helped Han Fei up from the ground. "The doctor said you're fine. Don't think too much. You'll be better after getting some rest." The middle-aged woman helped Han Fei put on his clothes. She carried Han Fei with one hand, and her other hand held a large bag containing everyday items. "Take it slow." The middle-aged woman accompanied Han Fei out of the ward. When they arrived on the first floor, a strange noise came from upstairs. When they exited the hospital, the cacophony assaulted Han Fei, causing him to take several steps back. "It's fine. I'll protect you." Han Fei exited the door again with the middle-aged woman leading the way. His eyes trembled. His pupils darted around. He would tense whenever he saw something different. "Relax." The middle-aged woman patted Han Fei's back. She had Han Fei take the inner lane of the pedestrian walkway. Han Fei couldn't remember anything, but everything around him instilled in him enormous fear. Perhaps the car would crash into him, or a car might stop, and someone would come down to kidnap him, or someone was stalking him. Every step was difficult. This strange world left for him endless fear. Come, take it slow. We're going home. The middle-aged woman held Han Fei's hand and accompanied him patiently. She didn't urge him. If Han Fei failed to take a step, she would stop to wait for him. They used around 40 minutes before they arrived at a neighborhood gate. The neighborhood was old but large. Several buildings were built close together. It felt very oppressive. Han Fei stopped before the gate. He looked at the old apartments. He felt like they would fall and bury him alive. Han Fei, we're almost home. The word, home, made Han Fei turn to look at the woman. After some hesitation, he followed the woman into the neighborhood. Good morning. You brought your child to work again? The neighborhood guard was a round fatty about 30. He was very passionate and greeted everyone he saw. We've gotten off work. The middle-aged woman smiled and led Han Fei to apartment 4. The woman knew Han Fei didn't take the elevator, so she used the stairwell and led Han Fei up the stairs. The chaos of the outside world faded away, and Han Fei calmed down. They walked to the 9th floor and stopped before room 4904. The key entered the lock. The sound of the lock turned made Han Fei uncomfortable. He looked at the room number, and he had the desire to run away. We're home. Don't just stand outside. This is not my home. Han Fei's cracked lips opened, and he said in a low voice. The middle-aged woman grabbed Han Fei's arm lightly. She didn't counter him. She lightly said, Don't think too much. You need to rest. Han Fei scanned the room with alertness. The small living room was filled with different furniture. 2 sets of torn doll costumes were placed near the door. Someone in this house worked as a theme park actor. You should go to your room to rest. I'll go make food. The middle-aged woman closed the door. She saw Han Fei standing there like he didn't know where his room was. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Han Fei's bedroom was the innermost room. It was decorated with many things. It looked unkempt. Han Fei didn't like anyone being in his room, so after the middle-aged woman sent Han Fei in, she left. In this house, the bedroom was Han Fei's only space. Han Fei sat on the bed numbly. Nothing gave him a sense of home. He touched the bed and saw the script strewn on the bed. He spread one open. That day, I realized the stories that I wrote would come true. The first story from 10 years ago was the dresser. Whenever I stood facing away from the dresser door would open a gap. I knew someone was hiding in there. Han Fei immediately whipped his head around. The dresser was beside the bed. It was very close to his table. Whenever he was writing at the table, the dresser would be directly behind him. Han Fei stood up and opened the dresser. Inside were a few clothes and stacks of old books. Books? Han Fei picked one up and realized it was an acting and performance book. He forgot everything, but the content of the book felt very familiar to him. Am I an actor? Han Fei turned to look at the doll costume beside the living room door. A theme park cartoon actor? Han Fei moved the box of books out, but suddenly, the clothes in the dresser moved. Han Fei froze. He stared at the clothes. He seemed to notice something and kept retreating until his back was to the window. The room was quiet, and the clothes stopped moving. Han Fei heard the wind howling outside, so he turned around to look. The window was quite low. The cement floor enlarged in his eyes. If someone came to push him then, he would fall and splatter on the cement ground. His breathing turned rapid as he grabbed the windowsill. The back of his hands popped with veins. This was not his first time standing here. He could remember the different falling sensation. His body displayed different poses on the gray concrete ground. Blood spread everywhere. Then the dead body started to creak back to life. Pain shot through his brain. Han Fei screamed. This is not my first death. Han Fei. The woman's voice came from the kitchen. She rushed over and quickly pulled Han Fei away from the window and closed the curtains. Han Fei, don't think too much. You need to rest. Chapter 628. Who is in the room? The middle-aged woman kept telling Han Fei to rest and calm down. She appeared to be the only person who cared about Han Fei, but he really couldn't remember who she was. He had no impression of her face. She was a stranger to him. He lost his memory. He couldn't confirm the identity of the people around him. He couldn't even tell if he was really home. Don't get too close to the window. The middle-aged woman moved Han Fei to the bed. Her eyes pained seeing Han Fei like this, but she didn't dare to express it. The meal is almost ready. You should take a shower after the meal. You just came back from the hospital. The middle-aged woman didn't rush Han Fei. She returned to the kitchen. She made sure the kitchen door was closed so that Han Fei wouldn't see the knives and fire. Soon, the woman carried 2 plates of vegetarian dishes to the living room. She set the table and then helped Han Fei out of his bedroom. Perhaps to prove that they weren't poisonous, she tried each dish before him. They won't be delicious if they're cold. Han Fei looked at the dishes. He picked up the food like a rusted robot. He held the food over his bowl. He didn't dare to eat them. An inexplicable image appeared in his mind. The middle-aged woman behind the door suddenly dropped her act, grabbed some pills, grounded them up, and mixed them into the food. Eat some. With the woman's persuasion, Han Fei picked up the bowl and started to eat. He had a huge appetite like his stomach was a black hole. As he gorged on the food, his nervousness calmed down. He sat at the corner and examined the objects in the living room. The middle-aged woman smiled when she saw Han Fei finally eat. The water is heated. You can take a bath and then go for a nap. Bath. Han Fei had a déjà vu feeling. The middle-aged woman placed the clean clothes inside the bathroom and adjusted the water temperature again. You can drop the dirty clothes inside the washing machine. Han Fei's mind was blank. He didn't know anything. The woman had done everything for him. He didn't feel any apprehension towards the woman, so he followed her instruction. The wall on the clock stopped. It paused at 12:01. Han Fei walked through the furniture and entered the bathroom with the woman accompanying him. Don't worry, I'm just outside. The woman consoled him and closed the door. The tile on the floor joined with the tile on the wall. The bathroom was like an enclosed box. Han Fei stood there and felt the ceiling coming towards him. Han Fei checked all the electrical fuses before turning on the shower. The water drenched his clothes. He stood dazed under the shower. As the shower mist rose, he felt someone watching him. The feeling was very strong. The eyes were hiding behind the window or between the gap in the wall. There's someone else here. Han Fei had no idea why he'd think that. His body froze under the shower. The hot water couldn't bring him warmth. If anything, it took his body heat away. His breathing became rapid, and his pupils trembled. He kept looking behind him like the other person was hiding there. Can't see it. His lips shook, and his heart thumped. He became panic-stricken again. As if hearing his flustered voice, the woman knocked on the door and asked about his situation. When she didn't hear a reply, she quickly opened the door. The fully clothed Han Fei stood under the shower. His face was startling white like he was drowning. The woman charged over, ignoring the water. She grabbed Han Fei's shoulders with her scratched hands. Han Fei. Han Fei. Han Fei eventually calmed down. He knelt and sat on the bathroom floor. There was nothing in his mind but his name. The middle-aged woman was pained seeing Han Fei like this. She didn't know how to help him. I'll help you with the shower. Han Fei was like a puppet. The woman used the shower head to wash and shampoo his hair. The soap bubbles slid down his hair. Even if they were about to touch his eyes, Han Fei didn't blink. It was as if scary things would happen once he closed his eyes. Here, you can dry yourself. Then, you can change. The woman replaced the shower head after she helped Han Fei wash away the bubbles. Han Fei ignored her suggestions. He was trying his best not to blink. It felt like he was doing some kind of mission. Probably he could win something if he didn't blink during the shower. The woman was already used to this. She was very patient as she guided Han Fei through the process. Han Fei took an hour before he finished the shower and put on a new set of clothes. The woman helped him back to his bedroom. She lay him down in bed and tucked him in. Don't think too much. Rest and sleep. The woman's voice was laced with fatigue and concern. She treated Han Fei like he was really her biological son. Covered under the blanket, Han Fei tried to think, but he didn't know where to start. There was no memory in his mind. He couldn't even remember himself. His eyelids became leaden. Perhaps he was too tired, or the woman had mixed some drugs into the food. Han Fei slowly fell asleep. Those without memories couldn't even dream. Han Fei heard strange voices, but he couldn't see anything. He walked inside a black box. Everywhere he turned, it was black. Han Fei followed the strange voices. After who knew how long, he heard the middle-aged woman's voice. The doctor said this illness has to be treated slowly. When will you come back tonight? The clock at home is stuck. Remember to bring back 2 number 5 batteries. Hello? What did you say? Did something happen over there? Okay, I'll be there now. The voice became clearer. Han Fei suddenly realized something and opened his eyes. Han Fei turned to the bedroom door. The middle-aged woman's face appeared at the door. She was holding her phone and looking at Han Fei with concern. Han Fei, I'm going to start my night shift. Your dad will be home soon. Stay quietly at home and inside your bedroom, okay? The sky outside the window was dark. The woman waited for a long time, but Han Fei didn't speak. She sighed and walked to the living room door. Remember, stay at home. She opened the door, carried her phone, grabbed her bag, and left. Han Fei was left alone inside this strange house. He slowly got up from the bed. The feeling of anxiety grew. It's dark. He felt strangely agitated. He put on his clothes and got down from the bed. He switched on all the lights. The lights couldn't chase the strange feelings away. Han Fei stood at the living room corner and silently observed the other rooms. Where is it hiding? The strange question appeared in his heart. He was grabbed by fear. He couldn't find the answer. He leaned against the wall and slithered back to his bedroom. He closed the door. He leaned against the door and listened. However, the living room was quiet. Han Fei's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. This room gave him a slight sense of security. He went back to his bed. He touched the manuscript hidden under the pillow. He took out the paper, and it was another story. The second story is called The Bathroom. Around 7 years ago, I accidentally got the bubbles into my eyes. I quickly washed them away, but the stinging feeling refused to leave. I tried multiple times before I could get my eyes open, and I saw a pair of pale hands pressing against my eyeballs. The third story is called The Guest. From the day I was diagnosed with the illness, someone would knock on the front door at 12:01. I told this to my family. They waited until midnight. The knocking came. They opened the door, and there was no one outside. On the second day, the knocking stopped at the front door. However, my bedroom door kept shaking at midnight. The fourth story is called Mother. Slowly, I discovered something. She is actually... The manuscript was torn apart. Han Fei picked up the pillow, but he couldn't find the other part. He stood up and moved to the table. He picked up the trash can, and it was clean. Then, he pulled open the drawers one by one. The feeling of déjà vu returned. It felt like he had done this before. Han Fei looked around, but he couldn't find anything. He sat on the chair dumbly and saw the row of scripts and books on the table. I'm a reader. He scanned the scripts, and one of them grabbed his attention. Thriller novelist? Han Fei slid the script out, and as it did, a paper slid out as well. It was a notification that said he had been hired. Han Fei read the employment notice. It requested him to gather at the western gate of the theme park at 8 a.m. to take the doll costume. I'm really a doll actor at the theme park? Perhaps being fully hidden inside a costume could bring him a sense of security. Han Fei stared at the employment notice. He felt that it was very important. 8 a.m. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a creak. The sound was very soft. Most people would think it was nothing. Han Fei shoved the notice into his pocket with his fastest speed. Han Fei whipped his head around. The dresser door had opened a gap. Han Fei's mind was blank. His blood pumped. Han Fei stood up and moved to the dresser. His breathing became uneven as he slowly approached the dresser. His finger touched the dresser door, but he hesitated. Horrifying images appeared in his mind. A hand would reach out to drag him into the dresser. Hair would pour out once he opened the door. A bloody child was waiting inside the dresser. Han Fei's hands slowly pushed the doors closed. Before his hands left the dresser, he heard the sound of the clock ticking from the living room. Even though Han Fei had lost his memory, he remembered everything that happened after he woke up at the hospital. The woman told him clearly that the wall clock was broken and time was stuck at 12:01. While he was distracted, the dresser doors creaked open again. Perhaps the dresser was too old, and its doors couldn't be closed fully. Regardless, Han Fei's heart grew shaky with anxiety. He didn't dare to stay inside the narrow bedroom, and he walked out of the door. The living room lights showered on him. He looked around, and the anxiety grew stronger. Han Fei switched on all the lights after the middle-aged woman left. However, when he returned to the living room, the lights in the bathroom were off. The first story is the dresser. The second story happens inside the bathroom. His heart pounded. Han Fei leaned against the wall and stared at the unfamiliar room. He couldn't remember anything. It was like his brain had been wiped clean. Only his name and his bodily instinct remained. Holding his breath, Han Fei moved away from the bathroom. He moved towards the front door. He had a strong feeling that he'd be killed if he continued to stay there. Chapter 629, Familiar Faces. A broken clock hung on the wall. Time stopped at 12:01. The clock hand wasn't moving, but there was a ticking sound from the room. Han Fei leaned against the wall. He had no idea who closed the bathroom light. He didn't want to know. He just wanted to leave this unfamiliar home. He rushed to the front door. He grabbed the doorknob, and a light knocking answered. Something triggered Han Fei. He pulled back his hands like he was shocked. The knocking became louder. Han Fei's heart squeezed. He slowly leaned forward. As his face was about to reach the peephole, he suddenly released something. Wait, the knocking isn't coming from outside the front door. With a pale face, Han Fei turned around to look at his bedroom. As the knocking grew louder, he could confirm it came from his bedroom. Han Fei's pupils trembled, and he noticed the bedroom door lock shook. At 12:01, the guest knocked outside the house first, then inside the living room, and finally from my bedroom. Han Fei had no idea when the thing entered his bedroom. It felt like someone had invited it there. Han Fei wanted to escape, but he knew there would be more danger outside. His breathing became difficult. Han Fei finally made the decision. He slowly turned the doorknob. When the spring moved, he could hear a low breathing sound. It reminded him of a beast. The fingers around the doorknob were clammy with sweat. Han Fei lifted the lid on the peephole and looked out. He noticed the fat guard he saw before standing outside the door. The smiling guard appeared to have changed into a different face. Large veins pulsed on his face. He was waiting for Han Fei to open the door. He held something in his hands. The guard heard the lock move, but the door didn't open. He was confused. He leaned his face to the peephole, hoping to see what was inside. The round face enlarged in Han Fei's vision. He immediately retreated and replaced the lid. I can't leave. At least not now. Different voices entered his ears. They influenced his decision, making him more anxious. Why is he standing at the door? The clock was dead, but the ticking sound grew louder. Han Fei grabbed his empty mind. He started to feel dizzy. The guard is outside the front door, and someone is coming out of the bedroom. I need to find a place to hide. The cupboard was full. His parents' bedroom was locked. The kitchen was wide open. The bathroom's light was off. Han Fei's brain processed all the details in less than a second. At the same time, he moved towards the doll costume beside the door. The two costumes were piled together with dirty laundry. One looked old and torn, the other was stained, but at least it wasn't tattered. Should I hide inside the costume? His fingers touched the costumes. Han Fei wasn't sure which set to pick. The complete costume could cover his whole body, but he was made uncomfortable by the stains on it. He was not a germaphobe. He merely felt that the stains looked like blood seeping out. Han Fei grabbed the tattered doll costume and put it on. A normal person would take time to put on the heavy costume. However, Han Fei was very quick, like he had remembered the steps from muscle memory. Putting on the heavy helmet, Han Fei had fully hidden himself inside the costume. He lay back down. Shrouded in the darkness, the outside sounds faded away. In the small darkness, he could only hear his heart and breaths. He forced himself not to make any sound. He looked out through the gap of the doll's eyes. Everything in the room appeared to have returned to normal. Everything earlier might be Han Fei's imagination. Han Fei held his breath and didn't move. Half a minute later, the doll costume that he didn't choose moved on its own. Its large cartoon head rolled down from its shoulders and knocked against the bathroom door. Then it was grabbed by something and disappeared into the darkness. Then, there was a strange sound. It sounded like someone was using their hands to pierce the doll's fake eyes. The pale hands pressed against my eyeball. Han Fei's heart clogged. He adjusted his sight to look at the headless costume. The costume had clotted with blood, and some unknown worms were crawling on it. Creak. The sound came again. Han Fei couldn't see into the bedroom from his angle. He had to rely on his ears. The bedroom door opened, and someone walked around the house. Then, there was a rummaging sound. The person was looking for him. They left the bedroom, entered the kitchen, stopped at the bathroom door, and came to the living room. Han Fei couldn't see anyone, but when the light hit the coffee table, a shadow appeared on the glass top. It stopped at the living room for a long time before discovering the doll costumes at the door. Han Fei couldn't see anything approaching, but the dirty laundry around him was moved away. He didn't dare to breathe. However, the nervousness made his heart beat stronger. Someone grabbed the heavy doll helmet. As the force was about to yank the helmet off, an unfamiliar male voice came from the front door. "Lu Peng, what are you doing at my home so late at night?" Auntie said Han Fei is alone at home. She's worried, so she told me to patrol this place. In that case, you should get in and sit. The male voice sounded mature, but heavily fatigued. Never mind. Last time, Han Fei almost hit me when he acted up. He doesn't trust anyone but you two. The fat guard smiled and said, "Since you're home, then I don't need to stay here anymore. Goodbye." As the fat guard moved away, the key moved into the lock. As the front door opened, Han Fei heard his bedroom door close. For sounds entered his ears at the same time. He managed to isolate them individually, but he had no idea how he managed that. Han Fei. The front door opened, and a weary-looking man entered the room. He appeared to be a coroner, and he just came back from the morgue. The man's hair was half white. After he entered the house, he placed his briefcase on the cupboard and then walked towards Han Fei's bedroom. It was clear that he was worried about Han Fei. When he was past the bedroom, he was startled. He reached out to open the bathroom lights, and then took out the doll's head from the bathroom. 2 large holes were dug out of the doll's eyes. The doll smiled brighter. "Is he still awake?" The man walked into the bedroom. At that moment, Han Fei immediately climbed up and rushed out the front door. In the tattered costume, he raced down the corridor. "I can't stay in the bedroom. I have to leave, or I'll die. Something is hiding inside the dresser." The man in the house heard the commotion. He ran out to look. "Han Fei! Han Fei!" He chased after Han Fei. Due to the weight of the costume, the distance between them closed. Han Fei, who refused to take the elevator, tapped on the button madly. The doors opened. Han Fei rushed into the booth and pressed for the first floor. The man ran over, shouting Han Fei's name. He was very anxious, but he was too late. The doors closed, and the elevator descended. The man shouted Han Fei's name, and then he dragged his tired body down the stairs. The elevator reached the first floor. Before the doors opened fully, Han Fei ran out. He didn't dare to stay at this building. He left apartment 4. The buildings in the neighborhood were like coffins in the dark. He ran through the garden. He knelt on the ground and hid inside the bush. "No matter what, I can't return home. I have to stay outside and head to that theme park at 8 a.m. He didn't have any related memory, but he felt this was very important. He already had the employment notice, so he only needed to wait until dawn. Han Fei rubbed himself into the soil. "Han Fei." The man's voice echoed around him. He was afraid that Han Fei had left the neighborhood, so he went to find the guards immediately. After the man left, Han Fei removed the doll helmet. He looked around to confirm the camera's location. After he noticed he was on camera, he started to move. The guards on duty were woken up. They worked with the man to look for Han Fei. Han Fei had a natural talent in hide and seek. He was almost discovered a few times. Han Fei was close to the finders. In fact, he could even hear the conversation between the guards. "The crazy man from Building 4 is out again. Be careful. This is just another trouble for us. Why haven't they sent him to a mental hospital?" I hear he suffers from paranoia. He thinks the whole world wants to harm him. Since he has called the police too many times, he has already been blacklisted. Are you serious? He doesn't even trust his parents. He thinks they're trying to poison him. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Stop wasting time. There have been disappearances in the old neighborhoods near the theme park. We can't be too careful. The guards and the middle-aged man continued the search. However, Han Fei knew how to utilize the darkness better than them. The sky lightened. Han Fei knew he couldn't hide there anymore. He jumped over the neighborhood wall, confirmed the theme park's location, and then ran in his tatty doll costume. He had no memory. His only clue was the employment paper. I can't believe the memories others have of me. I need to find my own memory. Even though he had forgotten everything, Han Fei had that determination within him. He ran down the street in the lumpy costume. He finally arrived at the theme park around 7:30 a.m. The theme park hadn't officially opened yet. Han Fei touched his pocket. He didn't know what to do yet. He waited for a long time. The gate was still closed, but people were already lining up at the gate. Han Fei walked forward in his dirty and old costume. The people turned to look at him. The crowd's gaze worried Han Fei. He moved to the front of the queue. He leaned on the ticket booth window and shouted for the two workers inside. Han Fei took out the employment notice. He didn't know what to explain. The worker checked the notice. It was official, but Han Fei's action was strange. Who would run to the theme park in a broken costume in the early morning for work? The two workers exchanged a glance and then called their superior. 5 minutes later, a man with a goatee came to lead Han Fei into the theme park. At first, he was very passionate. But when he noticed the strangeness of Han Fei's behavior, his expression changed. The theme park was about to open soon. The goatee didn't dare to let Han Fei take any post. He gently directed Han Fei out of the theme park. He told the guard not to let Han Fei in anymore. Holding the employment notice, Han Fei sat on the steps in his tattered costume. As the sun rose, more visitors arrived. Han Fei was afraid of the crowd. He hid inside the costume. He felt safe inside the costume. Through the tall gates, the other costume actors had on pretty cartoon costumes. They were surrounded by happy adults and children. They shared presents and candies with the visitors. Han Fei stood outside the wall alone. He was afraid of crowds. There's a single doll here. He's so ugly. A child said from behind him. Han Fei felt someone tap his helmet. His fear instinct triggered, and he nudged to the side. In this process, he bumped into the child who called him ugly. The child fell to the ground. The next second, he was pushed and collapsed too. How dare you hit my son? Get the manager. The boy cried. His parents scolded Han Fei. The helmet got wet. Someone had splashed drinks on it. Han Fei retreated. The scolding grew louder. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Someone smashed into the helmet. It hit Han Fei's head. Your child bumped into him, and you wanted to blame him? A familiar voice warned. I've recorded everything on my phone. Don't push it. The others joined in. The family finally walked away, grumbling. Han Fei opened his eyes. He looked out through the gap. A mother was walking over with a boy. The mother looked gentle. There was sadness in her eyes. Her son was more mature than kids his age. This doll is too sad. He didn't dare to resist when bullied. I will work hard so that I won't become someone like him. The boy whispered. He didn't want to get close to the old, dirty doll. The woman stopped and looked at her son. Why? Did I say something wrong? The boy looked at his mother in confusion. He's in strange doll costume and bullied by children on the street. It's so embarrassing. You'll see that life has many different facets as you grow up. The woman didn't scold her son. She knelt before him and kindly explained. When Mummy was your age, I would think this age is shameful too. But when Mummy was your big brother's age, I wouldn't feel ashamed anymore. I only felt pity for them. I would help them whenever I could. When Mummy was your father's age, I knew they are worth respecting. They are trying to earn their living through their own effort. No one should laugh or mock them. The woman then touched the boy's head. Do you understand, Fu Tian? Chapter 630, 99. Looking at the pitiful doll, Fu Tian still didn't quite get it. He shook his head. No matter what, I don't want to become someone like him. The woman didn't force her ideals on Fu Tian. She walked towards Han Fei. When she wanted to help Han Fei up, Han Fei instinctively evaded her. Han Fei was in a sorry state. The drink leaked through the gap in the helmet. It dirted his collar and neck. Don't be afraid. The woman believed the actor in the costume wasn't that old. Her voice was soft and gentle. She took out a handkerchief to try to wipe away the drink, but whenever she got close, Han Fei would crawl away. Everything in this world was terrifying for Han Fei after he lost his memory. He couldn't trust anyone. As if sensing his pain, the woman left the handkerchief in Han Fei's hand. Why are you outside the park on your own? Do you need me to send you home? Han Fei's mind cleared when he heard the word, home. He could never go back. His mind was blank. He didn't know if his parents were his parents. This was unimaginable torture. Han Fei climbed up from the ground. He grabbed the fence. He looked into the park. I managed to get to the theme park before 8 a.m. with the employment notice, but nothing happened. Han Fei pulled back his gaze to look at the handkerchief in his grasp. I was chased out of the theme park, and then I was bullied by the crowd. A pair of kind mother and son helped me. Han Fei arranged everything he had experienced after he left the neighborhood in his mind. He realized he had an amazing memory. If I have such good memory, why would I suffer from amnesia? Han Fei was still trying to figure it out when the theme park's guards walked over. The family who had a conflict with Han Fei stood behind the guard. They pointed at Han Fei. Our theme park has a high requirement of its employees. You were violent around the visitors and even assaulted a child. That has severely violated our employees' rules. The guard accosted Han Fei. You are a danger to our theme park. We don't welcome you. Please leave. The guard started to drag Han Fei. The mother couldn't stand this anymore. She took out her phone to show the guard. Look closely. He didn't fight back even after being bullied like this. He followed the employees' rules closely. I think you should conduct a more thorough investigation before meting out judgment. We've received notification from the superiors. He failed the test. Sorry. The guard was cold and aloof. He was insistent on chasing Han Fei away. Seeing Han Fei's refusal to budge, the guard ordered the others to help manually remove him. Han Fei didn't want to leave because he hadn't found the clues. He struggled inside the old costume. It was sad. Since he is not your employee anymore and he doesn't affect others, then you have no right to chase him out. The woman handed her ticket to Han Fei. Now, he is a visitor here. Shouldn't you treat him with respect? The woman didn't plan to mind this business, but for some reason, she was reminded of something when she saw this actor standing alone outside the fence. She didn't want the tragedy to happen again. Violence, bullying, isolation, those were the things she hated the most. The guards gave up after the woman interrupted. Why are you doing this? One of the guards said. There's something wrong with his mind. Even if you help him, he might hurt you. That is my problem. The woman tried to communicate with Han Fei. Do you want to go home or go somewhere else? Han Fei thought the woman's voice was very familiar. He raised his hand to point at the theme park. I need to figure out something. I'll pay you back for the ticket later. Everyone thought Han Fei was crazy, including his parents. However, the woman didn't think Han Fei was mentally challenged at all. Holding the ticket, Han Fei entered the theme park with the guards following him. When he saw the bustling crowd, he was nervous. His heart trembled. He had serious social anxiety. He'd be uncomfortable after staying in a crowd for too long. Why don't you remove the helmet? It'll make you feel fresher. The woman was confused after she heard Han Fei's voice. She felt like she had met him before. Do you mean to go ask for an explanation from the park manager? Han Fei maintained a distance from the woman. He shook his giant head. Why do you have to enter the theme park? Fu Tian was confused too. He blinked his giant eyes at Han Fei. Han Fei shook his head again. He couldn't remember anything. He knew he had to be here, but he couldn't remember why. How about we go with you? The woman was afraid that Han Fei would run into another accident or hurt some innocent people. Han Fei looked at the woman. He didn't reject her. He nodded slightly and followed beside the woman silently. Fu Tian was unhappy at first, but he was soon distracted by the rides, and he hooped and cheered. It's fun to be a kid. Unhappiness came quickly and left quickly. There's always something to distract their attention. The woman sighed as she looked at Fu Tian. Han Fei studied Fu Tian silently. The boy was cleverer than his peers. He would win every intelligence-based game at the park. With each win, the worker would stamp his card. After he collected enough stamps, he'd get a mystery present. In a short amount of time, Fu Tian won 4 consecutive stamps. He held the card and ran to the next game stall with the smallest cue. I want to play this. Fu Tian handed the card to the worker and sat obediently on the chair. You got 4 stamps already. You're impressive. The worker praised Fu Tian as he took out 2 decks of poker cards. I'll mix these 2 decks and then place the cards on the table. You'll have some time to remember their locations before I turn them over. Then, you're required to find all the pairs. The rule is simple. You'll win if you find all the pairs in 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Fu Tian nodded. I'll try. The worker moved quickly. As he laid down the cards, he showed them to Fu Tian and then turned them over. At first, Fu Tian could remember many pairs, but around the 30th card, he was lost. Start the countdown. The worker's hands left the table. Fu Tian turned over the cards quickly, but his accuracy was lacking. This was a game that tested one's memory skills. Fu Tian was still young, and once he made a mistake, he was flustered. 3 minutes passed, and Fu Tian failed. I'm sorry, kid. I can't give you the stamp. The worker took away Fu Tian's stamp card and handed him a pencil case. I don't want this. Can you give me back my stamp card? Fu Tian looked as his card was confiscated. I can give you a chance to try again, but if you still fail, then I'll have to take away the card. The worker smiled, but his tone was firm. The rules couldn't be broken. One more time? Fu Tian hesitated. He knew he wouldn't win even if he did it again. But I don't want the pencil case. I already have one given to me by my dad. Then you can ask your parents to try the game on your behalf. The worker was good at communicating with kids. When a child was acting up, they would choose to communicate with their parents. It was easier to talk with adults. The woman and Han Fei heard the worker too. The woman smiled. She didn't think this was a big deal. Something triggered in Han Fei's mind. Through the gap in the helmet, he saw the blackboard behind the stall. It recorded the top scores of the other players. Games. A voice rang out in his mind. Han Fei couldn't catch it. He sat beside the cards table. The worker was confused. You are. I'll play the game for him. Fu Tian was the original player, but Han Fei replaced Fu Tian. The pain came from the back of Han Fei's head. This was nothing serious, but Han Fei felt this would change his fate. If it's an adult, the time limit will be shorter. You'll need to win the game in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The worker placed the cards down. Han Fei tore off the costume's broken left arm. The worker used 1 minute to place all the cards, and then his hands left the table. Start the countdown. Han Fei's hand moved immediately. He remembered the location of every card accurately. Han Fei moved like he didn't even need to think. He was like a computer. His action was flawless, like he had practiced this many times. The worker was dumbfounded. Even Fu Tian was stunned. This was highly impactful for the child. Han Fei found all the pairs in less than a minute. This shocked the worker. He ended the timer after he recovered. 1 minute? It took longer than that to set up. How did you memorize all the cards? Give the stamp to the boy. Han Fei couldn't remember Fu Tian, but he wanted to help the boy. Okay. The worker stamped the card and wrote down Han Fei's record on the blackboard. Since Han Fei was playing on Fu Tian's behalf, so the record holder was Fu Tian. After that, a blurry voice came from Han Fei's mind. It was louder compared to before. That's very familiar. Who is in my mind? The pain at the back of his head became more intense. Han Fei couldn't touch it due to the helmet, so he kept tapping on the helmet. Some fragmented images flashed through his eyes. He saw his bloody arms. He smacked his head so hard that the helmet fell to the ground. Bloody arms. Why can't I remember that? Han Fei grabbed his arms like he was going to pull them off. He felt like he needed to do something. The crowd noticed his strange behavior, and they looked at him. Han Fei thought they were all ghosts. He got more afraid. He didn't pick up his rolling helmet and ran to where the crowd was scarce. Hey, where are you going? The woman and Fu Tian were shocked by Han Fei's sudden reaction. She picked up the helmet and chased after Han Fei with Fu Tian. The doll costume was torn apart. Han Fei's nails dug into his flesh. The pain from the arms dulled the pain from his mind. He had no idea why he was doing this. This appeared to be his habit. Bloody gashes appeared on his arms, but he didn't stop. If anything, he gouged harder. Blood slid down his arms. His nails were bloody. The whole world treated him as a monster. The more the visitors looked at him strangely, the more afraid Han Fei was. He ran and didn't dare to stop. After running for a long time, Han Fei came to the theme park's haunted house. He hid beside a large tree. The urge for self-mutilation stopped. Han Fei lowered his head to look at his bloody arms. The pain didn't give me any rush. That means I don't have self-harming tendencies. So why did I insist on leaving behind these wounds? Han Fei frowned as he scanned the wounds on his arms. 99 wounds. What does that mean? While Han Fei was thinking, the pair of mother and son ran over. Why did you hurt yourself like that? The woman's voice was soft but severe. She walked to Han Fei's side. She was about to say something more when Han Fei lifted his head to look at her. The doll's head fell to the ground. She looked at his face dumbly. What is your name? Han Fei. Chapter 631, His Only Hope. Han Fei's image was reflected in the woman's eye. She took another step forward. Her hands raised, but just as she was about to touch Han Fei's face, she pulled her fingers back. Why are you here? Where's your family? Han Fei looked at the woman. He couldn't remember her. Every memory he had of her had been wiped away. He merely had a feeling she was different from the others because she didn't look at him with malice. Han Fei shook his head and slowly calmed down. He hid his bloody arms behind him. I have a very good memory, but I have amnesia. Other than my name, I can't remember anything. Amnesia? The woman hesitated. Han Fei was like a piece of white paper. This encounter could be a new beginning. Yes. When I opened my eyes at the hospital, a woman called herself my mother. She brought me home. It did look like I had lived there, but the place is filled with ghosts, and they all want to kill me. Han Fei became urgent. I found an employment notice from this theme park inside a script. I felt like I should be here, but I couldn't remember why. Han Fei passed the notice to the woman. There has to be a reason why I have to be here. The woman looked at the notice and then at Han Fei. In the end, she said uncertainly, Is it possible that you have to come here to meet me? Then, she shook her head because of how inappropriate that sounded. She handed the notice back to Han Fei. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. Han Fei looked at his bloody arms. When I finished that game, a voice spoke in my mind. Then, some fragmented images appeared. There was a bloody arm. Then, I couldn't control myself from scarring my own arms. Playing games appeared to be able to help me regain my memory. Wiping away the blood, Han Fei counted the wounds calmly. I don't have self-mutilation tendency. These scars are quite even. They look more like marks. Have you counted how many scars there are? 99 scars. It's a very special number, and it makes me very afraid. Han Fei held his head. His eyes glowed with confirmation. I have a feeling these scars represent bad things. With each new scar, I am closer to death. Han Fei struggled to stand up and look into the woman's eyes. Through our communication and your reaction when you saw my face, I can confirm that you know me. Can you tell me what has happened to me? Even without his memory, Han Fei still had superb observational skills. The woman suddenly remembered many things. As Fu Tian and Fu Sheng's mother and Fu Yi's wife, she was a unique character in the city. After some hesitation, she said, You are a righteous, kind, and loving person. You never surrender to fate and are not afraid of pain and despair. We have met once, but I believe you will be the world's best father and husband. Can you tell me? Han Fei was deep in thought. Something that I can understand? The melancholy in the woman's eyes had disappeared by a lot. I don't know your real identity either, but you can trust me. You said you've met me once. Where? What was I wearing? The more details you can provide me, the more I can remember. Han Fei realized he didn't feel afraid when he was around this woman. The dream was too blurry. I think you were a soul. The woman said seriously. Sometimes, she couldn't tell either. After all, the encounter that time was too unbelievable. As her hatred disappeared, she felt so much lighter. Soul? Han Fei's confidence in the woman was shaken. Did you just come out of the hospital too? We did meet at the hospital. We were fellow patients? Not really. The woman was about to go into details when a commotion came from the entrance. Guards and doctors walked through the crowd. They were looking for someone. We can't stay here anymore. We need to leave first. The woman wanted to help Han Fei, but Han Fei shook his head. It's pointless. The cameras inside the theme park have no blind spots. They have arrived earlier. They were moving to block both entrances, so I can't escape. Han Fei was looking for an escape route, but he couldn't find one, so he stopped here. Then, Han Fei turned to Fu Tian. Take care of the stamp card. I'll help you clear all the games. At first, Fu Tian looked down on Han Fei, but since Han Fei showed his superhuman memory, the boy admired him. Okay, I'll share the mystery prize with you. Fu Tian was young, and his happiness was shown on his face. Has anyone won the mystery prize before? Han Fei was curious. I heard it's a year-long free ticket to the park and invitation card. Visitors with the invitation can play more difficult games, and they will provide greater rewards. Fu Tian was cleverer than his peers. He was very competitive too. He liked to challenge difficult stuff until he succeeded. You need to pay the park ticket to play the normal game, so the payment is money. You'd have to pay something to play the more difficult games too. It could be money or something else. Han Fei's mind immediately went that way. He wanted to play more games. I don't know about that. I haven't seen anyone who has the invitation before. Fu Tian carefully put the car away. Where's your home? Where can I find you if you're captured? As the guards and doctors approached, the woman quickly asked. After you leave the park's front door, walk straight for 2,000 meters, turn right at the junction, and you'll see a decrepit neighborhood. I live at apartment 4, 9th floor, room 4904. Han Fei uttered rapidly. The place is haunted. Don't come at night, and don't trust anyone. The doctors and guards rushed over and pressed Han Fei to the ground. Stay away from him. This man is very dangerous. The park guards brought the woman and her son to the side. They watched helplessly as Han Fei was apprehended. Han Fei felt fearful. The feeling of being out of control gave him a lot of pain. His face was pressed to the cement floor. Han Fei, in the costume, struggled. But the more he struggled, the crazier he looked. Why would they allow a mental patient into the park? I heard it's someone else who bought him the ticket. Can she take responsibility if something happens? Kick him out. Han Fei's lips were torn from the friction. His body hadn't recovered, so his resistance was futile. Why did you hurt yourself again? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei with concern. Your illness has returned just after a day. It looks like we need to increase the dosage. Han Fei's head was pressed to the ground. His eyes fell on the mother and son. Perhaps the woman was right. I came here to meet her and her son. The man who called himself Han Fei's father wanted to increase the dosage. Han Fei had no idea how much longer he'd be awake. His fate was in another person's hands. The woman saw how brutally the guards handled Han Fei. She saw how the world treated Han Fei. Her eyes were fixed on Han Fei, and her hands that gripped her bag tightened. The whole world saw Han Fei as crazy, and she was the only one who could save him. Han Fei forgot the past. Without the burden of the past, it also meant that he could build a new future. The woman's eyes turned complicated, but at the last moment, she bit her lips. I will help you find your memory, even if it will make me lose you again. Chapter 632, Parents. The guards dragged Han Fei out of the doll costume, bound him on the stretcher with the straps, and hauled him into the ambulance. Throughout this process, the man with peppery hair didn't do anything. He was a very rational man. He knew sending Han Fei to the hospital was the only way to solve the problem. Therefore, he stood to the side and watched like the other visitors. The doctors closed the ambulance door. Han Fei finally didn't have to suffer the gauntlet of strange gazes anymore, and he slowly calmed down. The doctors in the white coat started to bandage his arms. When they saw the scars on Han Fei's arms, they were shocked too. Dr. Han, your son's condition has worsened. There are so many scars here. The paramedic knew the father. The paramedic carefully helped Han Fei deal with the wounds to prevent them from being infected. This is my fault. This is all my fault. The man who was called Dr. Han mumbled to himself. There appeared to be a bigger conspiracy at work. The ambulance soon arrived at the hospital closest to the theme park. Han Fei was sent to the 4th floor. Dr. Fu, the patient discharged from the hospital yesterday, has acted up again. He escaped alone from home and slipped into the theme park around dawn. The doctor on the ambulance summarized the situation for Dr. Fu. As Han Fei's former main physician, he was very familiar with Han Fei's condition. Did he hurt anyone this time? No. The scars on his arms are all self-inflicted, and the wounds are definitely not deep. It's like he was doing this to experience pain. The doctor pointed at Han Fei's arm and said, Has he gained self-mutilation tendency? Is it caused by hallucination or something else? Dr. Fu frowned. He had not encountered such a complicated patient before. After a moment of silence, Dr. Fu looked at the middle-aged man. Dr. Han, what has your son experienced in the past? Did you hide anything from us? Dr. Han shook his head. I've told you everything. Are you sure? Dr. Fu stared at Han Fei's father. Only severe trauma would cause amnesia and other psychological problems. Are you suspecting me? I'm willing to do anything to save my son. Dr. Han said firmly. That's not what I meant. Dr. Fu opened his arms. Anyway, I won't waste your time anymore. There are nameless bodies popping up around the city. The coroners should be quite busy. I'll leave after Han Fei's mother is here. Dr. Han said coolly. Half an hour later, the woman who brought Han Fei home appeared. She stayed to accompany Han Fei while Han Fei's father left for work. The treatment continued until 1 p.m. Han Fei still couldn't remember anything. He couldn't even remember his parents' names. The medication must continue. Even though his actions are still hugely different from a normal person, he already knows how to control himself. At least he didn't hurt any innocent people this time. That is already a good improvement. Dr. Fu said a lot, but the summary was the medication must continue. Hearing that her son's condition had improved, the middle-aged woman nodded her thanks. She followed Dr. Fu deeper into the hospital to retrieve the new batch of medicine. Han Fei sat on the bed alone. He realized that he'd be extremely anxious when he was inside the hospital. This was a place of healing, but he felt intense danger. Han Fei looked like he was spacing out, but he was actually observing everyone that walked past him. The doctors and nurses would glance at him whenever they passed. Their gazes made Han Fei feel uncomfortable. They looked at him like he was a different species, something that was harmful to humans. Han Fei gripped his fists. He tried not to feel the fear and focused on arranging the info in his mind. The middle-aged man with peppery hair calls himself my father. He is a coroner, but he appears to have hidden something from my main physician. Han Fei's brows twisted together. He had no idea who was really looking out for him. As an amnesiac, he felt like the whole world wanted him to die. Everyone was playing a game, and what Han Fei needed to do was to survive until the end, while the entire world worked to kill him. Han Fei's scars started to bleed again. However, the physical pain was nothing to him. I seem to be used to pain. But based on the literature in my bedroom, I should be a scriptwriter or an actor. Han Fei, it's time to go home. The middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the corridor. She was holding a pack of medicine. Seeing the medicine pills, Han Fei had the urge to escape again. The medicine was poison in his eyes, and he'd die from eating them. These medicines have some side effects. They are heavy on the body, so try to take them after a meal. Also, remember to increase the dosage. Dr. Fu handed the prescription note to the woman. He looked at Han Fei. He has recovered a lot, so the treatment is effective. This casual observation caused Han Fei to shiver. Dr. Fu's treatment might not be for Han Fei's benefit. Han Fei couldn't trust these people, but he was only given a bad choice or a worse choice. The woman was glad when she heard the report from Dr. Fu. She led Han Fei away from the hospital. Similar to the first day, the woman led Han Fei home. She had Han Fei sit on the couch while she went to cook in the kitchen. The woman cared about Han Fei a lot. However, Han Fei was very unfamiliar with this kind of care. In his memory, there was no such character that cared about him this much. Is she really my mom? Han Fei had little to no memory of his parents. He tried his best to think, but his mind was blank. What is written on that missing page of the script? If my mother is not my mother, she would have destroyed the whole script if she saw the story, and she wouldn't just tear away one page. Han Fei closed his hands together. Did I tear away the page myself? I hid the most important page somewhere else. Han Fei was resistant to going home. Once he was home, he was reminded of what happened yesterday night. He knew this place was dangerous, but he had to come back, because this place had traces of his life. He needed to regain his memory. Soon, the middle-aged woman was ready with the meal. She placed 2 vegetarian dishes on the table. Another vegetarian meal? Han Fei looked at the dishes, which were similar to yesterday's. This home was on an endless loop. They are your favorites. The middle-aged woman looked at Han Fei with heartache. If you want to try some new flavors, I'll cook them tomorrow. My favorites are vegetarian dishes. Han Fei placed the food in his mouth. The food was delicious, but he felt like the woman was lying. Compared to vegetables, he should like meat more. Gorging on meat, that was his joy. Han Fei finished the meals and stood up. He walked to his bedroom and closed the door. He hugged the trash can and forced himself to vomit into the plastic bag. Dr. Fu had said that the medicines had to be taken after the meal, but the middle-aged woman didn't say anything after the meal was over. So the medicine had probably been mixed into the food. Furthermore, the middle-aged woman entered the kitchen right after they arrived home. She went in with the pack of medicine, but when she came out, they were gone. After I had her cooking last time, I felt drowsy and woke up at night. By then, the whole house was already filled with ghosts. There is a high chance the dishes are contaminated. Han Fei sealed up the plastic bag and hid it deep inside the dresser. Then, he recovered everything. After 20 minutes later, the bedroom door opened. The woman removed her apron and tucked Han Fei into bed. She sat beside his bed for a long time. We have no idea if this is correct or not, but certain mistakes can't be stopped once they have been started. Perhaps this is a punishment for us that you've become like this. Then, she stood up and left. Han Fei heard her making a call in the living room. Won't you arouse your suspicion staying that often in the basement? Do you need any tools? Okay, I'll clean the first floor basement. The woman hung up. She rummaged through the living room and left. Perhaps I'm really an actor. I could act asleep so naturally. Han Fei opened his eyes. He opened the dresser and dealt with his vomit. He then stood in the middle of the living room. Before the sky was dark, Han Fei didn't feel that afraid standing there. He felt the strangeness begin after night fell. I should look for the things I left behind first. Han Fei picked up the scripts on the table. He realized he might be a horror movie scriptwriter. All the scripts were about ghost stories. Concluding the incomplete and ruined ones, there were 99 scripts in total. Most of the scripts only had one sentence or words of inspiration. It was hard to connect them. Han Fei used his superhuman memory to memorize them. The 6th story, The Rental Tenant. The woman moved into the building in the month of July. Her stomach grew bigger and bigger. These stories happen all over the city. Most of them read like real events. Han Fei turned to the other books. He looked through them one by one, trying to find if there was any note. When he picked up Salinger's The Heart of a Broken Story, he noticed a bookmark. He turned to the page and noticed a sentence had been marked out. There are some people who think love is sex and marriage and 6 o'clock kisses and children, and perhaps it is, Miss Lester. But do you know what I think? I think love is a touch, and yet not a touch. What is the meaning of that? Han Fei tried his best to think, and a scene appeared in his mind. Just that morning, when that mother at the theme park saw his face, she approached him subconsciously to touch his face, but then she quickly pulled back. Maybe she is featured deeply in my story. Han Fei shook his head. Han Fei glanced at the time and mulled over the things his mother said on the phone. Who was she talking with? Why did she need tools? And what is there to clean up at the first-floor basement? After some hesitation, Han Fei decided to take a look. After all, he would leave this house sooner or later. He placed all the books and scripts inside his backpack and then left through the front door. I can suppress my fear before the night arrives. After it is dark, I'll be dominated by fear. I need to take advantage of this. Han Fei entered the stairwell and walked silently. Soon, he arrived on the first floor. With just a glance downwards, Han Fei broke out in goosebumps. Every cell in his body told him to stay put. Something terrifying was hidden in the basement. However, the stairs that led to the basement were very familiar, like he had already taken this route many times before. Han Fei entered the dark corridor of the first-floor basement. He was about to move forward when he heard footsteps. A strange smell assaulted his nostrils. A thought surfaced. That's formalin. He had no idea why he was so familiar with the smell of formalin when he was supposed to be a scriptwriter or an actor. Suppressing his fear, Han Fei moved down the corridor, following the shadow in front. He saw many bloodstains and crazed messages written in red. Han Fei covered his mouth. Suddenly, the shadow stopped. Han Fei couldn't hear what the person on the other side of the phone was saying, but he could hear the shadow clearly. The bodies are hard to deal with. I can't go there now. There are many bloodstains to clean. Okay, I understand. The figure who was cleaning the bloodstains in the basement was the middle-aged woman who called herself Han Fei's mother. Chapter 633, Who Am I? After the middle-aged woman hung up, she walked ahead. She looked like she had an emergency. After the woman left, Han Fei walked down the corridor. Someone had purchased the entire basement. The person should be crazy because they had written inexplicable and despairing words on the wall. The smell of formalin in the air intensified, and more blood appeared on the ground. This crime scene-like basement gave Han Fei a strange familiarity. I'm a comedy actor. Why would I be familiar with the smell of formalin and crime scenes? Then, he remembered the stories he wrote. What kind of person am I? Han Fei carefully avoided the bloodstains. A normal person would be frightened in his position. However, as a mental patient, Han Fei didn't feel afraid when he saw the gore. If anything, he felt more at ease. He was very conflicted with his persona. The more he investigated, the more confused he became. I have no memory of my parents working in the basement. Dr. Fu mentioned the appearance of many nameless corpses around the city, and the man, who called himself my father, is an excellent coroner. Are my parents the crazed murderers? Did I lose my memory after seeing them in action? Or they have been feeding me drugs so that I lose my memory? I have been living with a pair of murderers. They can't be my parents. Regardless, all of the possibilities were scary. Han Fei didn't have a concept of parents in his heart at all. That unit didn't feature in his memory. Different thoughts appeared in his mind. Han Fei walked past the bloodstains and came to the last room in the basement. The door was locked, and blood was seeping through the bottom gap. The blood has coagulated. They flowed out of the door when the mother was cleaning the room. So the first crime scene should be inside this room. Han Fei mumbled to himself. For blood which is lodged at the gap, one should use chemicals. Han Fei was shocked by his thought. Why would I know that? He had lost his memory, but he still retained his instinct. But his instincts were very strange. Han Fei covered his hand with his clothes and tried the door. The door was locked. I'm not going to come back to this scary home after I leave, so I need to clarify this before I go. Han Fei looked around and found a thin iron wire. He twisted it into a suitable shape and jammed it into the lock. Han Fei just wanted to give it a try. However, his fingers worked on their own, and the lock sprung. Han Fei was in disbelief as he stared at the open door. A wooden table was placed inside the darkroom. Various scripts and pens were scattered around the table. The table was soaked with blood. There were 3 shelves behind the table. The first was filled with books, the second was filled with various bottles of specimens, and the last was filled with murder weapons and medicines. The walls were covered in blossoms of blood. Is this the devil's room? The author worked on his writing while studying the dead bodies. The scene had been severely damaged. The heavy scent of formalin and a curious stench lingered in the air. Han Fei slowly moved forward, and he realized with a shock that his body had gotten used to the smell. Normal people might vomit when they were exposed to formalin, but he only frowned. This meant that he was around formalin often in the past. Han Fei walked to the table and picked up the script left on the table. The 6th story, The Rental Tenant. The woman moved into the building in the month of July. Her stomach grew bigger and bigger. Her emotions also frayed. She became agitated and fought with people every night. However, I was curious. She lived alone on the 6th floor. Who was she arguing with? The second time I saw her was 1 month later. She didn't look too good. She refused to take the elevator. She used the stairs and grumbled endlessly as she climbed the stairs with her big belly. She refused to interact with anyone. Everyone thought she was crazy, so they slowly ignored her. The sound of the argument at night grew louder and louder. However, no one knew who she was arguing with. Some speculated she was arguing with the man who abandoned her on the phone, but I believe things were not that simple. The third time I saw her was the night before she died. That night, I went downstairs for a cigarette run. When I passed by the 6th floor, I heard a commotion from her house. I paused for a moment at the stairwell. The woman slowly crawled out of the room. Her face was thin, and her lips moved as she cursed. I couldn't believe my eyes. Every part of her body was thin except for her bulging stomach. I knew then that the woman wasn't pregnant, and it was not a human inside her womb. The complete script was on the table, but Han Fei had a feeling it was not over yet. He glanced at the blood around him. How did he know it's not a human inside her stomach? Han Fei put down the script, and his heart was chilled. He found the first part of the script in his room, and now the other part was on the wooden table. Didn't that suggest that he was the owner of this devil's room? He was familiar with the smell of formalin and dead bodies. He knew how to clean up crime scenes and lockpicking. When he saw the knives on the shelf, he wanted to grab them. They all pointed towards one thing. Han Fei had lost his memory, but he still retained his amazing observational skill. Cleaning up a crime scene was not something easy. A normal person would have a hard time doing it. However, when Han Fei saw the bloodstain, he immediately came up with a solution to obscure it. I'm so familiar with it. Am I the serial killer? Han Fei stood there dazed. This was an impactful discovery. But if I'm the serial killer, why is the couple cleaning the crime scene? Did they discover my crimes and have been using medicine to change me? My parents cleaned up my trails so that I would be given a chance to start again? If that's true, then they really have my best interest in their hearts, but... Han Fei gripped his hands. If I'm the killer, I should be punished by the law. That is what I truly believe. Han Fei was heavily conflicted. He was like a blank canvas. He wanted to believe in the best version of himself. Han Fei rolled up his sleeves and pushed the door that led to the inner room. He was very professional. He didn't leave behind any footprint or handprint. He walked noiselessly too. The stench was stronger in the inner room. Some costumes were left in this room. The first costume was an orphanage uniform. It was very old, and it had been cut through many times. Han Fei looked through it, and a ball of paper fell out. It was a page from a script. The handwriting was blurry and hard to read. It was completely different from the other scripts. Monday, 0.01. A child who escaped from the orphanage died from asphyxiation. I remember how purplish his face was when he died. He struggled until the end. He was like a bird whose wings were broken. I knew he couldn't fly away from this world because someone had broken his wings. The script was bloody, like it was written at the crime scene. The killer recorded everything after each kill? Han Fei looked at the second costume. It was an old doll costume. It was different from the one he wore. It was tighter. There was a ball hidden in the costume too. On Tuesday night, a young man got off from night shift. He just finished the theme park's ghost night activity. He wanted to get off work, but he couldn't take off his costume. He died from asphyxiation. I suspect he was very afraid when he was consumed by darkness. But I'm not afraid anymore. Han Fei put away the note and turned to the third costume. It was a clown costume. It was very colorful and came with a mask and a hat. The costume was a perfect fit for Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to look for the note, but as he approached, the clown mask fell to the ground. It was quite a scary mask. The smile on the mask was uncanny. Han Fei found the note behind the mask. The handwriting was blood red. Sunday nights are very exciting. I like to walk the street alone so that everyone can see my smile. Then I'll go collect their smiles. All along, I want to be someone who can heal all pain and despair, but I can't even cure myself. Shush! Don't look behind the mask. Guess, am I crying or laughing behind the mask? The last costume appeared. It belonged to Han Fei. He had a feeling he had worn this costume and done many things in it. The people who identify as my parents are too short or too tall for these costumes, so they can't be the owner of this room. Han Fei held his forehead. Am I really the serial killer? At that moment, Fu Tian's mother's words echoed in his mind. He was reminded of that incident when they met. No. Han Fei's eyes changed. At least in that woman's eyes, I am someone who is kind, brave, and not afraid of challenging fate. She believes I'd be the world's best husband and father. That is the highest praise in the world. The things in the room were a huge contrast to the things in the room. Han Fei felt torn apart, like half of him was in the light and the other half in the dark. Which one is the real me? Han Fei needed to define himself since he lost his memory. Was he the crazy murderer or an innocent man dragged into this madness? Who am I? Chapter 634, Fear. 3 costumes, and each represented a human life. Based on the info on the notes, there was a victim for every day of the week. So the owner at least was responsible for 7 deaths. Is the scar on my arm the kill count? I've killed 99 people? His eyes moved from the scar to the ground. Han Fei looked at the clown mask. There was a strange feeling, like he was looking at his own face. The mask was like a mirror, reflecting his heart, or rather, it was showing him the real face of his heart. The endless smile, the frozen smile, the maddening smile, and a drop of tear on the cheek. Is this the real me? Compelled by something, Han Fei picked up the mask. Killing clown? Laughing clown? Crying clown? After some hesitation, Han Fei placed the clown mask in his backpack and prepared to leave. The stench in the inner room was very thick. The smell would seep into the clothing. It was why the father returned home smelling like this yesterday. I can't go back to that home anymore tonight. Han Fei didn't want to have any more interaction with his parents. The couple treated Han Fei well, but he really had no memory related to his parents in his mind. The couple was like a pair of strangers to him. Han Fei was about to leave when he heard a strange sound from the inner room. There's another dead body. No, possibly a dying victim. For Han Fei, the best choice was to leave and mind his own business. Curiosity kills the cat. If there was really a victim inside the dresser, if he opened the dresser, the other party would see his face. Would he need to kill the person or let them go? Rationality told Han Fei that he should leave. Plus, the mother was coming back. The possibility that I'm the killer aside, what would I do if I ask my heart? If I leave, the person will die? This is a human life. After a moment of silence, Han Fei walked over and looked through the gap of the dresser. It was too dark to see anything. I'll have to open it. Han Fei destroyed the lock. There was no dying victim, but a dying black cat. The cat was very ugly. It was losing patches of fur on its coat. The strange thing was the cat had 9 black lines around its heart. They looked like they were not painted, but fully natural. Is this the owner's cat? Why is it tortured until this state? Sensing Han Fei's approach, the cat meowed weakly. It had great hostility against humans. You're injured to this state. No wonder you hate people. Han Fei sighed. You'll be killed if I leave you here. I'll try to help you. Han Fei picked up the cat and placed it in his backpack. Time to go. He walked towards the door. Before he reached it, he heard footsteps coming from outside. If he left now, he would walk right into the new arrival. Han Fei reacted in less than a second. He scattered the costumes inside the inner room to create the impression that they had been rummaged through. Then, he hid behind the iron door. The footsteps approached. The person noticed something and started to run. Someone has been here. The middle-aged woman charged towards the room. She looked at the open door in shock. Her expression was filled with fear and madness. Who is here? She saw the scattered costumes in the inner room and rushed towards them. As she ran into the inner room, Han Fei slithered out from behind the iron door and left the room. Han Fei didn't dare to stop. He ran away from apartment 4 and escaped the neighborhood. I can't be sure if I really do suffer from paranoia, but I know I'll see strange things after night falls. Therefore, I need to find a safe space before that. A weak meow came from the backpack. It was dying. I'll find you a pet doctor now. Han Fei knew the location of a pet store. When he first came back from the hospital, he had memorized all the buildings he passed. This was one of his habits. Did I remember these locations to make my escape easier? Just what kind of life I have that I have such habits? There was still some time to nighttime. Han Fei suppressed his fear, lowered his head, and walked through the street. About half an hour later, Han Fei reached a pet store at the corner. Perhaps because the location was bad, the business was not so good. The empty store had little customers and little pets. Can you help me save this cat? Han Fei opened his backpack and carried out the wounded cat. As he was about to place the cat down, a harsh-looking man ran over. Don't place it here. This is a stray, right? Don't you know they carry all types of disease? I'm sorry. Han Fei half knelt and carried the cat. Can you save it? Is there a reason to save it? The man studied Han Fei. I can save it, but the price will be high. You better think about it. Just save it. Han Fei had no money, so he didn't mind the owner asking for a high price. Good. The man's face changed. He smiled obsequiously as he picked up the cat. Suddenly, the cat wasn't so dirty anymore. I used to be the most famous vet here. I opened this shop because my daughter loves small animals. You came to the right place this time. 2 hours later, the man came back with the cat. He disinfected the wounds, cleaned them, and gave the cat a full examination. Your cat is fine. It's tortured and starved. That's why it's so weak. The man removed his gloves. Thankfully, you were here early. If you were a few hours later, it would have gone to cat paradise already. Thank you. There's no need to be so polite. It's my job. The man smiled and then extended his hands to Han Fei. I've conducted a full examination and used the best medicine. They cost 5,200 renminbi. I'll give you a 200 renminbi discount. Just give me 5,000 renminbi. Okay, but I don't have that much money at the moment. Han Fei was telling the truth. Fuck, are you trying to scam me? Do you think you can walk out of this door without paying? The man's face darkened. He picked up a pole from behind the counter. I can place the cat with you and come back with the money. In your dreams. Who wants your lousy stray? Is it worth 50 renminbi? Don't waste my time. Give me the money. The man walked over to grab Han Fei's collar. I've seen many people like you. If you don't have any money, don't try to be a hero. It'll only bring everyone trouble. I'll really pay you later. Han Fei had to find a safe place before dark. He needed to leave. You look so respectable. How can you do this? The man dragged Han Fei's collar and then gripped his arm. Give me the money now, or I'll call the police. Call the police? Han Fei's pupils shivered. He looked into the man's eyes. Don't push me. What are you looking at? The man wilted under Han Fei's gaze. He was about to shout further when he felt stickiness from his palm. He looked down and saw his hand that grabbed Han Fei's arm was covered in blood. Blood? He took a step back. The man looked at Han Fei's arm. It was covered with scars. I think you better don't call the police. Furthermore, I hope that you'll forget ever seeing me. Han Fei's expression was pained. There are 11 surveillance cameras on this street. I've avoided all of them. Your store is located at the corner, and normally people won't come here. If I do anything, I have more than enough time to clean up the crime scene. I also know your store's only camera is behind the cash register. I've always made sure I'm in its blind spot. Why are you telling me these? That pole of yours can't kill anyone, but I'm different. I can already see the different ways you can die. Really, I hate this feeling, but I can't control it. Han Fei grabbed the man who tried to retreat so that he wouldn't return to the cashier where the camera was. Did you notice something? What? The man found he couldn't struggle at all. Ever since I entered the room, the animals stopped making any sound. Perhaps they had smelled something on me. The man was really scared then. He felt something was wrong when Han Fei entered the shop, and he only made the connection now. Big brother, what are you talking about? You're a saint for saving that cat. The man forced a smile. We're all animal lovers. How can I not trust you? I was only joking early. It is only 700 renminbi. And how about I give you 2 bags of cat food for free? Give me your phone. Han Fei saw the man's hand reach towards the pocket, and he could guess the man's thoughts. Okay, brother. The man took out his phone with a crying face. Don't call the police. I promise not to hurt you when I'm still rational. Han Fei switched on the phone. When he noticed it didn't have a lock, he pocketed it. I'll give you the phone and the 5,000 renminbi back. I hope you can trust me. Actually, you can just take them away for free. The man didn't want to see Han Fei again. This was his first time encountering a customer like this. Are you scared of me? Han Fei frowned. The doctor said he had paranoia, so he didn't like the emotion of fear. Chapter 635, Meet. I am always afraid of the dark, but the dark would still come despite my fear. Once you've contracted fear, you can't shake it loose. Perhaps it is my weakness that fear has the chance to fester. I was not like this in the past. At least I wouldn't hate the emotion of fear. Han Fei pulled the pet store boss before him and shared the thoughts in his mind. The man was stunned. He had no idea what Han Fei was talking about. He could only keep on nodding his head. Don't call the police. I owe you the medical bill. I borrow your phone. I will return them to you. Han Fei was very polite. If there's any damage, I'll compensate you accordingly. They are yours. Consider them a gift among friends. I really think those who save strays are living saints. Everyone who does that will have a 20% discount. The man wasn't as harsh as before. Thank you. Han Fei said sincerely. He let go and slowly retreated. The boss heart also slowly dropped down to his stomach. If possible, I wish to ask you another question. Han Fei's voice came from the door. It caused the boss to shudder. What is it? What kind of person do you think I am? Han Fei had forgotten about himself, so he wanted to use others' eyes as his mirror. You have empathy, love, and... The boss didn't know what to say after that. Just tell the truth. Tell me your first impression of me. At first, you look quite sunny. The kind who is easily bullied and not good with words. But after more interactions, I realize you're a very special person. The boss was good at reading and dealing with people. Special? Han Fei shook his head. Thank you for the cat feed. Han Fei placed the cat into his backpack and left the pet store. He switched off the boss phone and then ran down the other direction. The phone can be traced. I can't use it willy-nilly. Han Fei slowly considered what to do next. This whole world is hostile against me. Only that woman thinks I'm not bad. Unfortunately, I wasn't that clear-headed this morning, and due to the time crunch, I didn't get the chance to ask many questions. Han Fei didn't know the woman's contact info. He had only given her an address. If she really does care about me, she might come to find me. I can't stray too far from the neighborhood. It's good if I can find a vantage point that allows me to watch over the neighborhood. Han Fei picked the path that had no surveillance. At the end of the alley, he saw a fast food place. Normally, this place should have good business. But today the boss was quite unlucky because 2 groups of young men with wooden clubs sat inside the store. They were in a conflict. They should be the nearby ruffians. Han Fei hadn't eaten for the whole day. His body was weak. If this continued, he would have collapsed. The fragrance of meat assaulted him. The smell of meat stew gripped him immediately. Meat. Han Fei didn't understand why the smell of meat was so alluring to him. I've eaten 2 meals at home, and they're both vegetarians. My mother said meat is not good for my health. They are monitoring my diet seriously. Han Fei walked into the shop. He was a bit out of control because he hadn't had meat for a long time already. The 2 gangs were at the height of their heated discussion when a man appeared at the door. They all turned to Han Fei. They thought Han Fei belonged to the other, so no one spoke. After losing his memory, Han Fei learned to follow his instinct. Actually, Han Fei's thought was simple. If the gangs got into fights, the meat might go to waste. In that case, he might as well eat them. If the gangs didn't fight, he could finish the meat and then escape. He'd come back to pay later. This was a chance to eat, so Han Fei wouldn't let it go. Han Fei got the attention of the waiter hiding in the kitchen. He pointed at the large plate of stewed meat. Bring that over. The waiter was confused, but he heeded Han Fei's orders. The 2 gangs assumed Han Fei was the other party's reinforcement because what normal person would come in to order food at this moment? The delicious meat was placed before Han Fei. His suppressed instinct exploded. He grabbed the meat and bit heavily on it. The smell of meat spread through his lips. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. In his mind, he knew meat was very important to him. I think I just remembered something. I love the meat made by a specific someone. The last rationality was smothered by hunger. Han Fei's eating speed was frightening. It felt like he was a man who had been starved for days and was given access to a free meat buffet. The meat awakened the monster inside Han Fei. He wolfed and engulfed everything. He didn't stop. The 2 gangs looked at the bones that slowly piled up, and they licked their lips. Is the food here that delicious? One of the leaders was dissatisfied. He slammed the table and roared. The other leader taunted him back. The verbal conflict soon became physical conflict. The 2 parties turned over the tables, grabbed the chairs, and clubs to start fighting. Han Fei was too absorbed by the meat to intervene. He became more desperate in his consumption. The waiters and cooks in the kitchen were shaking in fear. The 2 gangs were already very terrifying, but there was now this strange man near the kitchen. They didn't dare to go out now. Consuming meat can help me forget pain and fear. I can get high from eating meat. This is a strange hobby. Han Fei realized he had a very strong digestive system. His weak body was recovering. His mind also cleared. The killer of multiple cases, obsessed with meat, a glutton, and wrote down the crimes as stories and scripts. What kind of a scary person am I? Holding the meat with both hands, Han Fei guarded them. The doctor and my parents said I have paranoia. However, sitting here, where I could be dragged into the fight at any moment, I didn't feel any fear. I am not afraid of these people, but certain specific things. Han Fei combed through the memory he had, and a small detail popped up in his mind. When I was about to leave the hospital, I was afraid that the ceiling fan would fall, so I went hiding under the bed. It was dumb, but after I left that floor, I heard a sound from the 4th floor. It sounded like the fan falling. Han Fei's eyes were bloodshot. The things that I fear are the things that might really kill me. This is not paranoia, but an ability to predict death. I feel less weak now. There are 2 reasons. One is the meat, and the other is because I have vomited the woman's food. There had to be something wrong with the food. Han Fei found his parents suspicious. They want to control me, or use their own method to cure me. If I'm really a serial killer, then I can understand why. After all, I am dangerous. Suddenly, Han Fei's table was turned over. A bald ruffian fell before Han Fei. All the meat was scattered to the ground. Han Fei's pupils were narrowed to a dot. Han Fei grabbed the ruffian. His bloodshot eyes were terrifying. Han Fei didn't do anything in the end. He walked into the kitchen. The cooks and waiters all retreated when they saw the gluttonous monster. They encountered a customer like Han Fei for the first time. Do you have more meat? Yes. The cook quickly opened the pot lid. Han Fei didn't mind anything. He walked over and continued to feast. The ruffian was furious that Han Fei didn't put him in his eyes. He climbed up and slowly approached Han Fei holding the club. Just as he was about to swing the club at Han Fei's head, Han Fei turned around with meat dangling on his lips. The ruffian saw the scariest gaze in the world. It was bloody and cruel. It was like the devil that had just climbed out of hell. Han Fei didn't say a thing, but the ruffian appeared to understand his meaning. If he went another step closer, the meat inside the pot wouldn't be pork, but his. So it's an ally. The ruffian turned around. He shouted loudly, but he stayed at the fringe. He was still coming down from the shock. The gangs fought until they moved to the street. Han Fei looked at the time. He believed the police was coming soon. He grabbed his backpack and left. After the feast, he moved conspicuously faster. The body ruined by medicine was healing. After he left the alley, Han Fei heard the police siren. He immediately moved faster. He was guided by his body instinct. He was very good at playing hide-and-seek. He avoided the police perfectly. As the night fell, the fear in Han Fei's heart returned. Why is it like this every time at night? It feels like death is very close to me. Han Fei didn't dare to stay in the alley anymore. He looked around, but every building appeared to be haunted. Is there not a place where I can be safe and hide? This will be a tough night. Chapter 636, Savior. The night was dark, and there was no one on the road. The flickering neon lights gave off a chilly glow. It was not yet midnight, but most of the shops were closed. This city is completely different in the day and at night. I've been to such a place before. Han Fei stood in the shadows of the alley, carrying his backpack. The end of the darkness was a theme park. The tall Ferris wheel looked over everything. The individual booths strung with lights were like eyes in the dark. Compared to the cold city, the theme park appeared to have gathered all the light and joy. The theme park is operational at night. Han Fei remembered he found a doll costume in the basement. According to the note, the victim was once the theme park mascot actor. It feels like the theme park is the center of the city. All the other buildings exist because of it. The anxiety grew. Han Fei knew he couldn't stay at a place for too long. He left the alley and moved along the street. There was no pedestrian or vehicle on the road. The siren moved down the distance before disappearing completely. This city is too strange. I wonder if it's only in my eyes or everyone sees it like this. Han Fei walked for some time before he saw another person. She sat on the bench at the bus stop. She wore a pair of spectacles, carried a handbag, and was in a quintessential OL outfit. The woman didn't have too much makeup. She worked overtime, which was why she was out so late. She removed her high heels and massaged her calves. She looked down the dark streets like she had something on her mind. Staring at the woman, Han Fei felt she looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. Han Fei didn't dare to take any risk. He prepared to leave when his heart jumped. He noticed there was another person hiding in the other alley not far away. Half of the man's face was hidden in the darkness. He was in a black suit and holding something. Is his target the woman waiting for the bus? Han Fei was reminded of what Dr. Fu said. There were many new nameless bodies popping up around the city. Should I go warn the girl? Han Fei had no idea why his first thought was to help the woman. If he was a crazed murderer, why would his first thought be to help others when he saw someone in danger? This confused Han Fei. Perhaps there's something wrong with my earlier assessment. The woman at the theme park might be telling the truth. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more convinced he was that he didn't have a murderous streak. Is there a possibility that I'm not the killer but a scriptwriter writing about the killer? I was dragged into the crime and assumed my research target's identity after losing my memory. While Han Fei was thinking, the woman at the bus stop put her shoes back on. She knew that she had missed the last bus, so she planned to walk home. Once she moved, the man hidden in the shadow moved too. The woman didn't know that danger was approaching. However, she felt something was wrong because she suddenly picked up speed. At first, she walked along the larger streets. However, to reach home, she had to pass by a very narrow and deserted alley. She looked around for some time. She entered the alley after she ensured there was no danger. Her house was at the apartment situated at the end of the alley. The alley was dim and creepy. No lights came from the buildings that lined the alley. All the windows were shut. The cameras were broken. Anything that happened here would be swallowed by the night. Breathing out a cold breath, the woman tightened her grip on her bag and moved faster. The high heels clicked on the ground. She kept turning back, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. The night deepened. The woman could hear her heartbeat. When she turned back for the fourth time, The eyes behind her glasses trembled with fear. Not far away from her, there was a man in a black suit, a mask, and carrying a black suitcase who suddenly charged at her. The man was like a crocodile wading underwater. When the prey was close, the disguise was shed to reveal the giant mouth. The woman's face was pale. She hurried and ran away. However, in her panic, she tripped and fell. It was too late to stand up. She saw the masked man rapidly approach. However, at that moment, a stone accurately shot the masked man on the back of his head. Blood poured immediately. The masked man stopped. He turned to look behind him. Han Fei stood at the mouth of the alley. He was commonly dressed. A cat poked its head out of his backpack. No one spoke. The situation was tense. After a temporary pause, the masked man charged at Han Fei. Compared to the woman, Han Fei posed a bigger threat. The man was very fast. He had received special training. When he was close enough, he swung the black box at Han Fei. The suitcase was like a magician's box. The lid opened, but there was nothing instead. Han Fei's nose twitched. He smelled something pungent, and then his eyes pained. What is inside the box? Before his eyes were forced to close, Han Fei saw the man take out a dagger from his suit. Han Fei knew this was dangerous, but it felt like needles had pricked his eyes. He couldn't open them at all. A weak cat's meow entered his ears. It was too late for Han Fei to escape now. He couldn't even see anything. If he fled without a plan, he would only expose his back to the murderer. Han Fei held his breath and raised his arms. In the blink of an eye, the masked man was already before him. The sharp dagger plunged downward. Han Fei could hear it cut through the air. He resisted the pain and opened his eyes a slit. The knife was coming at his neck. At this moment, Han Fei's body reacted. He moved his head to the side, and the dagger sliced by his cheek. The steel of the knife reflected Han Fei's face. He saw himself in it. His instinct awakened. Before the man could swing the knife again, Han Fei's arms bound around the man's arms like pythons. Since Han Fei couldn't see anything, he would rely on hand-to-hand combat. Han Fei had no idea if he had any training, but every move that he employed was fatal. His goal was to kill the other in the shortest amount of time. This kind of technique required plenty of training and actual experience, but Han Fei had already mastered it. The masked man didn't expect this to happen. The man, who was dressed so normally, managed to avoid his attack when he was blinded and launched the counter so effortlessly. The situation had turned. The masked man had the first strike, but now the upper hand was with Han Fei. Different from the masked man, Han Fei knew one thing. To escape from despair, one had to appreciate every single chance. The fist fired off like a cannon and landed on the mask. Han Fei's punches were heavy, and he didn't stop. He would beat the man until he was unable to fight back. If he showed sympathy, the man would attack Han Fei again. The masked man was punched until he probably suffered from a concussion. He couldn't hold the knife anymore and collapsed to the ground. Han Fei didn't dare to be too careless because he still couldn't open his eyes. He expertly snapped the man's wrist. Hearing the bone snap, Han Fei's heart moved. This sound awakened beautiful memories in his mind. I've done this before. Han Fei had to be efficient and quick because he still couldn't see. The masked man didn't even get a chance to say anything before he fainted. The white mask was shattered. Blood flowed through the gap. What was inside your suitcase? Do you have the antidote? Han Fei slapped the man's cheeks, but he got no response. Resisting the pain from the eyes, Han Fei planned to leave. He didn't want to stop here. Hey, wait. The woman removed her heels and slowly moved towards Han Fei. Thank you for saving me. The woman looked cute and sweet. You should go home now. Han Fei's eyes were in great pain. He wouldn't be able to survive the night like this. How about you come with me? I'll help you deal with the eye injury. The poison might cause you to go blind. The woman was worried about Han Fei. When Han Fei had to close his eyes again, she lifted her arm. Then, a surge of current ran through Han Fei. He collapsed to the ground. The last thing he saw was the woman pulling out the cart she had hidden among the trash. It looks like I'll have to make 2 trips. Han Fei opened his eyes blurrily. He noticed his eyes weren't so painful anymore. He wanted to get up, but he noticed he was shackled to the wall, and he was naked. You're awake? The woman sat beside him, holding her chin. Behind her was a mountain of man's clothes. Han Fei stared at the woman's face. He felt like the woman was someone from his memory, but he couldn't recall her name. It was this sense of familiarity that told him she wouldn't hurt him. Tell me, where is the thing? The woman removed her glasses to wipe the lens. Most of the time, I don't want to kill. I only want the theme park points. I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel you're very familiar to me. We should know each other. Han Fei stared at the woman. Did you once love me? The woman paused. Her expression was interesting. It looks like you really have a death wish. I have amnesia. I can't remember many things. However, I felt like we'd met the moment I laid eyes on you. It was why I chose to save you. Han Fei was telling the truth. I knew that you were only acting from the start. The way you tripped and fell was so unnatural. It could only trick an amateur actor. Why did you come to save me then? You're funny. The woman put her glasses back on. She placed a few pills inside the glass. The doctor said I have paranoia, but I believe I could predict death. When you approached me, I didn't feel fear. That is the second reason why I was willing to help you. Han Fei's hands were shackled, but strangely enough, he didn't feel fear. If anything, he felt like he had unlocked some kind of strange achievement. Paranoia? Ability to tell death? Amnesia? Are you high? The woman held the drugged water. She stared at Han Fei's face. Stop wasting time. If you refuse to tell me where the points are, then tell me what's your last words. Han Fei still couldn't remember anything. He shook his head and pleaded. Don't kill my cat, okay? That's all. I really don't remember anything. I only saved that cat today. You do know that you almost beat a man to death, right? Compared to that, you care more about a cat? The woman didn't believe Han Fei. She placed the cup against his mouth. Do you think I won't kill me? Come on, drink the drug. Let me see. Before she finished, Han Fei gulped down the water. He was thirsty. Do you have more? The woman looked at Han Fei and the empty glass. Interesting. I suspect you were just joking with me. But then again, why do I feel like I should keep you alive? I want to trap you and torture you every day. The woman stood up to pour another glass of water. Do you really not know about the theme park's point? If you didn't receive the invitation from the theme park, why would you have the clown mask in your backpack? I can't remember. Han Fei finished the second cup. He looked at the woman's face. Can you tell me your name? Perhaps I can remember you then. The name's Iyashikei. I'm a fugitive. The woman smiled. Are you scared? Chapter 637, Death Game. You're a fugitive? Han Fei didn't sound surprised. He wanted to smile, but he couldn't do it. That's such a coincidence. I'm wanted too. How can you chat with me so freely when you're tied up? Do you have some kind of strange kink? Iyashikei took out a dagger and used the tip to poke Han Fei's chin. I can tell you clearly that I've not met you before. But since you were willing to save me, I won't kill you. After I get enough theme park points, I'll let you go. What is this theme park point you talk about? When Han Fei visited the theme park that day, he saw Fu Tian with the stamp card. However, that was a children's toy. Why would adults fight to the death for it? In the past, I didn't believe they exist either until Iyashikei sat down opposite Han Fei. I worked in a gaming company. After experiencing some very painful stuff, I chose to quit. At the time, our department's game exploded in popularity, and we got a lot of bonuses. However, money didn't mean anything to me. At the time, my heart was hollow. That was why I wanted to try new things, to awaken my love for life. However, before I could change my lane, the police came to find me. They thought I was involved in the kidnapping and murder of an important person in the city. The sweet smile on her face disappeared. However, I have no impression of that at all. I was only a normal office worker. How would I be involved with a kidnapping? I explained myself, but the evidence piled up against me. I felt like someone was trying to do me in. Han Fei was confused. How is that related to the theme park points? At the time, No one came to my aid. I lost my most important thing, and then I was framed. My life was heading into despair. After the last interrogation, I had a mental breakdown. That night, I wanted to join him and leave this world. However, a strange man found me. He said if I participated in this game, I would be able to escape from despair and rectify all my regrets. Liguier said seriously. How come your story sounds so familiar to me? It's like I've been through it before. Hanfei looked lost. What does that strange man look like? He was wearing a smiling face. He said he could see into the future, and he was there to help people in despair. Liguier then glanced at Hanfei. I didn't take his words to heart. Like you, he sounded so crazy. But something happened to change my mind. What happened? He gave me a theme park invitation and a mask. After he left, I was followed by a crazy man. I didn't know him, but the person insisted on killing me. Liguier's fingers caressed the knife. I was already in the game, no matter I wanted to or not. If I don't want to be killed, I have to kill. I still don't get it. Hanfei lost his memory, but Liguier's words were like little sparks that lit up his mind. In short, we've all been submerged into a death game that we can't leave. Only the most despairing individuals can join this game. The winning reward is something that will save us from despair. Liguier's eyes turned cold. The gaming process is cruel and gory. You'll get 1 point by killing each participant. That is the safest point to gain points. Killing is the safest method? What other methods are there? Capturing ghost. Liguier's face paled. She was pretty, but she looked terrifying at that moment. I don't know if there are ghosts in this world or not. Those who know the answer are already dead. Ghosts. Hanfei remembered the scripts in his room. The 99 scripts were like 99 real ghost stories. Have others gained point through this method before? Yes. Liguier said confidently. There is a point scoreboard beside all the theme park rides. Normally, they are used to record the scores of visitors, but at midnight, a random scoreboard at the theme park will list out the scores and numbers of all the participants. I've seen the scoreboard once. There were 32 participants, and the top one player had earned 99 points. Is it possible that he has killed 99 players? There are not so many participants, so he must have caught some ghosts. Liguier leaned against the wall. When you reach 100 points, you'll get your wish granted. I wonder if he managed to get that final point. The game is still ongoing, so he probably hasn't. Hanfei frowned. The number 99 was very special to him. He gouged out 99 scars on his arms. He wrote down 99 ghost stories, and now there was a scoreboard leader with 99 points. Could I be the top one player? Liguier rolled her eyes. Earlier, you suspect me of loving you, and now you think you are the top one player? It's just a guess. Then, I guess you're quite conceited. Liguier didn't mean to kill Hanfei. She placed his backpack on the table and shook everything out. The wounded kitten lay on the table. It meowed weakly. There's really no invitation? Liguier looked around, but she could only find that white smiling mask. Can you tell me what the invitation looks like? Perhaps I can remember something about it. Hanfei didn't feel threatened by Liguier. It was why he was so calm. He preferred to be trapped here than to go back home. The invitation is a black card. You'll see different words if you view the card from different angles. The card has your player number 2. You have to possess it to enter the theme park at night. Liguier thought about it and added, only those with the invitation can participate in the ghost-catching game every night and join the ghost parade before dawn. After killing someone, can you inherit their points after getting their cards? The points can't be transferred. Each card only represents 1 point. Liguier wasn't a murderous person. Most of the time, she only took away the other participants' invitation. However, for some, that was worse than death. Such a crazy game. The game doesn't encourage people to murder each other. Instead, it encourages people to catch ghosts. However, humanity is always surprising. People will always take shortcuts. Ligua Air yawned and flipped through Han Fei's scripts. Were you a scriptwriter? Probably a scriptwriter and an actor. Even though Han Fei was detained, his heart calmed down. This private jail brought him a sense of security. Thank you for chatting with me. You're thanking me? Ligua Air was surprised. You do have this kind of kink, don't you? I can't remember. Han Fei shook his head. I haven't chatted with a person for a long time already. I don't dare to approach people because I feel like they all want to kill me. Han Fei lowered his head to study the scars on his arms. I could only speak to myself in the past. Stop rambling, or I'd stab you. Ligua Air studied Han Fei. But there's something special about you. It doesn't appear like you're acting. I should have a blade too. A bladeless knife. Right. What did I say about rambling? Ligua Air sat back at the table. She was confused too. She was sure this was her first time meeting Han Fei, but she wasn't averse to him. In fact, they felt like old friends. Ligua Air didn't want to remember her bad past with her friend, so she focused on Han Fei's scripts. In the dim underground jail, the man, the woman, and the cat passed a peaceful night. The next morning, Han Fei smelled something good and blurrily opened his eyes. You have quite a nose. Ligua Air sat down. Is there something wrong with you? I have you trapped, but you slept so well the night before. You didn't even react when I placed the knife against the neck. I feel so disrespected. Ever since I woke up at the hospital, I haven't had a good night's sleep. I was knocked out by drugs. I would feel anxiety when I was outside. I feel safe when I'm here. I don't even know what to say to that. Ligua Air had her breakfast. Han Fei watched her. Wait, you want to eat my food too? Ligua Air could feel Han Fei's eyes on her. Did you really treat this place as your home? I have an inexplicable desire for meat. If you can provide me with meat, I will repay you with some info. Han Fei volunteered his guesses. The scripts probably are recordings of real events. Each script represents a ghost. If you want to gain points quickly, you should follow my scripts. So that's your goal. You want to lure me to these places to get me killed? Ligua Air raised her brows. She looked cuter without her glasses. I just want to eat meat. Han Fei said innocently. After long contemplation, Ligua Air nodded. Fine. I'll trust you this once. She stood up and left. Half an hour later, she returned with a plate of mutton. Eat up. After you're done, tell me the script with the easiest ghost to catch. Han Fei's stomach growled. Soon, the plate of mutton disappeared. Ligua Air was shocked, looking at the empty plate. That was my storage for a week. Is there a monster inside your stomach? I think I prefer pork, especially pork heart. Han Fei licked his lips. Your meat lacks something. I remember my favorite meat contains something dangerous. Each bite is a teetering between heaven and hell. I should just send you to a mental hospital. They will have better food. Ligua Air was quite unhappy. She placed the scripts before Han Fei. So, which one is the safest? The scripts only tell you that ghosts exist. They also provide you with hints. That will lower the difficulty by a lot. In other words, you don't really know either? I can't remember. Ligua Air picked up the knife and then put it down again. Fine. I'll trust you again. She hid the knife. She left on her own after memorizing one of the scripts. Be careful. Ghosts are different from people. Han Fei sighed after Ligua Air left. She was so familiar, but he couldn't remember her. It was torturous. Meow. The kitten had healed after a night of rest. It jumped out of the paper box Ligua Air prepared for it and came to Han Fei. It rubbed its head against Han Fei's leg. The 9 black stripes on its body became clearer. It was like they tried to form some kind of pattern. Are you really my cat? Han Fei looked at the cat. It feels like you know me, but I can't remember you. Have I named you before? Counting the stripes on the cat, the name suddenly came to Han Fei. Little 8? Is that your name? The cat was very happy hearing that name. It rolled on the ground. That's really your name? Why would I call a cat with 9 stripes Little 8? Chapter 638, Number 11. The wounded cat stuck close to Han Fei. This proved indirectly that Han Fei might really be the owner of that underground room. His memory was gone, but the pet still remembered Han Fei's scent. Unfortunately, cats can't speak, or you can tell me what happened. Han Fei ruffled the kitten's head. If you're really a murderer's pet, then you must have grown up drinking human blood and eating human flesh. You wouldn't be so weak, ugly, and tiny. As if to prove Han Fei wrong, the cat gnashed its teeth. Then, it collapsed against Han Fei's leg. The action had exhausted its full energy. You're ridiculously weak. Han Fei didn't hope to gain any more info from the cat, but it was good company. In Ligua Air's jail, Han Fei ate and slept. It was a relaxing 24 hours. When it was almost dark, footsteps came from Han Fei's head. Soon, Ligua Air appeared. Put on your clothes and come with me. Ligua Air unlocked Han Fei's shackles and tossed the suit of the man from the night before to Han Fei. Put on your mask. We need to leave before dark. What happened? The story in your script is real. Ligua Air stared at Han Fei in fear. She uttered, I saw the ghost. Can you tell me what the ghost looks like? It is still following me, so we don't have time to waste. We need to leave now. The shackles dropped to the floor. Han Fei put on the black suit, but he didn't want to wear the smiling mask. Can I wear something like a hat instead? Stop wasting time. Ligua Air seemed to anticipate this. She peeled back a wooden board and took out the backpack hidden inside. After we leave, do not respond when someone calls your name. Okay. Han Fei's new clothes allowed him to melt perfectly into the night. It was like the suit was tailor-made for him. Han Fei put the cat into his backpack. Look after your cat. If it makes any sound, I'll abandon it immediately. Ligua Air said coolly, but when she saw Han Fei in the suit and holding the mask, she was stunned. The man before her exuded this charming, yet dangerous presence. You're quite good-looking. Is it that why you've had a crush on me? I really want to lock you up. Should I be honored? I don't know. Ligua Air looked at Han Fei. She realized she was able to chat happily with a mental patient. Did that mean there was something wrong with her brain too? Ligua Air crawled out of the underground prison. She waved at Han Fei, and they both returned to the surface. This building used to belong to another participant. After he was killed, I've been staying here. Ligua Air opened the front door and waved at Han Fei. But we need to find a new hiding place before night falls. If you're being followed by a ghost, no matter where you go to hide, you'll be found. Han Fei's memory seemed to loosen. A voice uttered in his mind. Are you sure? Ligua Air panicked. I believe so. Han Fei wasn't sure what else did the voice said. He had a strange feeling. He believed he would be rewarded if he followed that voice. Which script did you follow that you saw that ghost? The 11th story, number 11. This story happened in the area close to the theme park, so I chose it. Han Fei read through the story again. Number 11 is very cute. He has been adopted many times, but he is always sent back. Every family who has adopted him said that he is cute, obedient, and understanding. There is no negative review, but everyone has sent him back. The family who has adopted number 11 will do anything to send number 11 back to the orphanage. Number 11 slowly grows up. He has the most handsome face of all the orphans and the gentlest personality. He has the best result too. When the child was 11, he was adopted for the 11th time. After that, there was no more news about him. Someone said the child was murdered by his adopted father. Others said the child was a monster who couldn't grow old. People also said the child's heart is rife with intense hatred and venom. He was a living ghost. To find out the truth, I visited his former home on November 11th. At that place, I understood something. The boundary between humans and ghosts is something very blurry. If you want to approach them, then you have to approach that dangerous boundary first. The story was long, but also more detailed. It revealed a lot of info. Finding the boundary between humans and ghosts should be the key, but what is that boundary? While Han Fei was contemplating, the window behind him suddenly cracked. The temperature in the room dropped. The crack widened. A face pressed against the window, trying to get in. Run. It is here. Li Gui'er pushed open the front door and dragged Han Fei out. During this process, Han Fei turned back to look. The window shattered, and the glass shards were scattered everywhere. Did you take something from it? Strange guests have moved into my house, but they would never leave it. Han Fei was confused. I'm curious about your house's feng shui, but now is not the time to talk about that. Li Gui'er took out 2 invitations from her pocket. I didn't enter the building. I sold the info to other participants. I have no idea what happened to those 2 dumbasses. But when I went in to retrieve their invitations, I was targeted. What if you throw the invitations away? I've tried. It's pointless. The sky was darkening. When darkness consumed the city, things would become worse. Based on the scripts, we need to find the boundary between humans and ghosts to interact with them, to communicate or fight them. Han Fei's empty brain churned. Do you know any other participants? We'll release the news and bring them to that building. We'll see what's the difference between number 11 and the normal humans. Chapter 639 Home. Most participants will not reveal their identities because it's too dangerous. But there is a strange player in the city. His name is Chong Wei, but many people call him number 19. Li Gui'er was moved by Han Fei's suggestion. She couldn't deal with the ghost alone, so the best solution was to drag more people into it. Chong Wei. That is another familiar name. Han Fei maintained the same speed as Li Gui'er as they moved through the shadows. Chong Wei is an orphan and has a strange personality. He has once announced his identity in the game on television, hoping that all the participants will band together. Many people think he wouldn't survive more than 3 hours, but the next night, he appeared on the television again. Many people gathered around him. Many people? Han Fei asked. How did he gather so many participants? Even though those people wore white masks, the majority of them were homemade. Only a very small portion was actual game participants, but this was already something amazing. Li Gui'er didn't know how Chong Wei did this. The participants wouldn't trust each other for the sake of points, but Chong Wei's followers trusted him implicitly. That's impressive. Han Fei's tone changed. Does that mean we can lead the ghost to them? Yes. Chong Wei is the only player who has announced his real identity in this game. He has even organized a masquerade ball for players of this game to improve the players' unity. Li Gui'er changed direction. She didn't trust Chong Wei and didn't plan to interact with him, but she had no better choice. Number 19, Chong Wei. Number 19. Han Fei repeated the number and glanced at his script. He noticed something strange. The 11th story is called Number 11, and the 44th story is called Number 4. These 2 scripts are written with a red pen, and they are longer than others. It was too dangerous for Han Fei to examine the connection between the 2 stories slowly. Han Fei. He was thinking about the different problems when Han Fei heard a familiar voice calling him. He was about to turn around when he reminded Li Gui'er's warning. He couldn't turn around. Rushing down the alley, Han Fei resisted the urge not to turn around. This danger was like adrenaline. While it injected Han Fei with fear, it also made his blood pump. I've done something similar in the past. Forcing myself not to look back appears to have awakened more of my instincts. Han Fei had lost his past, but his instinct was helping him piece everything back together. I might have participated in similar games before. The player with 99 scores should be me. However, why would I lose my memories? Is the game a scam? Your memory will be stolen once you've gained 100 points. Han Fei felt like he was slowly approaching the truth. He had to play this game. But this time, he couldn't be the first to cross the finish line. Han Fei glanced at Li Gui'er. He needed to help someone become the new winner. The barely discernible voice echoed. Han Fei found it quite soothing. He often heard strange noises in his mind. Han Fei sometimes felt like he was standing at a junction, and people called his name from all directions. Most of the paths led to death, and only one led to the unknown. His arms started to pulse with pain again. The scars bled. Han Fei looked down and realized there was a black handprint on his arm. It was like someone had grabbed him. As he tried to follow the handprint and looked back, his body was pulled backward. He quickly looked ahead again. No matter what, he wouldn't turn back anymore. At 10:30 p.m., Han Fei and Li Gui'er arrived at a building near the city center. This place was far from the theme park. From the outside, it looked like a normal hotel. There was a large signboard above the door. The title was Perfect Life. Perfect Life? Are you sure this is the right place? This place looks like a sex hotel. Han Fei stopped at the door and studied the roughly made signboard. Put on your mask and make sure your cat doesn't run around. Li Gui'er patted Han Fei's shoulder. Do not expose your amnesia. The stronger you are, the easier we can convince them. No one here likes to befriend the weak. Then, Li Gui'er put on her mask. All of your masks only have smiles and no teardrop. They entered the hotel and walked down a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a bar brimming with flowers and alcohol. 3 of you, please come with me. The bartender smiled and led them to the second floor. 3. Li Gui'er tapped the bartender's shoulder. Don't turn around. Tell me, what does the third look like? He. The bartender turned around subconsciously, but the third person had disappeared. Where's the man? Come with us. Don't come back out. Li Gui'er said directly. Okay. The bartender was pressured. He didn't dare to ask too many questions. He led them to the room at the end of the second-floor corridor. The door opened, and the music floated out. Instantly, about 10 heads turned to the door. Welcome to our 2 new friends. A very familiar voice said. The man was wearing a plaid shirt. He held a wine bottle and leaned on the couch. The man was the only person not wearing a mask. When he saw the new arrivals, he climbed up clumsily and staggered towards Li Gui'er. I'm the boss here. People call me boss. If you don't mind, you can call me that too. Before boss could get any closer, he was stopped by a long-haired man. Put on your mask. The man didn't give boss any face. His voice was cold, but Han Fei found his voice familiar too. Changwei, stop acting so aloof. Give up. We are not leaving this place. Boss grumbled in a haze of inebriation. I don't even want the black box anymore. I'll give you a new goal. You're drunk. The long-haired man waved. Worm, get boss to his room. A short man with scars on his arms walked out of the corner. He was about to drag boss away when he saw the scars on Han Fei's arms. Can I see your arm? Worm pushed boss back to the couch. He walked towards Han Fei and pointed at his arms. You have the same hobby as me. Han Fei rolled up his sleeves. The many scars caused the people in the room to suck in a cold breath. I can't believe I'd run into a kindred spirit here. We should be friends in the future. Worm, bring boss to his room. Chang Wei interrupted Worm. He stared at Han Fei with suspicion. You should know our rules here, right? I can provide you info about a ghost. Li Gui'er shared her experience from the night before. She also explained her current situation. She was targeted by a ghost, and it was coming here. After that, everyone turned to Worm. The white masks blocked their faces. Han Fei had no idea what they were doing. Worm returned after dropping boss in his room. He looked at Li Gui'er and found nothing. But when he approached Han Fei, He staggered backward while shivering. He is a dead man. Worm hid behind Chong Wei. The others in the room tensed. Han Fei didn't feel uncomfortable being glared at by the many masks. He was confused too. Why didn't he feel anything? I should warn you not to run your mouth. Li Gui'er took a step back. She was there to take about cooperation. She didn't want to be prey. Chong Wei, Worm, I really saw the ghost outside. They aren't lying. The bartender suddenly spoke. He pointed behind Han Fei. When they entered the hotel, a man in patient's outfit followed closely behind him with his head lowered. I was curious about their relationship at the time. Perhaps he has been tailed by the ghost for too long. Li Gui'er explained. She knew she was the ghost's primary target. The room was silent. 1 minute later, Chong Wei pulled Worm back and raised his hand. We'll vote. Raise your hand if you don't think they should join us. There were 2 females behind the bar. After they saw Chong Wei raise his hand, they raised their hands too. We've been sacrificing our people, and we still don't understand what a ghost is. You forbade us from hunting other players. How much longer should we wait? A bald man with a muscular body stood up. I think they should join. We can use this chance to see what a ghost is. You have a point. The people around the bald man agreed. Thousand Nights, F, what do you think? Chong Wei frowned, and his voice lowered. I'm fine with anything. I surrender my vote. The man called Thousand Night was very high profile. He looked like he was on vacation than in a death game. Chong Wei couldn't control Thousand Nights. He turned to the last person in the crowd. The man wore a black trench coat. He was imposing as he toyed with a black invitation card in his hands. I don't mind them joining, but the premise is that they aren't lying. The man put away the card and stood up. The man wasn't tall, but once he stood up, everyone shut up. Even the music turned eerie. After finishing his wine, the man walked towards Han Fei and Li Gui'er. We should go to that building you mentioned now. Since the ghost is following them, we should lay the trap here. Chong Wei was more cautious. We don't know anything about ghosts. Staying here will make us sitting ducks. Instead, we should try to understand the ghost's past and the reason it came into being. Only then, we have a chance to gather more points and send everyone out. The man turned to Chong Wei. The window of opportunity is closing. If we don't grab this, we'll regret it. Only 3 of us have the invitation card. Compared to the ghost's past, I'm more interested in your past. Chong Wei put down his hands. Most people had agreed for Han Fei and Li Gui'er to join. I'll tell you that later, but not now. I can only say that I know this game better than you do. F stood beside Chong Wei. Who else wants to come with me? Please report to Chong Wei. I'll come with you. Chong Wei sounded annoyed. Technically, he was the leader here. If both of us die, then everyone will really be stuck here, so one of us has to stay here where it is safe. F then grabbed Worm. He can come with me. The players started to pack their stuff. 15 minutes later, 7 players, including Worm and F, left Perfect Life with Li Gui'er and Han Fei. Perhaps there were more of them. The ghost didn't follow them, and Han Fei stopped hearing people calling his name. We need to finish exploration before midnight. I hear that ghosts will be scarier after midnight. Li Gui'er had finished her goal. She led the players to the spot marked in the script, Happiness Neighborhood Building 11. This was the location where number 11 was seen last, the place where his last adopted parents stayed. The closer Han Fei was to the apartment, the harder his heart skipped. It felt like he had once stayed here. Will my real parents be here? The old apartment buildings were built close together. Each building had its number. They were going to Building 11, but Han Fei stopped at Building 1. There's a light here left open for me. That's right. This is my real home. Chapter 640, First Venture. Unlucky children were all living in this happiness neighborhood. Every building in the night sang their favorite song, lulling them to sleep. Han Fei stopped for a long time before Building 1. His heart entered the dark building. This should be my home, but why is every light turned off? Han Fei's eyes scanned every room. Happiness Neighborhood Building 1. Those words were enough to cause waves in Han Fei's mind. We need to move. We can't stay here. Worm approached Han Fei and reminded him. He had a good impression of Han Fei, like they were friends. Han Fei shook his head. He walked towards Building 1, but was held back by Worm. Have you lost your mind? Worm couldn't understand Han Fei's behavior. He was looking at the old apartment with longing. Be careful. Don't stray from the team. F uttered coldly. After leaving Perfect Life Hotel, he became very serious. He was alert towards everything. F made every decision after much contemplation. After he made a choice, he would complete it no matter the sacrifice. This kind of people was very scary. Building 11 was located in the deepest part of the neighborhood. The layout of the building here was very strange. Buildings 1 to 10 were arranged like the wall of a well, surrounding Building 11 in the middle. In other words, to reach Building 11, one had to pass through the narrow passages between the other buildings. The alley looked normal from the outside, but when one was inside it, one would realize the alley appeared to be a bridge connecting the living and the dead. The city was shrouded in darkness, but the sky at the end of the alley was deep red in color. Walking down the alley, it felt like the buildings on the side would fall at any moment. Strange screams echoed in the air. It was like a warning from another self to stop moving. The strangest thing was the alley wasn't that long, but once you looked back, the mouth of the alley appeared to have moved so far away. The entrance will move on its own. This is an endless path. A thin woman took her hand out of her pocket. A small ghost was painted on her palm. She appeared to be a not-so-professional medium. Since we can't turn back, we need to speed up. F was very calm. His eyes were calculative. It wasn't like this when I was here this morning. There were people playing chess in the alley and children running around. Ligua Air walked at the front. She was the most afraid. She could feel the change clearly. It was more than the change to one building, but the whole neighborhood had fallen into hell. Han Fei looked up into the sky. The sky was dark red. The cloud layers were peeled open like a gaping wound. I believe that this place is haunted, but are we able to capture the ghost? A man who followed behind the bald inmate asked. He was inmate's lackey. He looked tough, but he was very cowardly. If we don't try anything, we'll never succeed. F scanned the man. I hope that you understand that to accomplish certain things, sacrifices have to be made. The sacrifice might be you or me. Stop arguing. Be quiet. Ligua Air dragged Han Fei to her side. Other than Han Fei, she didn't trust the rest. With a creak, the rusted door opened. All the participants entered Happiness Neighborhood. This place is so different from how it is described in the script. Standing in the crowd, Han Fei's paranoia acted up again. However, this time, it was more intense than the others. He could feel his heart jumping out of his chest. Do you not feel well? The only female player asked. She had painted ghosts on both her palms. Her eyes under the mask danced nervously. Han Fei didn't answer. His eyes scanned the red banister, the yellowed wall, and the steps covered in small S. The fear grew, but he didn't know why he was so afraid. He knew that he'd die if he stayed here long enough, but he didn't know what would kill him. There's some problem with my death prediction ability. Ligua Air had already reached the second floor. The mask covered her face so no one could see her expression. However, everyone could sense her anxiety from her hesitating steps. She would consider a long time before making her move, like the wrong step would cause her death. The players behind her took out flashlights and stun guns. They came well prepared. However, as they took out these things, Ligua Air stopped them. Strong lights will attract the ghosts from the other buildings. Be careful. Then, how do you expect us to proceed without lights? Candles? Inmate grumbled and saw Ligua Air take out candles from her backpack. This is ridiculous. Some of the players used candles, while others used flashlights on their phones. They slowly found their way to the fourth floor. Did you realize the problems with the S on the steps? Thousand Knights at the back suddenly spoke. He was dressed flamboyantly, but his tone was very serious. Other than normal ads like opening locks and cleaning pipes, there are a lot of missing people flyers. But all the children's faces on those flyers are gone. Is there a madman living here? They go around scratching off the faces of the flyers to ensure that the children wouldn't be found? Worm immediately grasped Thousand Nights' meaning. Perhaps the missing children are right here. Ligua Air stopped on the 5th floor. She looked at the room, door left slightly ajar, and she was extremely nervous. I saw the ghost here in the morning. Be careful because I don't know what will happen next. Ligua Air edged the door open. The stench of disinfectant floated out. F dragged Worm to follow Ligua Air. The three were the first to enter the room. Worm placed the lit candles in the corner of the living room. He was about to call the others in when he heard a munching sound. It sounded like the person had ground down their teeth from all the chomping. Worm turned to the sound and realized the bedroom door was open a gap. Half a face was looking at him. Bedroom. There's someone inside the bedroom. Worm pointed. Then, his world spun as a hand grabbed his ankles. Help me. His body flew towards the bedroom. Worm saw a bald human face. Her body was twisted with muscular limbs. She held a medicine bottle, and she wanted to shove the whole bottle into Worm's mouth. Move out of the way. F grabbed Worm's collar. He used a black blade to cut at the woman behind the door. The bottle fell to the ground. The things inside weren't pills, but children's teeth. The woman was spooked. She used her thick limbs to climb on the pipes outside the window and escaped. What monster was that? Worm fell to the ground. He stuttered. If F were one step later, he'd be eating those teeth already. No idea. F shook his head and turned to Ligua Air. Is she the ghost? You can't touch ghosts, so she should be something in between human and ghost. Ligua Air wasn't sure. But that was my first time seeing something like that. Everyone was nervous. At that moment, Han Fei walked towards F. His eyes were fixed on F's black blade. What are you looking at? The blade. Han Fei thought the man's blade looked very familiar, especially the hilt. His fingers tightened involuntarily, like there was a connection between them. F sensed this, and his gaze turned strange. However, he didn't say anything and put the black blade away. Don't hunger after something that's not yours. Is that so? Han Fei didn't get into a conflict with F. He started to examine the house. Various pills were scattered around the small house. There were many notes on the dining table, fridge, television, and so on. The notes contained time and warnings for taking pills. Han Fei felt an echo in his heart seeing these things. He faced the same thing back in his strange home. The woman who identified as his mother brought a large bag of medicine back from the hospital and kept feeding him pills. Number 11 has the same experience as I did. What does the number mean? If we're the same kind of people, what is my number? Han Fei walked to the window and looked out. Building 11 was surrounded by other buildings. The people who lived here were trapped inside a well. They couldn't escape no matter how hard they struggled. Quick, come and look at this. Worm screamed. The players gathered towards him. The storeroom close to the bedroom was stuffed with many handmade human heads. All the heads came in pairs, male and female. There were 22 heads in total. Number 11 has made human head models out of everyone who has adopted him. Number 11 has turned everyone who has adopted him into dolls. Ligua Air and Han Fei looked at each other. They were shocked by the other's first thought. Chapter 641, Bliss is a monster. Didn't you see these things when you came in the day? The players were shocked when they saw the cupboard full of human heads. They looked so real. I was targeted by a ghost. I didn't have the time to examine the room. Ligua Air technically didn't lie. Thousand Nights, bring a team to guard the corridor. Others, come in. Do not miss out on any clue. F enjoyed a higher position than Chong Wei. Even inmate followed his orders. The candles lit up the room and number 11's former life. The room maintained the decor from the last century. The place hadn't been cleaned for a long time, so it felt like a time capsule. Stepping over the scattered pills, Han Fei moved away from the window. Fear almost consumed him. Standing beside the window, he had this feeling someone would push him from behind. Why would I think of death whenever I stood beside the window? I could even see my dead body. Han Fei picked up the pills and wiped away the surface dust. He noticed they were similar to the medicine Dr. Fu prescribed him. Number 11 has the same disease as I do, or we have the same doctor. Different from the other players who wandered about aimlessly, Han Fei felt a twinge of familiar fear once he entered the room. He had not only been here, but he had also died here. Han Fei avoided the other players and walked towards the innermost bedroom. He opened the door and was greeted by the deep red bedroom. The owner appeared to be a student. There were unfinished test papers on the table. Various children's shoes lay on the ground. How come it looks like you know what you're doing? F had been observing everyone. He approached Han Fei. Have you been here before? Han Fei shook his head before entering the bedroom. The room didn't look strange at first glance, but there were many details that were out of place. For example, the shoes were all different sizes. Some were male shoes, and others female shoes. Clearly, they didn't belong to the same person. The styles of the shoes were varied too. The owner appeared to have the habit of collecting shoes, especially those worn by others. Han Fei picked up a random shoe. He noticed that all the shoes had something stuffed inside them. Some had sharp thumbtacks, others had glass shards, and all had medicinal pills. How can one even walk in these? This deep red room appears to be some kind of symbolism that represents the owner's state of mind. F held the black blade and commented. Missing person flyers posted all over the corridor, and one of them stated that a girl around 5 went missing around here. She was wearing a pair of pink flats at the time. They sound exactly like the shoe you're holding. So you mean the owner kidnapped those kids? Accurately speaking, I suspected it was the owner's adopted parents who had been stealing those children. F scanned the shoes. The shoes represent legs, but they symbolize running and motion. So many shoes are trapped here, and they are stuffed with pills and sharp objects. Don't you think they represent control and imprisonment? I think you're right. Han Fei studied F. The mysterious F had a rational brain, a black blade, which could harm monsters, and a group of loyal followers. He could very well be the first-ranked player. In contrast, Han Fei lost everything but a stack of old scripts and an ugly cat. Han Fei walked to the study table. He looked through the test papers, and a chill enveloped him. The owner appeared to have serious mental problems. He would comprehend things from a highly depressive angle. Even the most uplifting literature would be oppressive in his eyes. However, Han Fei noticed from the test papers that the owner was also a genius because there were many tests that he scored full marks in. A dumb madman is not scary. The scariest individual is a highly intelligent madman. F walked over. He was uncomfortably close to Han Fei. Don't you agree? F's eyes appeared to look through Han Fei's mask. Han Fei felt that F was different from the other players. Han Fei ignored F and pulled out the drawer. A bag of balloons was inside the drawer, and each balloon had a picture printed on them. Han Fei took a balloon out and blew it up. He was shocked. The picture on the balloon was a human head. As Han Fei blew into it, the human head came alive. The expressive face looked at him. What are you doing? Ligua Air and Worm walked over. Inmate followed behind them. They saw Han Fei blowing up a human head in the dark. The owner appeared to love his parents a lot. He had made their heads into models and balloons. Han Fei looked at the balloon in his grasp. Think about it. The owner locked up his room and stayed in bed alone, accompanied by the heads of all his parents. Perhaps he did that so that he wouldn't be so lonely anymore. Other than F, all the players' gazes changed. They were stunned. How did you even come up with that? Ligua Air realized she had underestimated Han Fei. You'd look up and see your parents. I suppose that is a kind of accompaniment too. Han Fei let go, and the giant balloon wheezed through the air. It sounded like a child crying. Han Fei picked up the bag of balloons and handed it to F. He didn't want to hold them. Han Fei opened the second drawer. It had a sharp fruit knife. The drawer was clean and empty, but for the knife. This was strange inside a children's bedroom. The first drawer has balloons painted with his parents' faces. The second drawer has a sharp knife. Han Fei opened the third drawer. It had a journal. Han Fei pulled it out and flipped through it. January 4th, I realize I like playing with kittens. Ever since my kitten died, I wished to have another, but there was no such chance. February 7th. The neighbor's cat would always come to visit. The kitten was very obedient. I planned to buy it from its owner. July 7th. Collected a lost pet cat. It was strong and obedient. It wouldn't make noise at home. Training completed. Sold for $150. August 9th. Caught a stray cat at the theme park. It looked dirty at first, but it was quite handsome after a bath. Unfortunately, it seemed to be mentally impaired. Sold for $95. November 11th. Adopted a Garfield cat at the cattery. It was obedient and knew how to make nice to its owner. Most importantly, it was very clever. Honestly, I couldn't bear to sell it. $2,500 unsold. The journal had much info. When Han Fei reached the last page, his eyes narrowed. The owner adopted a cat on November 11th and didn't have the heart to sell it. Number 11 was adopted by his last family on November 11th. From this angle, the cattery might not mean a real cattery, but the orphanage. Following this train of thoughts, the cats mentioned in the journal were not cats, but children. The thin journal contained the deepest sin. Han Fei finished the book without realizing it. There were details he had missed in the script. The back of the journal had children's drawings and several sentences written in uneven handwriting. The gardener plucked the fresh flowers and hid them in his pocket. He brought the flowers out of the wall and dumped them beside the muddy street. The passing wild dog bit on the flowers and brought them into the dark alley. The door to the outside world closed. The fresh flowers were dropped in the dark. Some of them wilted, and others took root. A few turned back into seeds. The seeds called their parents' names. They were planted in different pots and brought into different darkrooms. One day, the seed buried deep inside the pot grew. People were afraid after seeing it because the flower didn't look like the people expected it to. The sentences meant nothing. The last parents who adopted number 11 should be human traffickers. They were satisfied with number 11, but something must have happened before they could sell him off. They deserve to die. I agree with you. F took the journal from Han Fei and kept reading. Number 11 was adopted 11 times, but he was abandoned every time. What was wrong with him? The human traffickers adopted number 11. After that, number 11 didn't return to the orphanage. In a way, he was a good ghost, just as Han Fei thought that he heard F say. The last adopted child is the reason this place is like this. He took revenge on the human traffickers, but also harmed others. He is quite a morally ambiguous ghost. F didn't have any prejudice against ghosts. He saw things fairly. Was the woman earlier the children's mother? Since they human traffickers, why would they prepare medicine for number 11? Worm was confused. The medicine might not be useful. Some medicine is not meant to heal, but to turn people obedient. F kept the journal, while Han Fei took the knife from the drawer. Holding the knife, Han Fei felt more at ease. He felt like the knife was an extension of his arm. Slice, dice, finding the weakest spot. Why would I know these things as a scriptwriter? Han Fei silently put the knife away. He continued to search and finally stopped before the only dresser in the room. The dresser contained many masks, arranged from smallest to biggest. Every mask had a bloody message. The smallest mask had only 2 words, Huang Cheng. That appeared to be number 11's first name. The smallest mask was also the cleanest. The name, Huang Cheng, had been covered up on the second mask. The mask was filled with the written character, laughter. But the mask was a crying mask. The third mask had more words. As the mask grew larger, the owner became crazier and more unhinged. Han Fei scanned all the masks. He had a question. No matter how unlucky a child is, he won't keep running into bad families, unless the orphanage purposely chose these horrible families for number 11. Han Fei shivered. When the person responsible for kindness became rotten, then heaven would become hell. Starting from the 6th mask, the words became quite illogical. The child had put on the mask. He would take on different personalities to appease his adopted parents. However, the real him grew into a poisonous plant inside a darkroom. Words and colors covered the facial features of the masks. He lost his face. Han Fei looked at the last time. It was a clown face with many colors. It had an exaggerated smile and a blue teardrop at the corner of the eye. Behind the mask was a sentence written in black. Bliss is a murderous monster, but I still reach for it. What about you? Chapter 642, Blade. The message behind the mask appeared to be left for Han Fei. It was a question that cut through time and space. I guess my answer is yes. When Han Fei saw the question, he already had the answer. The more someone lacked something, the more they would yearn for it. Han Fei desperately wanted to hold on to bliss because he had never experienced it before. His face is still visible at first, but in the end, it became a clown covered in paint. F turned to the 11th mask. He just wanted to be a smiling clown. I pity the child's experience, but I don't approve of his action. Perhaps he doesn't need your pity and approval. Han Fei said faintly. He saw F take the clown mask away and put it inside the backpack carried over by the players. Only children will look for bliss. Adults make their own bliss. F said. You look like a big child. Me? Han Fei didn't retort. He had forgotten too many things, including his childhood. Han Fei walked to the bedroom window and looked out. The window faced Building 1. He felt that there was something pulling him from that building. I'd feel fear whenever I am close to the window, but I keep wishing to stand beside the window. A weak cat's meow came from the backpack. Han Fei patted the kitten's head. You feel it too? Have we once lived in Building 1? That should be where my family is. They have left me a light that will never go out. They will also prepare for me warm porridge and delicious meat. I should go there, but I am very afraid. I have no idea what I'm afraid of. Ever since he lost his memory, Han Fei would often mumble incoherently. The kitten suddenly growled. Han Fei's heart pounded. He slowly lifted his head. Outside a window, a head without any hair hung upside down. The eye sockets were stuffed with pills. The woman's thick arms reached for Han Fei. Be careful. F and Li Gui'er ran towards Han Fei, but they were too far away. The arm bulged with veins extended towards Han Fei. He didn't expect this to happen. His brain was blank. His eyes reflected the woman's face. Just as everyone thought Han Fei would be dragged out the window, his hand that held the knife moved. The blade shone in the dark. 2 even cuts appeared on the woman's arm. No blood came out of the wound, but the woman appeared to be shocked. She slid down the pipe. Han Fei leaned against the window and looked out. He couldn't find the woman. He saw the window open on the 3rd floor. Are you all right? Li Gui'er ran to Han Fei. She gasped. You know how to use a knife? I can't remember. Han Fei looked at his hands. After he chased the woman off, another voice echoed in his mind. He still couldn't hear what it was saying, but he could sense that the voice was coming closer. Why are there so many voices in my head? Han Fei was normally so dense and normal, but after that incident, Li Gui'er and F didn't dare to count him out anymore. Number 11's knife can hurt them, but Han Fei glanced at the black blade F was holding. He had a feeling that something was wrong with that blade. It felt like the blade and the hilt were forcibly joined together. The blade feels like it's mine. Han Fei had no impression of F, but he wanted to obtain the blade F was holding. It was a strange feeling. You're handy with a knife, and there aren't that many knife users, and even less those who have killed with a knife. F put the black blade away. He put all the masks inside the dresser into his backpack and walked out of the bedroom. Hey, don't anger F. Worm reminded Han Fei. He has really killed before, and it was more than once. Han Fei nodded. Is that why the blade is black? I have no idea what you're talking about. Just be careful. Worm scratched his head. Have I heard your voice before? Everyone was wearing a white mask, and everyone's memory appeared to be tempered with. I don't know. Han Fei ignored Worm. He looked down to study the knife. The sharp knife looked normal, but a word was carved around the hilt. Company. This blade is called Company? It was once number 11's company. When passion reaches a certain degree, and there is no suitable outlet. Love will mix with hatred. One will do anything to make sure the beloved stays with one forever. I can understand that. It looks like I'm not the only sick one in this work. Abandoned again and again, treated like animals, fed lots of pills daily, the city in the child's world had fully transformed. Perhaps this neighborhood was how number 11 viewed the world. It was completely sealed off, and a giant eyeball filled with malice opened in the sky. The woman with the muscular limbs should be number 11's last adopted mother. Her eyes are stuffed with pills. It literally means that she only has the medicine in her eyes. She has been urging the children to eat their medicine. The eyeball in the sky should represent constant monitoring. No wonder where one goes. One can't escape from its observation. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more he was curious about number 11. The players felt anxious. They surrounded Ligua Air to ask her about ghosts. You can only see them under certain conditions. Ligua Air's voice came from under the mask. Like when he was killing and when you were going to die. Bang! A crash came from the corridor, and it was followed by a scream. All the players ran towards it. Don't panic. F's reminder was slow. 1,000 Knights and 2 players had already run upstairs. What happened? Worm shouted. Scout has been taken away. It's that woman. She ran upstairs. Ligua Air's warning was pointless. The players had already run off. Scout's hidden talent is enhanced senses. We can't lose him. F seemed to know every player's hidden talents. He had picked these players specifically, and everyone served a purpose. The player who ran ahead got in a fight. He was smashed back. His body slammed into the wall and rolled down the stairs. 7th floor. The physique of this batch of players was very good. Even after the fall, they only needed a short time to recover. He picked up his mask and put it back on. Curses and footsteps echoed in the corridor. Everyone stopped on the corridor between the 6th and 7th floors. Move. F grabbed Worm and squeezed through the crowd. However, Scout and the woman were gone. Where's Scout? 1,000 Knights shook his head. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. That thing moves faster than me. Are there really ghosts in this world? Ghosts might not be necessarily faster than you. F glanced at Han Fei from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, you're faster than me. 1,000 Knights took a drag of the cigarette, and his previously lazy eyes glowed with excitement. Didn't you say your knife can kill ghosts? I'll create a chance for you. 1,000 Knights walked past F and moved to the 7th floor. He was flamboyantly dressed, but he was really capable. At least, he had the confidence to face the unknown when the rest of the players were frozen by fear. You will go with him. F shoved Worm. He knew Worm's hidden talents too. He knew that the more danger Worm was in, the greater his potential. His other persona would awaken. Han Fei saw this from the back of the group. A strange thought bubbled up in his mind. In the past, I can see players' abilities too. How did I lose it? These players are so strange. They are different from Ligua Air and me. Han Fei's mind was muddled. He had to think very carefully about a simple question. Before he could get an answer, 1,000 Knights and Worm had already opened the door on the 7th floor. A giant cat doll fell from behind the door. The doll was about the size of a 6-year-old. It had a human frame, but was wrapped in cat skin. Is this supposed to be a cat? Worm hid behind 1,000 Knights. If he could crawl into the man's shadow, he would. I really don't understand why Chong Wei and F value you so much when you're such a coward. 1,000 Knights flicked his cigarette at the cat doll. He was about to walk into the room when the doll came alive. Like a cat, it used all limbs and crawled into the room. It was alive? The players were shocked. Every living creature here was strange. The journal uses cats to represent children. The cats in the ghost comprehension might look like this. Worm held 1,000 Knights' shirt. This is a crazy neighborhood. Is everyone who lives here mad? Han Fei and F sneezed at the same time. There might be more than one monster. Watch my back. Thousand Knights entered the door. The horrible stench assaulted him. He looked around, but couldn't find the source. He took another step forward. The cat doll poked its head out of the bedroom. It cowered on the ground. Are you afraid of me? You are afraid of a gentleman who has 8 points in charm? Thousand Knights frowned when the intensity of the stench increased. He noticed the eyes of the cat doll looking up. The stench seems to come from the ceiling. Thousand Knights raised his head. There was a man covered in fat stuck to the ceiling. His hands had morphed into needles. Tentacles that looked like bandages grew out of his back. He radiated a horrible smell. Brown liquid leaked out of his mouth. The fuck? Thousand Knights was tall. His face was very close to the man. After the two shared a look, the tentacles pierced at Thousand Knights' face like they were planning to pierce through his eyes. Move. Thousand Knights reacted quickly. He shouted to warn his teammates. It is on the ceiling. The man immediately dropped from the ceiling. Its needle-like fingers stabbed at Thousand Knights. Thousand Knights rolled away. F. Do something. Before the monster could get up, F swung the knife at the monster's neck. When he used the blade, Han Fei's heart winced. He could hear crying from the black blade. More accurately, he could hear resistance from the hilt. F uses the blade to kill, but I'm different. Han Fei was confused. How can you kill without a blade and only a hilt? The black blade was very effective. A finger-wide wound appeared on the monster's neck, and it wouldn't heal. The monster, who was almost decapitated, rammed through the kitchen door and escaped through the open window. F appeared to be shocked by the effectiveness of the blade too. He narrowed his eyes. We have a level playing field. I should be the one to reach 100 points first this time. If you were slower, I would die already. That thing was so disgusting. Thousand Knights climbed up from the ground. He searched in his pocket before taking out a comb to set his hair. The woman should be the adopted mother, and that man is the adopted father. The tentacles represent bondage, and the fingers represent forced injections. F wiped down the black blade. There was no blood on it. The blade appeared to have consumed everything. Mutated kindness is so scary. Humanity is hard to predict. Chapter 643. F was very satisfied with the black blade. He was purposely feeding the black blade so that it could become scarier. Whenever F used the blade, Han Fei could hear the cries from the hilt. He wanted to grab the blade, but he couldn't find a reason. The ghosts will only materialize when they want to kill. Someone has to be the bait. Thousand Knights turned around to look at Ligua Air and Han Fei. Don't say that we're bullying you. We know your little tricks. You are trying to use our power to shake off the ghosts haunting. We're all players, so I'll be frank. You're not going to get any rewards without contribution. One of you is going to follow me and be the bait. Thousand Knights might look unreliable, but he was very clever. Ghosts might appear at any time. The person in front would be the first target. Before Han Fei could speak, Ligua Air walked over. I'll go with you. The players were surprised. They thought Han Fei would be the volunteer. Are you sure? Thousand Knights' eyes moved away from Ligua Air to Han Fei. You agree with this too? Stop wasting time. We need to wrap this up as soon as possible. We have to leave before midnight. Ligua Air looked through Han Fei's scripts. The ghosts are weakest in the day but are harder to see. They will appear at night, but they will slowly recover their strength. They'll be scariest after midnight. How do you know these things? Does it matter? Ligua Air walked up the stairs. She was more nervous than everyone. The ghost had targeted her. If they couldn't kill it, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. This is called a ghost hunting game, but the actual gameplay is the complete opposite. Worm silently moved to the back, but was pulled forward by F. Why are you singling me out? Other than sensing the presence of the supernatural, I have no other powers. Worm complained. Your talent is more powerful and perfect than you think. I'm helping you reach your full potential. F's voice had no emotion. It was hard to refute. How do you know my talent? Worm hesitated before he moved to follow behind Ligua Air. As time moved, The sky outside the window darkened. The neighborhood appeared to be colored in red. Strange noises appeared in the neighborhood. The buildings were home to strange things. More missing person flyers appeared on the wall. Other than that, dirt mixed with shredded paper money appeared on the steps too. I have a bad feeling. Worm's footsteps stopped. If people didn't push him from behind, he wouldn't move. There should be more than one ghost above. I can sense their presence. However, no one stopped. This was a group of elite players. They would hunt the ghosts that night. Compelled by F's black blade and Thousand Knights' urging, Worm eventually arrived at the 8th floor. From this floor onwards, the building changed. The missing person flyers looked brand new. The children's faces had not been gouged out. Instead, the pictures were from when they died. They looked scarier than before. Walking down the corridor, it felt like the dying children were staring at them. Other than the missing person flyers, there were theme park ads. The pictures with roller coasters, Ferris wheel formed a great contrast to the death visages. This was the only way the poor children could get close to the theme park. Ghost hunting is a game at the theme park, and there are ads for the theme park here. Could this all be designed by the theme park? Liguaire frowned. No one answered Liguaire. Thousand Knights who walked in front had already opened the door on the 8th floor. The small room had no light. All the windows were boarded up. The room was a photography darkroom. Inside the room were various flower pots. Most of the pots were shattered. Some had dirt, and others had toys. Thousand Knights took down the pictures to study. All of them were of the flower pots. What's so interesting about flower pots? They don't even have any flowers in them. Is it possible that the pots are not for growing flowers, but children? Han Fei slowly moved to the center of the group. The closer they were to the top floor, the harder his heart pounded. That's right. The back of the journal has something about it. The pots represent the children's prisons, and the flowers represent the children. F agreed with Han Fei. He picked up the pots and realized many of them had names written underneath. These pots are of varying sizes, but they have the same name. The pots are still here, but the things inside the pots are gone. Crying entered F's ears as he explored deeper. He pushed open the innermost room. The crying became clearer. What's this? There was a pot about the size of a water basin at the corner. Inside the pot sat a child who was impossibly fat. His skin appeared bleached, like he hadn't seen the sun before. The fat child sat facing away from the players. His body was stuck inside the pot, and he was weeping. The boy's shoulders trembled. Water flowed under his skin. His body wobbled. F looked at the boy and then took out the blade. Finally, we have one who can't run away. I wonder how many points I'll get from killing it. Are you sure you want to do that? Worm shrunk behind. I mean, perhaps we can do this peacefully? After all, the kid doesn't seem like he wants to attack us. When he wants to attack us, it'll be too late. F's gaze was cold. Ghosts shouldn't exist. The boy couldn't move, so they didn't need bait. F moved forward alone. Destruction of soul is your real salvation. F raised the black blade. Endless people screamed inside the hilt, but they couldn't stop F. The boy stuck inside the pot sensed the approaching danger. He tried to turn his head around. He had a face that was disproportionate to his body. His body kept growing, but his face was still very young. The boy cried. His tears fell into the pot. The seeds of sadness and despair grew rapidly. Before the things could grow, the black blade was already on the boy's head. The blades clashed. F's black blade was blocked by another blade. F's pupils narrowed as he glared at the man before him. Han Fei, in a black suit and white smiling mask, stood before the pot. He used the blade called Company. Do you want to die? You read the journal too. You knew that the pots are prisons for children who were kidnapped. Even if this child is a ghost, he is a kidnapped ghost. Han Fei silently put the knife away. You can kill the couples, but I don't think you should kill the kid. Han Fei and F had opposite ideals when it came to dealing with ghosts. One wanted to kill everything, and the other wanted to kill only those who deserved to be killed. Ghosts can be traded for points. You should know that. F's voice darkened. Move. I led you here, so we should split the points. I'll give you the couple, and you'll give me this child. Han Fei didn't want to go into conflict, so he offered a compromise. You want to protect it, but it might not accept your kindness. F grinned wickedly as he retreated. Han Fei instantly realized something. He jumped to the side. The tears that fell into the pot encouraged the growth of black briars. The briars were covered in poisonous spikes. The boy refused to let anyone get close to him. The briars were his protective shield. That's why counseling for kidnapped children is very important. If you don't have the courage to brave through their barrier, then don't make promises of saving them. F looked at Han Fei, who had fallen to the ground. They have been kept in the darkness. They have turned into monsters. The glow of light will only blind them. More briars grew out of the pot. However, they only circled around the boy. They didn't harm the players. F noticed this, and he refused to stop. This boy was his perfect experiment. Don't block my path. He ignored the boys crying. It's understandable that children are afraid of the dark. The real tragedy is adults who are afraid of the light. After Han Fei realized the boy only knew self-defense, he stood between the boy and F again. I forgot who said that, but it makes sense. Many people can't live their own lives because they listen to others too much. F gripped the black blade. After a short conflict, F turned and left the room. The players were in a danger zone. They couldn't have any internal conflict. F did this not because he agreed with Han Fei, and he was looking at the bigger picture. After F left, Han Fei put away his knife. He turned to study the fat kid. Strangely enough, Han Fei felt very at ease facing this monster. I'm sorry. I can't help you find your parents. What I can do now is to ensure that they won't hurt you anymore. Han Fei didn't ask for much compensation. He planned to leave, but the boy trapped inside the pot was crying so badly. Han Fei didn't know how to comfort a child. He took out a balloon from his pocket. This was the only toy he had. He blew it out, and a human head balloon appeared. Seeing the human head, the boy cried harder. He was so afraid, and more briars grew. I'm sorry. I thought you'd like this. The flustered Han Fei quickly let the balloon go. The balloon touched the briars, and it popped. The boy's attention was grabbed by the popping balloon, and he stopped crying so hard. You have such a strange hobby. Most of the balloons were with F. After the boy stopped crying, Han Fei smiled underneath the mask. If I can survive tonight, I'll pop all the balloons for you. It was unclear if the boy understood him or not, but when Han Fei went closer, the briars retreated. The kids seem to like me. Ligua Air and the woman at the park think I'm not bad too. Han Fei thought back to what Thousand Nights said. The players appear to have a value called charm. The peacock-like man has 8 charm. Then, how high is my charm? Han Fei felt like charm could be his weapon. The group left the 8th floor and came to the 9th floor. There were more pots. The corridors and doors were covered in briars. At first, they could still barely move, but when they reached the point between the 9th and 10th floors, the corridor was blocked off by the black briars. These things grow from the children's tears. Their pain and despair cultivate these things. Han Fei explained patiently, but no one listened. F started to hack the briars with his knife. The black knife cut through monsters smoothly. However, it had a hard time cutting through the briars. The blade didn't like to harm innocent things. F eventually led all the players to the 10th floor. The missing person flyers were covered by theme park ads. Someone wrote on the ceiling in red, "Welcome to my home. Welcome to my little theme park." The handwriting was similar to the one behind the clown mask. Number 11 lost his mind completely on this floor. The 10th floor is always the most important floor. Han Fei believed he remembered something. Number 11's experience was some kind of hint. I've met someone important on the 10th floor. He changed me. He gave me everything he lost. A light cut through his mind. Han Fei pressed his temples. He scanned all the players before focusing on F. Could that person be on the 10th floor too? He has taken away everything I've forgotten. Chapter 644, Bliss. The children's tears of despair dropped into the pots, and black briars grew out of the soil. The thorns protected the damaged children, shielding the last theme park in their hearts. Han Fei's group came to the 10th floor. For both number 11 and Han Fei, this was a very important place. Follow our plan. Everyone, take their places. F used the black blade to cut through the vines. He grabbed Worm by his shoulder and used him as a shield. Scout is missing. Without his talent, I can't tell the location of the ghost for sure. Worm tried to shrink back. He liked to self-mutilate, but he didn't want to die. Don't worry, just follow the original plan. F and Thousand Knights kicked down the briar-covered door. The 10th floor had mutated to a completely different state. The carpet was sewn with patches of cat skin. Most of the cats were still alive. They winked from time to time. The briars on the wall looked like centipedes. The foundation of the walls was littered with shattered pots. The walls were no longer cement, but giant children. This sinful room was chilly. The couple used children to earn their money to buy the house, and now the children used their own method to support this house. Is this humanity in the ghost's eyes? Perhaps we're really in hell. I haven't even seen something like this even in my nightmare. This is madness. The 4 rooms on the 10th floor were connected together. The room was quiet and macabre. Go in. F, Thousand Knights, and Worm entered the room on the left. They stepped on the cat skin rug. It felt like they had entered a swamp. He'd sink if they took the wrong step. Be careful. There's another space under the cat's skin. The children are cats. If you're wrapped in the cat's skin, you'll be forever trapped in darkness. F knew the deeper meaning of everything, but he didn't share all of his knowledge. The 3 worked together to carve out a safe passage. The other players followed behind them. Everyone moved past the giant children. Of the whole 10th floor, only one bedroom was different from the other rooms. The bedroom was covered in various colorful paintings. There was a giant painted window inside the dresser. Outside the window was an amazing view. The room was like a bubble under the sun. It was colorful and fragile. It was surreally beautiful. It was just like a children's dream. Opening the dresser revealed a staircase that led upstairs. The stairs would lead to the rooftop and away from this depressing home. The bedroom in real life won't have these things. So this room and the things we're about to see might just be a wishful imagination of the ghost. They are illusions. Do not be tricked by them. F became alerted. He was used to seeing things from different perspectives. Understood. Thousand Knights touched the stairs. It was scattered with flower petals. They smelled heavenly, completely different from the horrible smell of medicine in the house. He pushed the petals away. A message was written on the steps. Even the most despairing person will have a theme park in his heart. Welcome to my small theme park, my secret garden. I hope you'll like it here. The players moved up the stairs. Only Han Fei stood beside the dresser. He stared at the window. Compared to the bedroom's actual windows, he felt this painted window looked more real. The scenery outside is really beautiful. Unfortunately, no one can leave. Han Fei saw the message on the stairs. His heart trembled. Is there a theme park in my heart too? Are all my missing secrets there? Urged by the other players, Han Fei came to the rooftop. The air became cleaner. The smell of decay and disinfectant was gone. However, there was a faint scent of blood. Number 11's building rooftop had been made into a theme park. The floor was filled with red flowers and toys. There were seesaws, swings, and slides. Who would have thought a place like this would be hidden at the top of an old building? Blood enveloped the neighborhood. All the buildings appeared to be covered in a layer of red mist. The small theme park was out of place here. They are over there. Worm screamed while pointing at the corner. The monster couple placed Scout into a large grindstone. They appeared to be the gardener here. They planned to turn Scout into fertilizer. The gardener has stolen the flowers from the garden. F narrowed his eyes. He shared a look with Thousand Knights. They charged at the monster couple from both sides. The rest, be careful. Actually, F didn't want to make his move so soon, but if he didn't, Scout would be killed. The husband growled. He worked with his wife to tear at Scout's body. The red grindstone moved. Scout's fingers were about to be crushed. Move. Thousand Knights exploded in speed. He appeared to have achieved the second occupational update. His stamina was higher than normal players. He didn't hold back to save his teammate. Compared to Thousand Knights, F slowed down. He could sense the danger. The pair has more than enough time to kill Scout, but they didn't. This is a trap. They are purposely luring us there. Han Fei whispered. He believed F was thinking the same way. When Thousand Nights was beside the grindstone, children's silvery laughter came from the rooftop's carpet of flowers. The flowers bloomed. They looked like children's faces. The red wind made the flowers dance. The flowers fluttered, and an enormous and ugly monster climbed out. Its heart was exposed on the outside. It was carved with 22 names. There were patches of injured wounds on its skin. They were written with prayers. The giant mouth dripped with horrible-smelling saliva. The monster's face was too twisted to tell what it was. The sea of flowers was torn apart. The monster's 22 arms reached out from below. Each arm held something. Some held toys, others pills. Retreat. Now. The monster was much bigger than the players anticipated. The 22 arms were covered in blood. It rampaged on the rooftop. Everything near it was torn apart. Isn't this supposed to be a theme park? Why is there such a monster here? Worm retreated with the other players. Han Fei, who was in the middle of the group, was dragged to the back by Li Gui'er. They stopped close to the door. Is this the ghost we need to capture? Something didn't feel right for Han Fei. His fear of death didn't come from this monster. He was not afraid of this monster. The real ghost hasn't appeared yet. Just as he had that thought, an unfamiliar voice echoed in Han Fei's eyes. It is not a ghost. It is the bliss wanted by the ghost. When the voice spoke, the fear within Han Fei reached its peak. He didn't even dare to turn around. The bliss in my eyes is a monster that will kill without remorse, the love of my 22 parents. What about you? What does your bliss look like? Han Fei pressed his chest. He turned around when he almost couldn't breathe anymore. A figure stood at the back of the group. He exposed half of his ruined face. He covered his destroyed face with clown makeup. He wanted to use bright colors to distract from his facial disfigurement. The human head balloons flew out of the entrance. The figure slowly spoke. Mothers and fathers are painted on the balloons. They are afraid. They don't dare to sleep too soundly at night, to stay at home alone, and show their backs to me. Chapter 645. Help. The scary clown stood behind the player, but the player didn't realize it at all. He was still focused on the giant monster. Only Han Fei could hear the clown's words. His voice echoed in Han Fei's heart. He could hear the clown's inner voice. Fear slammed into Han Fei like waves. He shouted at the player at the back of the group without hesitation. Run. The ghost is behind you. As he shouted, Han Fei's body already charged towards the player. He did this subconsciously. Under the circumstance, he didn't consider his personal safety and made a choice. Very good. You've made your first choice. The clown opened his mouth and approached the player. The teeth written with curses bit into the player's soft neck. You want to save him, and he will die because of you. The player still hadn't noticed anything. He was shocked by Han Fei's sudden scream. He turned back and saw nothing. He grumbled that Han Fei was crazy. Before he could say anything else, the spot where the clown bit him surfaced with black lines. The lines expanded until they became black capillaries. The player felt the pain. When he turned back the second time, he saw the clown on his neck. He screamed, but it was too late. People could see ghosts when the ghosts wanted to kill and when the humans were about to die. Either way, the player's ending was decided. After a small bite, the clown's lips curled upwards. He pushed the player to the ground. Ghost. There's a ghost behind us. The fake white mask shattered into pieces. The player held his neck. He wiggled on the ground like a worm, but that appeared only to heighten his pain. All the players turned to look at the rooftop entrance, but they didn't see any ghosts, only their teammates struggling and screaming on the ground. Short hair, what's wrong with you? Inmate walked towards him. Don't go there. The ghost killed him. The ghost is right there. Han Fei stared at the clown standing amidst the human head balloons. Of all the players, only he could see the ghost. When he hurried towards Perfect Life Hotel earlier, he felt someone grab his arm. He saw a pale arm from the corner of his eyes. At the time, he wondered why he could see ghosts. Because the ghosts want you to see them. The clown's voice echoed in Han Fei's heart again. You must have forgotten about our transaction. But no matter, I believe you'll still make that choice because you are you. The balloons floated away. Between the gaps, the clown's face was revealed. Compared to them, I still have the greatest hope on you, so I bet everything on you. Mad laughter echoed. The clown's body was pulled long. He was acting very strangely, but no one but Han Fei could see it. Heaven's blessing, Ghost's eyes, and resurrection. You still have all the talents you gained from his memory. That means that he has hope in you too. I think I hope his wish. He wants you to kill him. The clown's smile widened until his mouth tore open. However, he didn't stop smiling. Who is it? Han Fei asked his first question. The words popped out of his mouth. This answer was very important to him. I don't know whose body he is inhabiting and whose soul he'd use to kill you. The clown looked at Han Fei's arm. You have been killed by him directly or indirectly for 99 times already. This is the difference between you two. Of course, there's a possibility you're doing all these on purpose. But no matter, you only have one last choice left. The player on the ground slowly died. He died a painful death. His skin was taken over by thick black capillaries. You have chosen kindness. Perhaps more innocent people will die. You have chosen sin. Perhaps more sinners will be revived. All the balloons floated away. A black clock appeared beside his feet. The clock face was the face of a child. The numbers were the ages of the child. The clock hands consisted of his memories and emotions. The clock records everything that happens every second and every day. Life is like a clock going in reverse. One side of the clock is satisfaction, and the other side is despair. The clock misses smile and happiness. The clown knelt on the clock. He stared at Han Fei. To find your smile, you have to see your happiness. My happiness is right there. What about yours? The laughing clown was like a madman. He rambled on. He laughed until a tear fell. Who are you talking to? Iyashikei stuck close to Han Fei. She noticed Han Fei was not acting right. It was like he was sleepwalking. Han Fei didn't answer. His eyes moved from the clown to the clock. The child on the clock face appeared to be himself. The handmade clock seemed to represent his life. Are you helping me? Why? How come I have no memory of the transaction you mentioned? Whenever Han Fei had a thought, the clown's voice would echo in his mind. The clown's power was very scary. He was not a normal ghost. Before you died for the 11th time, you completed my regret. You did something I couldn't. You reserved your reward back then until now. Perhaps you have already known that you would die 99 times then. The clown doubled over from laughing. His face cracked, and the paint fell because he had said things he shouldn't. His face became scarier. I will hope the final winner, and I hope that person is you. Before this body that represents my childhood memory fully collapses, I'll give you another present. His smile turned scary. The monster with 22 arms was triggered and started to attack the people around. Try to kill everyone that might be him. You don't have the chance to restart anymore. The clown grinned, but his smile couldn't bring warmth, but only pain and despair. You've been smiling nonstop. Is it because you're afraid that once you stop, the tears won't stop falling? Han Fei had no idea why he'd asked that. He was only voicing the thoughts in his mind. The clown's expression changed. The smile dwindled. Is that a question for yourself? The clock started to move. This appeared to really symbolize the starting of the game. The clown had completed the content of his transaction. His body and the clock exploded among the balloons. The deep anxiety Han Fei felt despair. He gained some death memories. He had been killed by the clown 10 times. Shaking his head, Han Fei only remembered the pain of death and nothing else. The intense pain caused him to suffer from paranoia. Once he thought of death, he'd be in extreme fear and anxiety. What's wrong with you? Iyashikei was worried about Han Fei. Han Fei moved forward alone. The clown and the clock were buried by the sea of flowers. Only a piece of paper remained. It appeared to be torn from the cover of a script. It was a poem. My dreams become transparent since I burned all my memory one night, and my steps become brisk since I threw away all my yesterdays. Han Fei looked at the other end of the paper. There was his handwriting. Without future and without past, I should be able to see my real self, right? Chapter 646, Bait. Why is the cover like this? Had I voluntarily welcomed death to forget about the past? Why? What could have a person experience that he'd be mad enough to forget his past actively? Han Fei's heart pounded. This time, it was not because of fear, but another emotion that he couldn't decrypt. Someone wants to kill me, and he has already succeeded 99 times, or I have cooperated with him and died 99 times. His mind only had some death memories left. Han Fei stood under the bloody night and scanned the other players. Who can that person be? Whose body does he inhabit? Is it one of the players, my parents, or my doctor? The clown gave Han Fei a lot of important info. This appeared to be their deal. The clown's appearance confirmed something for Han Fei. He was not a scriptwriter. He was most likely the player who had gotten 99 points. Putting away the piece of paper, Han Fei's face darkened under the blood night. The clown killed someone without mercy. I felt like he had killed me many times too. He is not a good person, but he didn't seem like he was lying to me. What kind of choice do I need to make? Or what is the right choice? While Han Fei was pondering this, the other players panicked. A group of players surrounded the dead player, and they wanted to wake him. The stronger players focused on the monster called Bliss. The more it was attacked, the crazier it got. The 22 arms represented strong determination to tear everyone into pieces to become fertilizers. F. Someone's dead. I can't do this anymore. Retreat. Let the people with special talent go first. The players shouted. F avoided the monster's first wave of attack and said coolly, "No one is leaving. The ghost who killed Short Hair is in this building. If you run away and panic, you will be killed. Do you want to be the next Short Hair?" F didn't order the players to stay. Instead, he gave them a valid reason. The ghost has already left. If you want to escape, this is your only chance. Han Fei didn't mean to go against F, but the anxiety in his heart disappeared, so that could only mean that the clown had left. However, if they stayed here, they might attract other ghosts. After all, who knew how many ghosts resided in this building? The players didn't react, but F's gaze changed. He didn't like opposing voices. If there were two voices in a group, progress would be halted. The other players had reservations about Han Fei's words too. They didn't know Han Fei, so why should they believe him? Furthermore, Short Hair's body wasn't even cold yet. The exit was right there, but no one dared to leave. F. The presence of death there is dissipating. Worm agreed with Han Fei, and he was pushed to the monster by F. How can you survive in this nightmarish world if you're always a coward? Show us your other side. I will teach you to be a better version of yourself. The last sentence caused Han Fei to frown. No, I really can't do this. Worm was most afraid of F. He had an innate F of fear. This was something he honed after approaching death several times. He knew that if F wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the chance to survive. Worm didn't have the chance to evade. He was grabbed by the monster's arm. He screamed for help, but no one wanted to face the monster. At the end of the day, this group gathered for profit. They could help each other, but they wouldn't risk their lives to help another. The giant monster placed a lot of pressure on everyone. Even Thousand Knights with the highest stamina hesitated. He glanced at F as if trying to read his thoughts. F, in a black trench coat and white mask, stood closest to Worm and the monster. He didn't abandon Worm, but he didn't move to help Worm either. He really wanted to force out Worm's true potential. Perhaps he was not wrong, but many players thought he had gone overboard. Follow the original plan. Take your places. Don't waste this chance created by Worm. F was too weak compared to the monster. He needed someone to distract the monster before he could attack the monster's weak point. Worm screamed for mercy. Many arms grabbed his body to tear him apart. Move. F gave the order, but only half the players heeded it. The other half hid in the back. If you don't follow my orders, we'll all die here. We have no other choice. Cold order came from behind the mask. F was always like this. He was cool and aloof. He only asked for the best result. No one knew what he was thinking. However, one could hear his confidence from his words. Everything could be resolved by following his order. Thousand Knights, who was closest to F, made his move first. He led the players with special talents to attack the monster. They had practiced this before. Everyone had their role. They helped create an opening for F. But Worm was not that lucky. His bones cracked. A hand with the medicine bottle shoved the pills down his mouth. Help! F! Save me! If he swallowed the pills, even if Worm survived, he would become a monster. He was so scared that his voice was shaking. F watched everything coldly. He hadn't found the opening, so he decided to wait. The train of fate trundled forward. There was a split in the road. One rail had many people, and the other rail only had Worm. F was the train conductor. He turned to the rail that would kill Worm without hesitation. F, you lied to me. The medicine approached. Worm saw the deadly pills inside. The pill had crying children's faces. The pills were made from their tears. They were covered in red fur. Bliss' 4 arms grabbed Worm's 4 limbs. The 5th arm pressed the bottle against Worm's mouth. The red pills rolled down the bottle. Just as they were about to enter Worm's mouth, a knife flew by. It cut off the arm that held the bottle. Worm, who was crying, turned to look. Han Fei, in the white mask, weaved through the sea of flowers. He didn't use any words. He used actions to approach the monster slowly. Han Fei inspired the other players, and they started to advance too. F was dissatisfied with Han Fei, but when he saw that Han Fei was willing to cooperate, the dissatisfaction disappeared. He didn't like Han Fei, but that was his personal feeling. He would use everything and everyone that could lead him to 100 points. No one could approach the monster, so only people with specific knives could damage the arm which held the medicine bottles. F's black blade could do the same thing, but he didn't do that. Worm would remember this. The few players attracted around 3 arms. To Han Fei's surprise, the players had very good training and knew how to deal with Bliss. It was like they knew they would encounter this monster beforehand. They were different from Han Fei, who was evading based on his reaction and instinct. These people were moving according to specific steps. There is someone like the clown among the players. They already know the answer. F immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. The player was too strange. Han Fei moved through the battery. His goal was clear. He wanted to save Worm and take back his knife. F appeared to be the real owner of Perfect Life Hotel. He had gathered a group of players. Han Fei would gain nothing from countering F head-on, so he decided to do it little by little. The other thing was after hearing Worm's voice, he felt like he knew Worm and perhaps they were friends. Han Fei's every step was a move on fate. He stepped between life and death as he miraculously avoided the monster's attack. He had practiced this many times, and everything was in muscle memory. The closer Han Fei was, the more the monster panicked. Some of the arms reached for Han Fei. Why didn't it want me to approach it? Han Fei remembered the words behind the clown mask. Number 11 knew that Bliss is a monster, but he still chose to approach it. The children didn't have much to ask for. Even if they get injured, they will move towards Bliss. Han Fei found the key. He glanced through the arms of the 11 pairs of adopted parents and focused on the monster's ugly face and the heart covered in prayers. That is number 11's bliss. It is ugly and aggressive, but it is essentially the bliss of a child. Han Fei charged forward. F sensed something. He stopped hesitating and ran forward too. The arms were distracted. F was surprisingly fast. He was the ceiling for the players. He avoided the arms agilely and reached the monster's essence with Han Fei. They stood on either side. They both stared at the exposed heart. However, their reactions were completely different. F plunged his knife at Bliss' heart, while Han Fei reached out his arms to hug Bliss' heart. Stop! Stop! Han Fei and F shouted, but neither of them slowed down. Just as they were about to touch the monster's heart, black briars grew out from the bushes near the monster. Interestingly enough, the vines didn't stop Han Fei. It's because I've saved that kid earlier. The choice in the past affected the current result. Han Fei's mind flashed with some memory. He reached Bliss' heart first. F reacted quickly too. He was not like a normal human. Risking the injury, he chopped off the vines. Then, he stabbed at the heart in Han Fei's embrace. He planned to chop through Han Fei's fingers. Han Fei wanted to save his hands, but the only choice was to abandon the heart. He hesitated at the last moment. He didn't want to hand over this injured heart to F. F's black blade touched Han Fei's fingers. The hilt of the black blade screamed loudly. Chapter 647. Game Start. The Black Blade had killed so many. With each murder, its blade would become sharper. However, this blade drastically changed when it touched Han Fei. The scream from the hilt echoed through the blood night. The sound caused everyone's soul to tremble. The black blade paused above Han Fei's skin. The black mist was like a beast trapped by chains. 1 more millimeter, and it would cut through Han Fei's fingers and the heart, but it refused to move anymore. F and Han Fei didn't expect this. They looked up and only saw each other's white masks. F had never felt something like this before. His blade was resisting him. He felt the urge to kill. This blade was his only weapon to deal with ghosts. Anyone who wanted to steal the blade from him had to die. The aura from the black blade cut through Han Fei's skin. Fresh blood oozed out of Han Fei's fingertip and slid down the blade towards the hilt. There are many people calling my name in that blade. They want me to approach it. The blood was like a key. However, F pulled his arm back before the blood could touch the hilt. Han Fei had no idea if his blood touched the hilt. Actually, F didn't intend to kill Han Fei at first, and if he did, the blood would have splattered on the blade already. Give me the heart. F's voice was still cold. This was the last restraint he had. His hands that held the black blade tightened. I came to save your member, and you want to kill me? After Han Fei removed the heart from Bliss, the monster slowed down. Black capillaries surfaced on its skin like it could explode at any moment. You were haunted. It was us who helped you. We'll each have half of the heart. F didn't want to compromise. If the heart is halved, can the person still survive? Bliss' heart pounded in Han Fei's embrace. It was like red amber. It contained all the prayers and names. They were number 11's simplest desire and memory. The clown had given Han Fei the hint. He didn't intervene with Han Fei's actions. He was confident in Han Fei. He was willing to leave his blissful heart with Han Fei. Bliss was surrounded by the players. The sea of flowers was trampled to explode the running roots underneath. Bliss grew on the building. It joined with the building that represented childhood. I'll say it one more time. Give me the heart. His heart is exposed on the outside, and anyone can pluck it out. His inner voice is clear as day. If you can stand at his perspective, perhaps you'll have a different answer. The heart Han Fei protected kept beating. The heartbeat started to match his own heartbeat. Then, something unexpected happened. The names and prayers on Bliss' heart slowly disappear. The giant monster on the rooftop was dying too. The capillaries bulged, and the monster rampaged for one last time. Following a series of explosions, the heart and the monster's body started to crack. F didn't need to do anything, and the heart shattered in Han Fei's embrace. Han Fei's heart beat faster. The prayers and names on Bliss' heart were imprinted on Han Fei's heart. That was the real present the clown gave Han Fei. The giant monster collapsed. Han Fei stood before F. One had no weapon, and the other had a black blade. It looked like F had the upper hand, but both knew that the black blade couldn't harm Han Fei. If F attacked Han Fei, there was no telling who might win. You did it. Thousand Knights saved Scout and ran over excitedly. He didn't think F and Han Fei could kill that scary monster. That thing has to be a ghost, right? Quickly look at your invitation and see if you've gained more points. F. Worm, with a twisted wrist, crawled out from the dissipating monster. He charged at F angrily. He was almost killed by F. Seeing Worm, F brandished the black blade silently. Instantly, the fury on F's face disappeared. Reality proves that my choice is not wrong. Believe in me, and all of us will survive. F's voice was still calm. All of us can survive. Then how did Shorthair die? Did you see his death in your future? Didn't you say that if we follow your plan, all of us will live? Worm's trust in F had dropped to the bare minimum. Shorthair's death. F and Han Fei looked at the dead player. F frowned. Han Fei also slowly understood why the clown needed to kill one player. In the future I saw, Shorthair didn't die, and he didn't exist in the future I saw. F pointed at Han Fei. The future has changed. Since one person is added, one person has to be deleted. What are you talking about? You're blaming your teammate's death on us. Li Gui'er was the only person who helped Han Fei. Seeing into the future? You really believe he has this crazy ability? Air didn't believe it, but to her surprise, the other players all trusted F. Are you people insane? Do you really think he can see into the future? Air didn't know what to say. If he really has that power, he would have gained 100 points already. Why would he waste time with you? I know it's hard for you to comprehend, but he is really able to look into the future and predict most dangers and come up with the solution beforehand. Thousand Knights and inmates said, F's power has helped us a lot. Every one of us can be sacrificed, but not F. He must leave here alive. The players appeared brainwashed. As long as F left this place, all of them would receive salvation. Air couldn't understand these people. While both parties hadn't turned on each other, she silently picked up Han Fei's knife and returned it to him. Han Fei held company, and his heart pounded. The 22 names would change soon. Number 11 was a child abandoned for 11 times. If someone could step through the 22 arms and save him from his adopted parents, then he would be able to find bliss. He found it now. Han Fei knew the clown's history. He had helped the clown rectify his regret, and it was why the clown was willing to help Han Fei. The giant monster was dead. Without the common enemy, the union cracked. F didn't say anything, but the other players started to surround them. We tried to join you with sincerity. We offered you such a great clue, and this is how you repay us? Air's voice chilled. She reached her hand into her pocket. We've killed the dangerous monster, but my points haven't increased. F said. Thousand Knights checked his card. His points didn't change either. And that is why you want to kill us? Air didn't panic. If you kill us for this reason today, tomorrow, you'll kill your teammate for the same reason. F, let them go. Worm resisted the fear and said. He felt a familiarity with Han Fei. Perhaps it was their mutual self-mutilation habits. There is indeed no reason to fight. Our goal is to gather all parties, collect 100 points, and kill the theme park owner. Thousand Knights didn't want to have a conflict with Han Fei. He and Chang Wei wanted to gather more players to rebel against the Game Master. The players retreated when they heard Thousand Knights. Air didn't dare to stay. She grabbed Han Fei and moved towards the door before the other party took back their words. Throughout this process, F said nothing, but his eyes were on Han Fei. His desire to kill grew. He doesn't exist in the future, I see. For me, the most suitable solution is to kill him. F's fingers twirled, and a black card appeared in his palm. He angled the card, and a number surfaced, 16. This meant that he had killed 16 people. Has the game officially started? Time ticked by. The other buildings started to morph as they approached midnight. Let's go. We won't be able to leave this place after midnight. F and the other players followed closely behind. Air and Han Fei charged ahead. Air moved very fast. She dragged Han Fei and zoomed out. There's still time to midnight. There's no need to rush. Just follow me. Air didn't turn around. They ran out of Building 11 and came to the alley between Building 11 and Building 1. I want to see Building 1. Number 11's bliss was hidden at Building 11. My bliss could be hidden at Building 1. Han Fei walked towards Building 1, causing both the kitten and Air to scream in fear. We have more opportunities in the future. It's about midnight already. All the ghosts will go on a rampage. It's not the time for exploration. Air dragged Han Fei into the alley. You can only leave when you possess something from here. But if you take something from here, then you'll be haunted by the ghost. This is an unsolvable problem. Air frowned as she urged Han Fei to move forward. In a minute, various voices will influence you. You might see other ghosts. This alley looks short, but leaving will be very difficult, so... Before Air finished, Han Fei had already led her out the other end of the alley. After obtaining Bliss Heart, Han Fei formed some kind of connection with this neighborhood. He was like an occupant here. No one stopped him from leaving. Once they stepped out, the night returned to normal. The streetlights glowed warmly. We're out. Air held Han Fei's jacket, and she was stunned. Are we in another illusion? No. The clown ghost knows me. Han Fei said confusedly. I think so too. This time Ligua Air didn't counter him. The points from killing the monster appeared to come to me. Ligua Air and Han Fei hurried to leave. During this process, Ligua Air took out her card. After the monster died, I gained 11 points, so I have 16 points now. Do you know what that means? Killing the monster won't get you 11 points. Your points come from the fact that the clown ghost has disappeared voluntarily. He said he wanted to destroy his childhood memory, so he probably gave you the points from the death of his childhood body. Han Fei might lose his memory, but he still had a very analytical mind. 11 points. If those people found out, they would be so mad. Ligua Air was very happy. She felt Han Fei look more handsome. But we can't rely on them anymore. We need to gather more points on our own and solve all the games. Han Fei had no idea what would happen if one got 100 points, but he knew that this time he couldn't get 100 points, but he would help Ligua Air. Looking at the woman beside her, Han Fei had a strange feeling like he had arranged for this encounter to happen. It's hard to earn 100 points, but with your help, I have confidence. Ligua Air put away the card. Her sweet smile dripped with danger. I'll do my best to help you. Han Fei promised. Why are you helping me? We've known each other for less than 2 days. You were imprisoned underground for one of them. Ligua Air stretched and stared into Han Fei's eyes. Do you like that feeling? Is it possible that you don't have paranoia, but Stockholm Syndrome? I don't know. Han Fei shook his head. You're the most honest man I know. Ligua Air remembered some unhappy past, so she changed the subject. What is our next plan? Go back to Perfect Life Hotel to find their other leader. Han Fei said calmly. Ligua Air was confused. We've already fully angered them. Why are we still going to them? To complain. Han Fei's eyes flashed with F-shadow. My game with him has officially started. Chapter 648. When we wanted to join, the player called Chong Wei denied us. Do you think he'll believe you? Ligua Air didn't understand Han Fei. They are a group, so they will look after their own. Chong Wei is very rational. He didn't make his choice out of emotions, but because of the biggest benefit. I don't need him to help me. I only need to tell him the truth and have him make the decision. Han Fei had a feeling that the players at Perfect Life Hotel were different. They weren't locals and came from another world. I still think that's very risky. Ligua Air followed behind Han Fei. But if you insist on going, we should depart now lest we are blocked by F. We should call a taxi. When Han Fei turned the corner, he noticed a black taxi coming from the distance. It looked like a driverless hearse, looking for its owner. Do you want to die? Ligua Air rejected this idea. Even the ugly cat in Han Fei's backpack meowed in protest. It's too slow if we walk. Han Fei held his chest. But most importantly, I want to verify something. What is it? F has the ability to predict the future, and I appear to have the ability to predict death. Whenever death is close, I'll be intensely nervous. Han Fei walked to the street and waved. However, I didn't feel anything when I saw the black taxi. That means I won't die. In that case, why can't we use its service? Ligua Air didn't know what to say. I thought that man was as crazy as they come, but I was wrong. The black taxi moved alone down the street. It stopped beside Han Fei. A strange ka-thump sound came from inside the black car. It made people feel uncomfortable. Get in the car. Han Fei opened the car door. A horrible stench wafted out, but there was nothing that should give off that scent. Wait, you're serious about this? Ligua Air resisted for a bit, but the ugly cat in Han Fei's backpack didn't have a choice. It was tossed into the taxi by Han Fei. Fine, I'll trust you again. Ligua Air entered the car and sat at the back. After Ligua Air got in, Han Fei opened the front passenger door. He wanted to have better communication with the driver. Go to Perfect Life Hotel, please. Please drive faster. We're running on a tight schedule. When Han Fei spoke, he paid attention to his physical condition. His heart was beating normally, and his brain didn't exude any fear. Compared to Han Fei, the driver appeared more anxious. He grabbed the steering wheel tightly. His index fingers trembled, and his face was bloodless. Perfect Life Hotel. The driver stammered weakly as if he could collapse at any moment. Ligua Air hugged Han Fei's backpack. She tried the door and realized it was locked. If she wanted to escape, she had to smash the window. The driver started the car without any more communication. The black taxi moved through the night. This appeared to be the driver's first job. He grabbed the steering wheel tightly. His shirt was soaked with sweat. His gaze wandered. He glanced at the rearview mirror and then the electric clock. Sir, you better focus on the road. Han Fei had company inside his sleeve. If the driver acted strangely, he would give him company. Okay, where are you going again? Perfect Life Hotel. If you don't know the way, I can give you the directions. Han Fei already memorized the route when they went there for the first time. There was a map in his brain, and he was slowly filling it up. It's all right. I know the way. The driver looked abnormal, but he didn't have any problems. At least his driving was fine. Han Fei looked out the windows. This was his first time exploring the city from this perspective. It felt like he had entered a horror movie. After turning 2 corners, the driver's legs started to shake. He glanced at the clock. Perfect Life Hotel. I know that place. You're going there, right? Yes. Perfect Life Hotel, Perfect Life Hotel. The driver kept repeating the location. When the light turned green, he stepped on the pedal and drove forward. Ligua Air coughed twice and then handed her phone to Han Fei. Someone is looking for you via messages. They're asking if you're coming home for dinner. Han Fei was confused, but he accepted the phone. He clicked open the messages, and the latest one was written by Ligua Air. The stench came from under the back seat. The edges of the seat have bloodstains. Someone has died here. Look at the video. The phone might not have a clear video. Han Fei checked the video Ligua Air shot. She used the phone to record a video of the space under her seat to see what was underneath. After putting it on mute, Han Fei played the video calmly. The videos only lasted for a few seconds. The space under the back seat was completely dark. He couldn't see anything clearly. The stench did come from under there. Han Fei viewed the videos repeatedly, and he finally noticed something strange. There was a white blur right under where Ligua Air was seated. Why would I go home for dinner when I'm with you? Han Fei turned around and said. When he returned the phone, his eyes moved under the seat. A man's head was shoved under the seat. His eyes were bulging, and his face was covered in blood. Tell her I have something to do later. I won't be going back tonight, and tell her to be careful of her safety. Han Fei played the role of a womanizer perfectly. Ligua Air got Han Fei's hints as she took back her phone. She placed her hands in her pockets. She looked calm, but she was already on high alert. They took another turn. The driver's face was covered in sweat. It appeared like he had some problem with his heart. His head lowered, and he mumbled emotionlessly. Go to Perfect Life Hotel. I know the way. Go to Perfect Life Hotel. There's a house there. The house is planted with many flowers. The children are laughing. I can see my child. Yes, I need to fetch him from school and bring him to the secret blue-white garden with butterflies. The clock on the dashboard showed that it was 11:58 p.m. There were 2 minutes to midnight. The taxi started to become weird. The driver was still moving towards Perfect Life Hotel, but he started to mumble incoherently. My son loves the sea. He and his friends were sent to a place where blue flowers grew. They had just been planted when there was a fire. When I arrived, my son was blooming in flames. His scream was like a blossoming black flower, taking root in my heart. Ligua Air noticed there was a newspaper stuck between the back seat cushion. The paper came with 2 gray pictures. A tuition center caught on fire. The article appended a picture of a child rolling in the flames before dying. The other picture was a crushed taxi. Both the driver and the passenger were in such a horrible state that their bodies were pixelated. Out of anxiety, Air took the paper out. When she saw the headlines, her heart pounded. Taxi driver moonlighting as a serial killer because he believes it will bring his son back? One certain taxi driver blamed his son's death on innocent passengers. He said he would kill the passengers as sacrifices to his son to revive him. He said there were many methods for resurrection, and he was using the least effective method. To complete this ritual, the man exhausted his savings to prepare 9 ceremonies. He murdered 8 targeted passengers and 1 innocent bystander. Air's face was pale, and it was midnight. The digit on the clock all became 0. The driver appeared to be awakened. His eyes widened, and he looked straight ahead. Where am I going? Oh yes, I'm going to Blue White Tuition Center to bring my son home. When the driver changed, Han Fei's brain was stimulated. The names on his heart turned red. The prayers of number 11 echoed in his mind. Midnight was the time when the ghosts fully unleashed their power. Bliss' heart and the blade inside his sleeve came alive. The heart pounded and blood flowed. Han Fei's capillaries expanded. He felt immense pain. The pain came from Bliss. Han Fei felt like there were 22 arms tearing into his brain to crush his mind. The clock chimed for midnight. It rang 12 times. A wound was torn through his mind. At that moment, he heard a very robotic yet familiar voice say, "Player 0." At that moment, Han Fei felt like he was struck by lightning. He held his beating heart, and his body trembled. Joy, pain, despair, and various emotions filled up his mind. Midnight arrived, and it was the ghost's time. The driver radiated death. Han Fei beside him trembled uncontrollably. The 2 at the front had lost their minds. Air hugged the kitten. She was looking quite helpless. The clown has traded with me. The present he gave me is the tool for me to clear the missions. With immense determination, Han Fei slowly got used to the pain. He felt that all the blood had flowed back into his heart. His normal skin started to surface with faded patterns. He opened his eyes, and tears leaked out. But at that moment, he could see things he couldn't before. I still can't remember the past, but the clown has torn open a hole in the black cloth that smothers my memory. I need to rely on myself to widen this hole, to regain my identity. Han Fei gained new info, player 0. Numbers are very important. In the script, there are number 11 and a number 4. I now have the number 0. Perhaps they are related? The numbers are the children's numbers at the orphanage. Am I once an orphan there too? Number 11 was abandoned 11 times and was sent to strange adopted parents by the orphanage. The orphanage appears to want to create monsters out of these children by torturing them. Han Fei analyzed much info from number 11's experience. Number 11 built a small theme park on the rooftop of his building. There is a real theme park at the end of this city. Is that a hint? Han Fei had a very scary instinct. After he found a clue, he would quickly analyze it. Could my parents be my adopted parents? Were they assigned to me by the orphanage? Various possibilities crossed Han Fei's mind. He soon decided what to do next. I've collected number 11's present. Tomorrow night, I need to get to number 4. F can see the future, and he might go there too. So I need to be fast. Han Fei raised his head. He noticed the taxi was driving down an unfamiliar street. The driver appeared to have lost his mind as he drove towards a fixed destination. Chapter 649, Enemies and Friends. Stop him, Han Fei. Air shouted to awaken Han Fei. The ghosts would explode in power at midnight. Furthermore, they were trapped inside a small space. Other than the ghost driver, her teammate was going out of control too. Han Fei's body trembled. His eyes bulged, and his veins popped. He looked scarier than the driver. The driver looked deranged, but Han Fei looked like he had been possessed by some high-level demon. The clock on the dashboard stopped. Time paused at 0:01 a.m. This time appeared to carry some special meaning. At that moment, the world would enter a time that belonged to the ghosts. Only those affected by ghosts would be brought into this extremely long moment in time. I need to go to Blue White Tuition Center. There is a sea of flowers there. I need to fetch my son. The driver's hands appeared welded to the steering wheel. Air was worried that he might yank the whole wheel out. Through the rearview mirror, Air saw 2 crazed men. Distracted by them, She didn't even notice the changes happening to the car. The light at the top of the roof flickered. Small moths started to gather around it. The moths had strange patterns. They were like ash and smoke rising from the fire. The roof started to crack and strands of hair leaked through the gaps. The seats became sticky and wet. The passenger's body kept sinking. Iyashikei took out her modified stun gun. However, it was useless against the anomalies happening inside the car. Iyashikei suddenly felt something touch her calves. It was like there was a rat scurrying inside the car. Iyashikei wasn't that afraid of rats. She kicked around. But when she lowered her head, she realized it was not a rat, but a hand reaching out from underneath the back seat. There was a broken man crawling out. Iyashikei turned up the stun gun. The device sparked as she stubbed it into the man's arm. A normal person would have fainted from this electrocution. However, the arm was not affected at all. It grabbed Iyashikei's calf. Iyashikei felt a giant pull. Her head knocked into the back of the front seat. Iyashikei came eye to eye with the human head under the seat. The face was twisted. The eyes were filled with hatred and envy towards the living. He wanted to drag Iyashikei underneath the seat to accompany him. Hanfei, kill them with your knife. Iyashikei's stun gun was useless. Her only hope was Hanfei. Hanfei had started to regain his rationality. He took out company. After the hole was torn open on the black cloth of memory, his fear of everything dwindled drastically. He stabbed the knife at the recording cam inside the car. Is it the time to care about the car cam? The sound of bone cracking came from Iyashikei's calf, and she screamed. I'm sorry, that was a professional habit. After Hanfei ruined the car cam, he smashed the driver's walkie-talkie before he placed the knife on the driver's neck. Stop the car now. I have to go and fetch my son. Something bad will happen if I'm late. I can't stop. The driver turned to look at Hanfei. He was beginning to lose his human form. Hanfei knew it was pointless to converse. He pressed down. The driver's neck bled. The driver was still alive, even though he had lost his mind. He was more like a zombie, controlled by something. The driver's neck was about to be severed, but neither the driver nor Hanfei's expression changed. The driver completely ignored the pain. There was only madness in his eyes. Hanfei was frightened by his own actions. It didn't feel like he would mind killing. To make things worse, he felt like he had done this often. When the knife cut through skin and blood oozed out, he felt a sense of familiarity. Iyashikei's scream came from the back seat. The driver kept on accelerating like he was trying to crash into one of the buildings. At that moment, Hanfei's instinct kicked in again. The blade cut through the bone. He decided to keep the driver's soul as company. The blood splattered on the window. The driver's expression slowly returned to normal as life departed his body. I need to get to Blue-White Tuition Center. My son is planted inside the Blue-White secret garden. He is waiting for me among the flowers. The driver mumbled. Hanfei took over the steering wheel and stepped on the brake. After he killed the driver, he heard that voice in his mind again. Player 0. He couldn't hear the rest. He had caught the rhythm in it. Whenever he did something or made a choice, the sound would appear. I've killed many things, but I do not feel guilty at all. Is it because I'm mentally twisted, or I only kill those who deserve to die? Hanfei tightened his grip on the knife. That's right. My knife will only kill sinners. The car hadn't stabilized. Hanfei opened the car lock and jumped out. Iyashikei's only teammate abandoned her. Her heart fell to the abyss. The blade smashed through the window. The black moth scattered, leaving behind ashy dust. Hanfei yanked the back door open. Without saying anything, he jumped at the human head hidden under the back seat. He cut through the pale arms. Hold my hands. Hanfei reached out towards Iyashikei. Iyashikei was stunned. In her memory, there was someone like this who had abandoned everything to save her too. The two figures were so similar that they were overlapping. After Hanfei saved Iyashikei, he jumped into the car to deal with the ghost in the back seat. Be careful of the roof. Iyashikei fell to the ground. She didn't hesitate and stood up to help immediately. The two worked perfectly in tandem. The black hair fell. Human faces appeared on the roof. They appeared to be sucking the blood flowing out of the driver. While Hanfei dealt with the ghost in the back seat, Iyashikei used the chance to drag the driver's body out. Iyashikei's idea was good, but but she had problems with execution. The driver's legs were stuck against the seat. The man appeared to have grown to join with the car. This is bad. Iyashikei noticed blood vessels start to appear on the car's surface. This hearse was changing. Iyashikei reached into her bag and took out a knife. She saw through the driver's legs without hesitation. Her knife couldn't harm ghosts, but it could easily dismember a dead body. Before the threat of death, Hanfei and Iyashikei tried to aim for the highest score. Blood slid down the glass window. The sweet face looked gory and scary. Iyashikei used 10 seconds to drag the driver out of the car. The small vessels that connected his legs to the taxi had been severed. The human faces at the rooftops screamed angrily, but it was pointless. Hanfei also managed to kill the human head after a long struggle. The taxi was slowly returning back to normal. Hanfei collapsed in the back seat and gasped for air. He looked at the many knife marks, and he shivered. Now is not the time to rest. We need to leave. Iyashikei, covered in blood, stood up. She sounded even. She was more like a serial killer than Hanfei. Why should we leave? It's not easy for us to get our own ride. Hanfei patted the cushion. A second-hand hearse. You're going to use this haunted vehicle? Iyashikei frowned. What if the ghosts return? It's too dangerous. Number 11 said that he was willing to help because I had completed one of his wishes. In other words, as long as we complete these ghosts' regrets, they might help us. Hanfei sat up. I don't know who our real enemy is. For the sake of security, we will treat all of them as enemies. We need to find a way to kill the theme park owner and the game masters. However, we can't do that on our own. We need to borrow other people's power. Most players won't help us, so we have to turn our hope elsewhere. Since the theme park wants us to capture ghosts, then it means that they don't like ghosts. Perhaps we can work together with the ghosts to take down the theme park. Hanfei, in the black suit, sat at the back. He just killed a ghost. He exuded this indescribable presence. Iyashikei stared at Hanfei and wiped the blood from her cheeks. She turned to the side and asked, What is your exact plan? Can you communicate with ghosts? We'll take this slow. This hearse is a good start. We will start by getting to know the ghosts and then try to figure out how to help them. Hanfei had no idea why, but he felt like he was very experienced in this. It sounds crazy. Iyashikei wanted to say no, but somehow, she said, Fine, we'll give it a try. The paper on the back seat has info about the driver. Iyashikei turned to deal with the driver's body. Hanfei examined the taxi. He memorized the details from the paper and then found a lot of notes and a phone left behind by the driver at the driver's seat. The driver's son died in a fire. Unable to accept the truth, the man went insane. The man's phone contained many conversations about the supernatural and ghosts. He often shared urban legends too. A few weeks ago, a stranger with a fully black profile picture added the driver as a friend. The stranger told the driver many methods of resurrection. From that moment onwards, the driver slowly became the devil's puppet. This is the real killer. He has caused those passengers death. Hanfei clicked on the man's profile. The name was a series of question marks, and the introduction was only a single sentence. Who are you? It was like he could predict Hanfei would read this message. There's no clue at all. Hanfei stared at the black profile. It felt like he was looking into the darkness. No one knew what was there. The person probably has no idea the driver has been killed. I can disguise as the driver to communicate with him. Hanfei looked through the record between the driver and the black profile. Hanfei found out the locations for the driver's ritual. All the passengers' bodies were hidden there. This is going to be a busy night. Hanfei put away the phone and went to help Iyashikei. After we comfort the souls inside the car, we'll have our own car. Hanfei was very happy. Having a vehicle was very important in this crazy town. Can you not sound so happy when you are dealing with a dead body? Iyashikei rolled her eyes. They worked together to clean up the dead body. We should go to Perfect Life Hotel to warn the other gamers. We'll try to find medicines and tools. Then, we'll come back. They hopped into the car after dealing with everything. It feels weird driving this car. Ligua Air shoved the driver's legs under the passenger seat and drove into the night. Chapter 650, Xiaojia. Sister Gua, did your point increase after killing the driver and the ghost under the back seat? Hanfei sat at the back and cleaned the blood inside the car. I've only gained 1 extra point. I didn't know how that happened. The definition of capturing ghost is hard to define. Ligua Air focused on driving. She drove very fast, like she was not afraid of crashing. So, it means we have 17 points now? Yes. 100 points looks so far away. As the car rolled forward, the mist rolled out. The taxi started to surface with strange things again. However, with Han Fei inside the car, the changes didn't go to the extreme. This car is a good thing. It can be a vehicle, and in the future, we can use it as a trap in prison. You have a powerful imagination. The two chatted casually about terrifying things. The electric clock started to move again. They reached Perfect Life Hotel at 0:45 a.m. Stay in the car. We might need to escape at a moment's notice. Han Fei exited the car and entered the hotel alone. The players were curious when they saw him alone. They didn't make things difficult for him because they had received calls from the other players. Han Fei found Chang Wei and shared with him his views and speculations on F. The most important thing was Han Fei felt like F was someone who had died a long time ago. He couldn't verify it, and he only needed Chang Wei to pay attention to it. After the hole in his memory had been made, Han Fei found some of the players to be very familiar. They should be friends once upon a time. Chang Wei was shocked by Han Fei's words. He trusted F implicitly. The trust was rooted in his soul. If Han Fei didn't remind him, Chang Wei wouldn't have questioned why he trusted F that much. I'll tell you another secret about me. I woke up a few days ago at the hospital. I realized I have amnesia. The doctor couldn't find any problems. I have no head injury. The amnesia was inexplicable. It was like someone was trying to control my memory. Han Fei's hint was very clear. I thought I was overthinking. However, once I found out F could look into the future, the ability to control one's memory didn't seem that impossible anymore. Chang Wei was silent. He wouldn't trust a stranger that easily, but he started to be alert around F. You've always been clear-minded and rational. You care about all the players here. I don't need you to agree with me. I only hope that you can maintain your independent thinking and don't be fooled by false memory and appearance. Han Fei slowly retreated. What you see might not be real. The blurry memory you have might be fake. This is my private number. Chang Wei hesitated for a long time before exchanging contact info with Han Fei. You will not regret this. Han Fei didn't stop. He left immediately. He returned to the taxi. Ligua Air started the engine. Where shall we go next? Do you have any friends you can trust? Han Fei took out the driver's phone. We need to get some tools to deal with dead bodies. We will have to use them often. Do you think I look like someone with many friends? Ligua Air glanced through the rearview mirror. There was still blood stuck on her face. A girl should mind their appearances. Han Fei looked at Ligua Air. At least clean the blood after killing someone. I don't see how these two are related. Ligua Air thought for a long time before saying. Actually, I do have a friend like that. He is very cowardly and wouldn't volunteer his help. But if you threaten him with his life, he should help. You know him well. It looks like you have a good relationship with him. The taxi drove down the deserted street to come to a newly built neighborhood. His surname is Jia. He's my former colleague. He has a normal working ability, but he knows how to present himself before the superior. He has once watered our leader's fake plant for a week. Ligua Air parked the car at the camera's blind spot. She and Han Fei leaped over the wall to sneak into the neighborhood. He invited me when he moved here. That night, he was so drunk. Ligua Air stood before the front door. She keyed in the password, and the door opened. The two avoided the cameras and climbed up to the 9th floor. This is it. Ligua Air opened her bag to take out a smaller bag with makeup. She cleaned up her appearance and clicked on the doorbell. Han Fei cleverly went into the shadows to hide. Soon, the door opened, but there was still a grill. A balding man in pajama appeared at the door. Xiaogua, why are you here? Li Gui'er's face was pale, like she was seriously ill. She opened her mouth weakly, but before she could say anything, she collapsed. Li Gui'er, what's wrong? The 20-plus man hesitated before he opened the grill. Even though I know you're framed, it's inappropriate for you to come to find me. The man walked out of the room to help Li Gui'er when his pupils trembled. There was another man standing there. The man was in a black suit and a clown mask, and there was blood on his sleeves. He was a murderer. Brother, you look so familiar. Before the balding man could scream, Han Fei ran over to grab his neck and cover his mouth. The man wanted to struggle, but his hands were pinned down by Li Gui'er. Li Gui'er looked so fragile earlier, but now she was as strong as a man. Don't worry, we'll never kill the innocent. Han Fei's gentle voice entered Xiao Jia's ears. His face changed from hearing the word, kill. After entering the house, Han Fei looked around. He felt peace. There was no premonition of death. This place is safe. We can make it our temporary safe house. Wonderful. Han Fei and Li Gui'er didn't harm Xiao Jia. After the man calmed down, they started to reason with him. First, Li Gui'er explained how she was framed. Someone wanted to frame her for the death of the millionaire, Du Zhu. She was now being pursued by the police and the mafia. Xiao Jia had heard about Li Gui'er's incident before. Now he confirmed she was framed. After Li Gui'er was done, Han Fei took out the taxi driver's phone. It had evidence of the driver's sins. He shared all the evidence with Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia shivered after hearing this horrid story. To his surprise, Han Fei wasn't a serial killer but a hero who had killed a serial killer. Looking at the two, Xiao Jia was confused. Based on their conversation, Li Gui'er and Han Fei were innocent people, but Xiao Jia couldn't help but feel immense pressure from them. Okay, I'll help you. Xiao Jia sighed. The strong desire to live compelled him to make this choice. What do you need from me? We need medicines and tools to prevent dead bodies and evidence from being destroyed. Han Fei took out a piece of paper. I've made a list. Xiao Jia looked at the list, and his face was gray. You're too professional. Thank you. Han Fei nodded. We're only staying here temporarily. We won't disturb you for long. We'll remember your kindness forever. Don't mention it. Xiao Jia's eyes wandered between Li Gui'er and Han Fei. Li Gui'er entered the company the same time as I did. We have been through a lot. She is one of my close friends. As for you, how come it feels like I've seen you before? Seen me before? Han Fei was curious too. I've made a dating game. At the end of the development, my house was haunted, and the ghost looked like you. I look like a ghost. Han Fei scratched his chin. I've appeared in the form of a ghost before. That is a very interesting clue. That might be one of the abilities. After gaining Xiao Jia's trust, Han Fei had him carry the necessary money and items before the three of them left. Han Fei and Li Gui'er had to stay in the shadows, so they needed a frontman. When Xiao Jia carried his bag into the taxi, he started to regret it. The car filled with knife marks was very scary. The passengers were killed in this car? Yes, there was a human head under your seat. It was covered in blood. Han Fei consoled Xiao Jia, and they departed. It was Li Gui'er who drove too. They bought and borrowed the necessary tools, and then returned to the spot where they abandoned the driver's body. However, when they arrived, they noticed the body was gone. Instead, there were many large bite marks and scratch marks. Why are there large beasts in the city? The city is different in the night and in the day. Han Fei bent down to look. The monster that ate the body should be more than 3 meters tall. The gap between its claws is huge. There is no animal fur, but there is a lot of black human hair. The driver's death has been discovered. We need to hurry to the ritual location. The three got back into the car. Han Fei gave the direction. The ritual is at Blue White Tuition Center, the place where his son died. My script has mentioned that place before. Are you too sure about going there tonight?